Chapter 651 Newspaper Considerations. After the heavy rain, a pure blue sky was revealed in the thick dark clouds, and the sunlight came out from this gap, as moving as auspicious from the sky. Qiandafu looked up at the sky and said, "The Emperor, it looks like it is going to be clear today, but I can go out." "The old slave is called Zhaolong Zhaohu." Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. He also went back and changed into plain clothes. For him, he still didn't want to go outside with a big fanfare. It was too eye-catching to go out wearing a dragon robe. Moreover, when he was in King's, he was accustomed to frequently searching inside and outside the city, and it was very uncomfortable to stay in the yard every day. When he returned to the sleeping hall, he stopped by and took a look at Fua. This girl was very sleepy now, and the movement when he changed clothes did not wake her up. Stopping Xiaohan from waking Fua, Xiaoming went out on his own and headed south of the city under the protection of the guards. For Xiaoming, the ideal capital is of course Yaozu, but for him, Yaozu is still suitable as a capital for the time being. After all, the current Yaozu is poor, and the infrastructure of the city is very poor. According to Pan Yukun, it is a state, but in fact it is not as good as a county in Kingsu. So after thinking twice, Xiaoming still plans to make Kingsu a Kyoto, and he will consider moving the capital after Yaozu develops, but this time is estimated to be about 20 to 30 years. "The Emperor, there is a lively fight outside. Our Kingsu is getting hotter." Qiandafu smiled, which made his originally small eyes become a seam. Zhaolong said, "They are all merchants and wealthy people. They are very smart, knowing that the Emperor is always disadvantaged. Kingsu is as stable as Mount Tai and there will be no war. It's more than just businessmen and wealthy people." During this time, there have been more refugees outside the city. "The government office has a lot of porridge places outside the city," Zhao added. Compared with the past, the two of them are now more energetic. After all, they no longer talk about the royal guards, but become the imperial guards. This is envious of many soldiers of the King's army. Many people were unwilling to be this idle guard. Xiaoming is now quite like someone who was released from the detention center in the first half of the year. Since he became the throne, he has found that his freedom of movement is far less than before. Every day's itinerary is basically the palace of discussions, the study, and the palace. The small and large things in Kingsu City are reflected to him through the mouth of officials, and he also conveys his will through Qiandafu. He suddenly became a canary in a cage, and Xiaoming was instinctively wary of this enclosed environment. Reading history books well, he knew very well that the past emperors were confused by the officials and the eunuchs around him, because everything he knew came from others. He can only listen to what others say, so he will naturally get a lot of information that is untrue and has the opinions of the ministers. However, Xiaoming is also prepared for this situation. This is the secret guard, this is his outside eyes. But the secret guards also have their own limitations. In this era when transportation is basically reliant on walking, and orders are basically relied on shouting, most of the limited secret guards are used to monitor important people. Basically, people's lives cannot be given timely feedback. Based on this, he has been thinking about ways to obtain real information for the past 2 days, and after all deliberation, this problem can only be solved by allowing the newspaper to achieve fair reporting. Just as Nu Ben worried that Xiaoming would let the wealthy clan gain power, it is now obvious that every official and general has his own ideas and considerations. For the army, he can only consider the nationalization of the army. Of course, the nationalization of the army is just a false proposition. For him, the essence of the nationalization of the army is the royal word of the army. He must ensure his absolute leadership of the army and prevent generals from turning the army into their own private soldiers. After all, his army will compete with Western powers for colonies in the future. He doesn't want his generals to become independent after occupying a colony. As for officials, in addition to splitting up 2 groups of mutual supervision between North Korea and China, he also plans to adopt a top-down supervision model. This model is the newspaper he thought of. After all, contemporary facts have proved that media disclosure has played a very good role in exposing officials' corruption, and it is also helpful to urge officials. The only shortcoming is that now there is only one newspaper in King's, which makes some newspaper articles too subjective, so he plans to establish 2 more newspapers in King's, and open 2 newspapers to businessmen at the same time. In other words, there will be 3 official newspapers and 2 private newspapers in King's. In this way, diversified competition will allow some hidden scandals to be unearthed. Thinking about what to do next, a group of people arrived in the south of the city without knowing it. At this time, a complex of buildings was gradually taking shape under the labor of a construction camp. He is more concerned about this palace that may live for 20 to 30 years in the future, so the design of the palace is basically from his own hands. In addition to the formal building, there is a secret way to escape. Such as, of course, the original intention of the design is to give this palace some modern flavor. Therefore, the construction of the palace uses a large number of brick and wood structures. This structure is much stronger than the pure wood structure. Construction time. After all, using red bricks to build a wall is much easier than a carpenter's work, and among these red bricks, he also asked the craftsman to reserve a porcelain tube, which will be used for wiring in the future. Based on this simple and quaint design, the construction of the palace is unprecedented. According to this, it takes only 8 months to move in. According to the normal speed, the palace is not built for 5 years, and it cannot be built in 10 years. The emperor, this construction camp is really good. The old slave has never seen a palace like this in such a short time. At this time, the walls and gates of the palace have been built, and the walls have been stained red. A group of people walked in along the gates. The front is a step, the steps from bottom to top, leading to the front of the Zhengde Hall. This upright hall is the place where the palace discusses politics. The reason why it is named upright is to keep the officials alert. Compared with Qingyan's luxurious palace, Xiaoming's requirements for his palace were simple, so he didn't ask for anything like white jade steps, and used anything that could be obtained locally. This bypasses the Zhengde Hall is where the concubines live. Each has a separate small courtyard. To the right of the palace is the Ministry of the Interior, which is the place for the eunuchs, and to the left is the East Palace. On the whole, the layout of his palace is similar to that of Qingyan, but there are also different places. This is the boiler water tower that stands in the palace. And while Xiaoming was looking at his future palace, a huge change that swept Yan's country quietly happened. Chapter 652 The Death of King Yan. P.S. There are 5 more chapters today, but it will be a little later. September 16th, after a 5-day march, King Huainan and Kui Shangan led 100,000 Huainan army soldiers to camp under Yingqing. After 3 days of preparations, Kui Shangan ordered artillery to bombard Yingzhou city, and Yingzhou city was in chaos. Artillery, it is artillery. How can King Huainan have artillery? It must be Xiaoming who did it. It must be him. During the temporary palace, King Zhongyan was furious. The reason he was so confident in Yingzhou city was that there were 60 artillery pieces installed in the city. These artillery pieces were part of his purchase of artillery from King Zhu. It is precisely because he is confident in the power of these artillery to defend the city that he will sneer at King Huainan, because he believes that his artillery will destroy King Huainan's army. But now everything is beyond his expectation. King Huainan not only has artillery, but the range of the artillery is far beyond that of Yingzhou city. Now Yingzhou city could only be bombarded by King Huainan's artillery for nothing, but he couldn't use the artillery to fight back, which made him suddenly furious. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived by Xiaoming, and Xiaoming had not sold the real artillery to them from beginning to end. Father, if we continue like this, our walls will collapse. Gui Cheng's voice was a bit difficult. 100,000 people besieged the city, and the densely packed soldiers blocked the siege of Yingzhou city. Now they can't beat it, nor can they escape. What if it collapses? How could the king's soldiers live by the city wall? King Yan suddenly pulled out his sword at this time. This time this king will personally lead his army to fight to the death with King Huainan. After all, King Yan strode towards Nanqing, where it was the key area for King Huainan to attack. Gui Cheng and Kui Hao didn't rush up with King Chu this time. Gui Cheng looked at Kui Hao and said, "Now the rich family in the city has become disagreeable. They will never fight against King Huainan with our heart," and the father did not listen to the advice to Xiaoming. "How should you become a minister now?" Kui Hao was full of despair. He said, "I have been in Kingzhou for more than a month. From what I have seen and heard, I still expected that the Three Kings Alliance would be defeated, but I never thought that the defeat is so complete now. Now that Xiaoming is so powerful, the country of Yan will definitely bear the brunt." "What's the use of mentioning this now? I only ask if Xiaoming told you how he would forgive Yango when you were in Kingzhou," Gui Cheng said eagerly. "Little brother Xiaoming did let Pang Yukun tell me about it before he left. He said that unless the king of Yan took the charge of Jing and took the initiative to abandon the king and the state, he would not let the country of Yan go," Kui Hao said. When Gui Cheng heard this, he was silent. In his opinion, this matter was absolutely impossible. He sighed deeply and drew his sword to chase King Yan. Seeing Gui Cheng's departure, Kui Hao turned and walked in the opposite direction. When Xiaoming ascended to the throne, he saw that the Three Kings Alliance might have nothing to do. Pang Yukun did say that to him, but he also mentioned that if he was willing to help, he would protect his prosperity in the future. He is only the second son of the Yan Wang, and to him the land of this feudal country will not belong to him anyway. Under such a situation, he is more worried about his own life, not what happened to Yan. After leaving the temporary palace, Kui Hao walked straight to an alley. When he reached a house, he knocked 6 times, and the door was opened. At this time, some wealthy clans had gathered in the yard. These wealthy clans were all opposed to King Yan's continued fight with Huainan. After all, the victory was already divided, and not everyone was willing to die with King Yan. "Shizi, when will the troops rise?" a patriarch asked. "My father has already ascended the city, only waiting for King Huainan's artillery to collapse the city wall. Then the city will inevitably be in chaos, and that's when I was waiting for the soldiers." Kui Hao's eyes flickered. He said in his heart, "Father, you have treated me unkindly. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. My eldest brother melted in Yan country, but you send me to Kingzhou to suffer." The tycoons nodded after hearing the words, waiting for the city to be broken. Outside the city, 50 artillery shells continued to bombard the southern city gate. Deep pits appeared under the fragile southern city wall. These pits continued to expand until there was a boom, and the entire city gate crashed. "Collapse, father, the city wall is down," Kui Shannon said in surprise. He immediately prepared to lead troops into the city. "Slow. It's not the time yet." King Huainan looked at the collapsed city gate on the east side of the main gate, and then looked to the west. At this time, the artillery of the west gate was still intact. He said, "Now concentrate the artillery on the west wall. Once the city wall collapses, immediately attack the city." Kui Shannon realized what he saw when he looked at Xi King. He said, "The artillery given by the emperor is really powerful. King Yan's artillery can't hit us at all. But we have been hitting us." King Huainan looked gloomy. He said, "This is the emperor's strength. He has long been wary of us feudal lords, so he sold some inferior artillery to King Yan, King Liang, King Zhao and others. Did the emperor see the great chaos in the Great Yu Congress?" Kui Shannon asked in shock. King Huainan said, "Who knows this? But this alone is enough to see that our emperor is not a simple character." When the two were talking, the city wall of Xi King also collapsed under shelling. At this time, King Huainan and Kui Shannon were shocked at the same time. Immediately after, the sound of war drums rang through the entire battlefield. The soldiers of the Huainan army roared towards Yingzhou city, whose morale was boosted. In Yingzhou city, King Yan and his guards evaded the collapsed city wall in embarrassment. Through the collapsed city wall, he saw soldiers flooding Yingzhou city like a tide. King Yan's eyes were blood red, and he held his sword and shouted, "Soldiers, fight to the end with the king and the enemy." His voice fell. Except for the guards shouting loudly, the other soldiers were insensitive. Some of the strong men who had just been pulled into the army even trembled with fright. When have they seen a powerful weapon like artillery besides? They were forced to join the army. Kill Huainan troops poured in from the two collapses at the same time, and the well-equipped soldiers immediately fought with the soldiers guarding the city. Some tycoons who supported King Yan also took part in a battle with the Huainan army. For a while, the walls were full of howls and slaying, and the corpses of the two soldiers continued to fall on the ground, and blood was flowing on the ground. King Yan led his personal guards into the battle. Just as he was killing Zhengnan, a loud shout for killing suddenly sounded in the city, and a group of powerful tribes with red cloth strips on foreheads rushed out of the streets. It's just that they are not fighting with the Huainan army, but fighting with the Chu army and the powerful tribe who supported him. At this time, the morale of the Chu army collapsed instantly. King Yan seemed to have lost his strength at this time. Just as he was stunned, a Huainan army general slammed a sharp sword into King Huainan's chest. Spit out a mouthful of blood, King Yan gradually sank into darkness. Chapter 653 Four Princes' Death. The King Yan is dead. The King Yan is dead. One of the guards who protected King Yan shouted loudly, and the other guards immediately looked at King Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, all the guards lost their intent to fight and they fled. After the guards collapsed, the soldiers also lost their fighting spirit. Now that King Yan is dead, who would continue to work for King Yan? Soon, the news of King Yan's death was spread to all parts of Yingzhou city along with the disintegrated soldiers. Under the influence of this news, the Yan army became a mess. Kui Shannon was keenly aware of the changes in the Yan army, and he immediately led the soldiers to launch a fierce attack. At this time, the Yan army, who had been distracted by the army, kept retreating, and more Huainan army soldiers poured into the city. At the same time that King Huainan attacked Yingzhou, Li San arrived in Bozhou. According to Xiaoming's plan, at the same time that Yingzhou city was broken, the four princes should die. After meeting the Tan family and Ji family head in Bozhou, Li San mentioned the killing of the four princes. Kill the four princes, Tan Wen said in shock. Jit Tong, the elder of the Ji family, was also surprised. He said, Lord Li, is this really the Emperor's order? Li San's eyes rolled. It was Xiaoming's idea to kill the four princes, but Xiaoming couldn't bear this matter. After all, the killing of brother was an unkind thing, and it would even become the cause of being attacked in the future. So he said, this matter can only be understood and cannot be said, but if the two do it, they will naturally please the Lord. As for whether it's done or not, it depends on the two. Tan Wen and Jitong looked at each other. Both of them were smart people, and they understood what Li San meant. In that case, please lead Li to discuss with us, Tan Wen said. Li San nodded. In that case, I won't disturb the two of you. After that, Li San turned and left. At this time Tan Wen said, it seems that the Emperor meant it at this time, but the Emperor did not want to bear the charge of killing his brother. Yes. It's just that if we kill the four princes, and the Emperor will cross the river to demolish the bridge in the future, we will probably not end well. That's the case, but if it pleases the Emperor, the status of our two families will also be preserved. Tan Wen had some expectations. Jitrong pondered for a while, and he said, but I have a way. It is natural to kill the four princes with a heinous crime. However, if the four princes are taken out and put him in prison, and then commit suicide in the prison, wouldn't it have nothing to do with us? Yes, Brother Ji is really clever. In that case, we will entertain the fourth prince at noon today and put on a Hongman banquet. Tan Wen laughed. Jitong also laughed at the same time. At noon, the four princes and their guards arrived as scheduled. Tan Wen set up a banquet in the mansion and was waiting for him and the generals. In the side rooms on both sides of the main hall, Jitong led the trilogy and could only throw a cup for Tan Wen. Thank you Tan Yuan for your kindness. The fourth prince arched his hands. Tan Wen said cordially, His Royal Highness has been in Bozhou for more than a year. I am ashamed to have time to invite His Royal Highness and all the family generals to come for a banquet. The outsiders are serious, but the king doesn't understand the rules, so he didn't come to visit. The fourth prince sat down straight, and he was about to become the new King Yan. He was very happy. After a pause, the fourth prince asked, Tan Yuan Wei invited us to discuss the government affairs of Bozu. I don't know what Yuan Wei wants to discuss. Everyone was seated, and Tan Wenzing said, a few days ago, the people complained to a certain person, saying that many fertile fields were taken into the imperial estate by His Highness, and that His Highness also privately collected taxes from them. I wonder how His Highness explained this? The expressions of the four princes froze in an instant, and the other families immediately calmed down after hearing the words, and all of them showed horror. He did this indeed. He didn't trust King Yan or these Bozu tycoons, so he seized the land while driving away King Yan and collected taxes to enrich his treasury for conscription. After all, there is no army that he can trust. He has always been the puppet of these tycoons, but the land he invaded is owned by King Yan and his son, as well as the officials who fled with King Yan. He originally thought that Tan and Jia would close one eye, but he didn't expect Tan Wen to mention it at this time. Turning his eyes, the fourth prince smiled without a smile, and said, "What does this mean outside the member?" "What is it?" "The matter of King Yan has not been decided yet. It is unknown whether King Yan is His Highness. It is not appropriate for His Highness to invade the land at this time. After all, the land now supposed to belong to the Emperor. As Bozu governor, he cannot. Don't worry about it." "Bozu provincial governor?" Yuan Wei joked. "When did Yuan Wei become governor?" The four princes sneered again and again. Tan Wen took out the imperial decree brought by Li San at this time. He said, "This is the imperial decree. The saint has already named a Bozu governor. As a Bozu governor, the lower officials are responsible for the emperor's jurisdiction over the royal property." The fourth prince was shocked. His eyes narrowed. Xiaoming sealed Tan Wen but ignored him. Suddenly he felt a bad feeling in his heart, so he said, "Tan Sishi, everything is about evidence. I can't be condemned by a few spooky nonsense." Tan Wen said coldly, "Then I will convince you. Come, and bring the account book." As Tan Wen's voice fell, the door of the side room suddenly opened, and Jitong rushed out, leading the trilogy, and surrounded the four princes. This scene made the four princes and Jia Jiang pale. He vaguely understood something. He sneered and said, "Xiaoming is really high. He has tolerated it for such a long time, and finally he wants to do it on me." "Ha! There is this account book that records all your crimes." Tan Wen pointed to the account book in his hand. "What else can you say?" How can the four princes be willing to catch it now that Tan Wen's trap has been caught? He still remains calm. "Tan Shishi, don't forget, we are all grasshoppers on a rope. You think will the emperor let you go in the future? This imperial decree can make you a provincial governor today, and it will kill you tomorrow. If so, why is this? You and I join hands. This Yan kingdom is not our final say. Glory and wealth can never be enjoyed. It's ridiculous. Do you think that some of the people you recruited privately will be the emperor's opponent? You really have a good calculation, but how can we get along with you?" Tan Wen said at this time. "Four princes, your ambition is clear. Ji, blame you for being too greedy. Not only do we know about this private placement soldier, but the emperor naturally knows it all." After all, Jitong immediately asked Trilogy to detain the four princes and others into prison. The next day, Li San got the news that the four princes had committed suicide in prison. At this time, he immediately sent a secret guard to the prison to confirm it. As Tan Wen said, he sneered twice. Tan Wen and Jitong are really old foxes. Now that the four princes are dead, now only need to remove the Yan Wang and the Yan Wang Shizi. The Yan Kingdom will be stable. Chapter 654 Yan Kingdom collapsed as night fell. King Huainan and Kui Shannon stopped the attack. Fastest update: after King Yan was killed in a Chaos Army, the Yan Army fell into chaos. They took the opportunity to invade the city, but they never thought that the smooth battle would be reversed because of the appearance of Kui Cheng. In order to deal with them this time, King Yan forced a large number of strong men, and there were 250,000 people in the small Yingzhu. After a fierce battle, they were driven out of the city again. This Kui Gong has some abilities, but most of the Yan army has fled during the day today. I am afraid that more soldiers will flee tonight. Just thinking that, The Yan army will inevitably spend energy on blocking deserters. I would not expect us to take advantage of this night attack." Kui Shannon nodded. He was ready to attack Yingzhou camp by 10,000 elites at night, and until midnight, he led the soldiers into Yingzhou city quietly from the damaged city wall. Just as King Huainan guessed, more and more soldiers fled into the dark night Yan army camp, and the soldiers on patrol were constantly attracted by the escaped soldiers. In the dark, the patrols could not patrol the deserters or the enemy. In this case, Kui Shannon quickly led the soldiers to Yingzhou camp. Light the arrows. At this time, the Yingzhou camp was brightly lit, and Kui Shannon gave the order. After receiving the order, more than a dozen torches were lit up, and the soldiers took out the arrows wrapped in oilcloth and lit them one by one, and the bows were wound. Put. With an order from Kui Shannon, the sky filled the sky with flaming arrows flying towards the camp of the Yan army, and those arrows fell accurately on the head of the Yan army's tent. These tents were made of cotton cloth and burned in the fire. The fire spread in an instant, brightening the Yanjun camp. When the soldiers ignited the arrows, the Yanjun sentry had spotted them and immediately shouted, but they had no time to stop them. The flame arrows flew to the Yanjun camp one by one. In just a few minutes, Yanjun's camp became a sea of flames. The skyrocketing flames illuminated the night sky, and at this time King Huainan led the soldiers outside the city to rush into the city. Kui Shannon's purpose is only to disrupt Yingzhou camp and create chaos. Yanjun's camp was in chaos. At this time, King Huainan stood up and shouted, "Kill, kill!" What responded to him was the angry shouts of Huainan soldiers, who rushed into Yingzhou city like an evil tiger descending the mountain. A soldier of the Yan army woke up from his sleep. In the flames of the sky, he rushed out of the tent before he even had time to wear his clothes. However, the soldiers who came across from the Huainan army all over him, he felt it before he could make any shouts. There was a cold in his chest, and then he watched his own blood pouring out of his chest. Before he died, his extreme fear made him let out the last scream. The Huainan army rushed into the camp like a tiger into a flock. The Yan army soldiers died under their swords as soon as they rushed out of the camp. Some were even pierced in their hearts in their sleep. Chaos spread rapidly in the Yanjun camp. The breath of death was permeated throughout the camp. Gui Cheng summoned the soldiers under the protection of personal guards. He looked at the camp in a sea of fire. His body was colder than the sword of winter. At 3 points, a voice was telling him that the Yan army was over this time. The Huainan army soldiers in armor were like slaughtering cattle and sheep, leaving only cold corpses wherever they went. He had organized several attacks, but was shocked. The terrified soldier had no resistance at all, and was quickly disintegrated. During the day, he was able to repel the Huainan army because he had no idea about King Yan's death. Now all the soldiers knew about it, and the morale of the Yan army fell to the bottom. "Shizi, let's go. If you don't leave, it will be too late," a general said with his arms covered with blood. It was scratched by a soldier. If it weren't for a few Yanjun soldiers in time help him resist, and his life is probably gone. Gui Cheng looked at the big camp in a sea of flames, stamped his foot severely, turned on his horse, and fled to Simon under the guard of dozens of horses. When Kui Shannon attacked, King Huainan led the soldiers to capture the west gate of the Yan army according to the plan. They still used artillery. In the dark, although King Huainan had already seen the power of firearms, he did not expect that this kind of weapon could produce a huge amount in the war. Destructive power. The number of Yan army soldiers guarding the gate is less than 3,000 to 4,000. But a few rounds of artillery fired all of these Yan army soldiers. After capturing the west gate, King Huainan said to a cavalry general next to him, "General Qi, you will leave the chasing soldiers to you." "Yes, Your Highness." Then he shouted, "Soldiers, it's time to harvest the enemy's head. Rush, kill." The soldiers were fighting high. The rumble of horseshoes beat one after another like a war drum. Hearing this sound, the soldiers of the Yan army completely lost their will to fight and fled one after another. Most of them put down their weapons and surrendered to the Huainan army. When King Huainan and Kui Shannon entered the barracks, they encountered little resistance along the way, and there were soldiers from the Yan army kneeling on the ground. leading the cavalry to disintegrate the last resistance of the Yan army. The soldiers of the Huainan army did not stop but lighted a torch and chased them directly westward. They had already learned that Gui Cheng had fled westward. However, King Huainan was not in a hurry, because the west city gate had been taken by them, and other city gates had been taken one after another. Now Gui Cheng had nowhere to escape. Therefore, he simply ordered the soldiers to clean the battlefield. Because of the surprise attack, most of the Yan army soldiers did not mount their horses, and a large number of horses were tied to the stables, allowing him to take advantage of them. In addition to the war horse, he also captured many people of the Yan army. He ordered the people who did not resist to not kill. This time, the number of captured people was as many as 50,000 people. In addition, the soldiers who surrendered and captured nearly 80,000 people. A total of 130,000 Yan people were taken prisoners. The action of clearing the battlefield continued until the next morning, when the cavalry of the Huainan army returned, headed by General Qi carrying Gui Cheng's head in his hands. When he arrived in front of King Huainan, General Qi got off his horse and threw Gui Cheng's head on the ground. He said, "His Royal Highness, Gui Cheng refused to surrender. He has been killed by the final general." King Huainan nodded. Yan Kingdom has been oppressing Huainan Kingdom, so he hates King Yan very much. This attack on Yan Kingdom also conforms to the popular sentiment. Now King Yan is dead, and Gui Cheng is dead, but he suddenly thought of a question and said, "This king remembers that Gui Cheng has a younger brother, Gui Hao. Where is he?" Gui Shannon said at this time, "Father, after Gui Cheng learned of Gui Hao's rebellion, he took the soldiers and horses to participate in the rebellion to slaughter the tycoons. This Gui Hao was killed by him." "Really?" In this way, King Yan's line is completely cut off. King Huainan sighed. This kingdom of Yan is destroyed. Chapter 655. Soon the season is beginning to fall, and compared to the sweltering heat of midsummer, today's Qingzhou city is a bit cooler than the previous days. After inspecting the palace 5 days ago, Xiaoming put the newspaper matter on his agenda. This newspaper is also called the media in later generations. In addition to the top-down supervision power, the most important role of the media is to guide public opinion. After the establishment of the newspaper, he used the characteristics of the newspaper to consolidate his rights. However, Qingzhou is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are more things happening every day. A newspaper page is far from being able to meet the current needs of Qingzhou. Taking this into account, he finally decided to increase the number of newspapers. However, whether the newspapers newly established this time are government-run or privately run, newspapers also need to be reviewed before they are published, instead of letting these newspapers report what they want. Coming from later generations, Xiaoming knows that this media is a double-edged sword. If this position is not occupied by itself, it will be occupied by the enemy in the future. Therefore, whether it is run by the government or privately, the newspaper must be surnamed Huang, and cannot go against his will and principle. The Emperor, if an additional newspaper is established, what will happen to the reporters who have previously been to various states and counties? In the conference hall, Fan Zheng said loudly, "Now he is wearing a red official robe, and is in the 4th rank of official residence." After ascending to the throne, Xiaoming naturally promoted his old ministry vigorously, and Fan Zheng did not pull him down. The position he gave him Fan Zheng was called Songzhuan Envoy. As the name suggests, the responsibility of the Chinese propaganda envoy is to be responsible for the imperial court's internal and external publicity, as well as the future review of other newspapers and newspapers. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "The real duty of a reporter is to record the sufferings of the people, not to read newspapers." After retiring from the court, you will include all these newspaper readers in the central propaganda department. It doesn't matter. From then on, propaganda belongs to propaganda, and reporters only serve as reporters. "Yes, Your Majesty." Fan Zheng was overjoyed. The addition of a newspaper this time is undoubtedly a happy event for him. He used to govern only one newspaper, but now he can manage 5. And his current identity seems to have jumped out of the newspaper office and become a vital institution of the court. Now Xiaoming has brought scholars who read newspapers into the court, and he has a lot of manpower under his hands. Pang Yukun and Fiji have no idea about this newspaper. They still cannot understand what role the Central Propaganda Department will play in the future, so they remain silent on Xiaoming's idea of establishing a newspaper. Fan Zheng retired to the train, and then Nu Ben came out of Lilang and said, "The Emperor, the battle report of King Huainan came from Yingzhou City. King Yan and the eldest son Kui Cheng'u were killed in battle, and the second son Kui Hao was also killed." Cut off. As soon as Nu Ben's words came out, the murmurs of officials rang out in the Yijiong Hall, and an atmosphere of ecstasy enveloped the Yijiong Hall. "Congratulations to the Emperor, congratulations to the Emperor. Since then, the Great Yu country will no longer suffer from the Yan kingdom." Pang Yukun looked excited. Fiji also said, "The country of Yan is gone, and your majesty is one step closer to the day of the Great Yu country. Next, you only need to go out to King Liang and King Zhao, and the northern mountains will be stable." Xiaoming laughed at this moment. In fact, he had received the news ahead of time. Not only did King Yan have broken off, but the 4 princes also died in prison. Now there is no leader in Yan's group, only waiting for him to send officials to take charge. The King Yan is dead. From now on there will be no Yan kingdom. Pang Shufu and Eldofch, you two will draw up a copy of officials to be sent to Yandi, and I will send these officials to the prefectures and counties after reviewing them. Yes, the Emperor. The 2 men bowed at the same time. After a pause, Xiaoming looked at Nu Ben again, and he said, "Yan state is destroyed. When will Liang state have to wait?" Nu Ben heard a hint of dissatisfaction from Xiaoming's tone. King Huainan successfully captured Yingzhou City, but now the Infifth army has not yet captured Jiyeongyu. This is really unreasonable. However, there is a reason why Luf and the others have not destroyed the kingdom of Yan. Nu Ben said, "The Emperor, Luf and Liu Ohong led 50,000 soldiers to the city of Jiyeongyu. They just went to Jiyeongyu and killed 1 barbarian cavalry." "Barbarian cavalry?" Xiaoming frowned. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Palace of Political Affairs became serious, and the barbarians, the northern enemy who had become so distracted by the officials of the Great Yu Kingdom, could not hold back. The expressions of the officials were caught by Xiaoming one by one. The officials from Qing'an all showed fear, while the officials headed by Pang Yukun had a calm expression. Nu Ben continued, "The last general is also the news that Luf has just returned. This group of barbarian cavalry has a total of 50,000 people. They do not fight Luf head-on, but continue to attack Liangdao. This makes Luf unable to fight. Failure to send a large number of troops to protect the grain and grass delayed the attack on Jiyeongyu." 50,000? Xiaoming frowned. "The cavalry sent by the barbarian to King Zhao is 50,000. How can it be such a coincidence?" Back to the Emperor, this group of cavalry was sent by the barbarians to King Zhao. According to the prisoners captured by Luf, with the help of the barbarians, now King Zhao and King Liang have abandoned their previous suspicions, and now they want to join forces to deal with our attack. Xiaoming lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "The news from Wang propaganda that the barbarians have sent troops to help Goryeo resist the Japanese nation, and now there is no time to go south." This time, the barbarians did not send other cavalry, but they used 50,000 cavalry to break my food path to delay time. In fact, he is unable to send a large army to support. General Nu should take this opportunity to destroy Liang and Zhao in one fell swoop, and he cannot delay any longer. Once the barbarians withdraw from Goryeo and go south in a big way, there will be no peace in the country. Nu Ben suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders heavier again. After the defeat of the 3 kings, Xiaoming's strategy changed accordingly. Compared with the conservativeness of the past, Xiaoming's military strategy is now more radical, and the strong combat effectiveness of the close team makes him very confident. He believes that the dominance of the North is no longer a problem. After unifying the North, He can block the barbarians from the Great Wall and implement the strategy of defending the enemy from the country. Yes, the Emperor, the last general, will go to Gyeongju and destroy King Liang, Nu Ben said with a fist. Nodding lightly, Xiaoming glanced all over the civil and military, and when he saw that no one was out there, he gestured to Qian Defu. Qian Defu yelled immediately, "If you have something to do, early; if you have nothing to do, retreat." All the courtiers were fine and ready to leave the court. At this moment, Lin Wentao in the corner of the conference hall suddenly woke up like a dream. He said anxiously, "The Emperor, the minister has something to do." Lin Wentao's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, because officials knew that many of the strange things in Kingsu came from Lin Wentao. Xiaoming also showed an expression of interest. He said, "What is a king going to play?" "The Emperor. The next official has recently built a steam locomotive according to the Emperor's instructions. I wonder if the Emperor is going to observe it?" Chapter 656. The first steam locomotive. P.S. There are chapters, but later. Steam locomotive? What is it? This Lin Wentao is really a strange thing, and I don't know what's going on this time. He dared to say in the court that it must be something very important. Officials in the Palace of Discussions talked a lot. In their eyes, people like Lin Wentao have always been mysterious, and because these people are not involved in government affairs, they don't pay much attention to Lin Wentao. The officials did not understand, but Xiaoming did. After overcoming the steam engine problem, Lin Wentao shifted his focus to using the steam engine. Xiaoming has been in Kingsu during this period. When he is free, he goes to Lin Wentao's workshop to discuss various steam-powered machinery with him. This steam locomotive and steamship are naturally the focus of the discussion between the two, but the ironclad ship equipped with a steam engine is difficult to build without modern shipyards, so he focused on the steam locomotive. After living here for 5 years, one of Xiaoming's deepest feelings is that there is too much traffic in this era. Both military transportation and material transportation are quite slow, and this slow pace seriously restricts the development of industry. Because of the appearance of the steam engine, Kingsu's consumption of industrial materials has risen by more than one level, and the efficiency of transportation has hardly changed. Therefore, he personally instructed Lin Wentao and used the technology SPA to teach Lin Wentao. With sufficient industrial capacity, the steam locomotive was successfully manufactured. You King must not understand what a steam locomotive is. Today, I will take you to take a look, Xiaoming said. Now Kingsu's steam engine and steelmaking technology have completed a leap, which is equivalent to the production of all the steel parts needed by the Western Industrial Revolution in Kingsu. In this way, the next logical thing is the explosive appearance of various steam machines, and this is what he wants to do next. The king of Yan was destroyed and the north gradually stabilized. His desire to establish a perfect industrial system should also be realized step by step. For this reason, in addition to handling government affairs, Xiaoming plans to personally participate in the construction of the industrial system, and 5 years of talent preparation has also given him a group of usable people. Finally, please, said the ministers, who are also very interested in steam locomotives. Nodded. Xiaoming took the officials and accompanied Lin Wentao to the steam engine workshop. Emperor, this is a steam locomotive, Lin Wentao said excitedly. The steam locomotive at this time was parked on a 100-meter-long railroad track. The moment he saw the front of the train, Xiaoming suddenly felt a familiar feeling. Now this thing is a modern steam locomotive, commonly known as a bobbin car. To put it simply, this steam locomotive is a side-lying steam engine fixed on a wheeled car. The connecting rod crankshaft combined with the reciprocating movement of the flywheel drives the wheels to rotate, allowing the locomotive to move along the rails. His Royal Highness, this steam locomotive has taken us more than half a year. Lin Wentao felt in his heart. During this time, they had been researching, producing, and assembling day and night. Now the steam locomotive is finally able to walk along the railroad tracks, although in his opinion the speed is not very fast, but the future potential is definitely huge. Isn't this just a big iron pot? Fiji squinted. Pang Yukan also nodded. Xiaoming and Lin Wentao looked very excited, but they were confused. In contemporary times, the world's first steam locomotive was invented by the British George Stephenson in 1814. If according to the current standards in the West, this kind of thing is estimated to appear in 40 to 50 years. But now he is the first person to make a steam locomotive. Although this steam locomotive is still a bit rough and simple, it doesn't matter if it is ugly, as long as it can run. Lin Wentao saw the disdain of many officials, so he said, "This is indeed a big iron can, but it is a big iron can that can go." Then he did not explain, and directly said to the two craftsmen who were responsible for driving the steam locomotive on weekdays, "Now you two will operate the locomotive and show it to the emperor." The two nodded and climbed onto the steam locomotive. One of the craftsmen picked up a shovel to fill the boiler with coal, while the other craftsman stared at the steam pressure gauge. This pressure gauge was made by a craftsman when Lin Wentao was developing the steam engine, and now it can be applied to the steam locomotive. In this way, the locomotive driver can judge the pressure in the boiler and adjust the steam pressure. The rails in the workshop were naturally made by Lin Wentao by Xiaoming. These rails formed a circle along a wide workshop, so that the locomotive could move in this circle. But these rails also consumed a lot of his steel, which made him very painful. It's just that now that there is a steam locomotive, all this is worth it, because the next step he can build a railway along the mining area, so that coal and iron ore can be continuously transported to Kingzhou. Woohoo! The steam pressure in the steam locomotive is getting higher and higher. At this time, the craftsman rang the siren, and the steam locomotive moved slowly along the rails with a hum. This scene immediately shocked the officials, and they kept their distance from the steam locomotive for fear that the steel monster would hurt people. Lin Wentao finally laughed when he saw the embarrassment of these officials. Whoever made these officials know nothing would point to the steam locomotive. Hum. The connecting rod of the steam locomotive tilted up and down, driving the wheels to rotate through the flywheel and crankshaft. At this time, the heavy wheels finally moved. And as the locomotive moves, the speed of the locomotive gradually increases. In the first lap, the locomotive is half as slow as a person walking, and in the second lap, it is like riding a bicycle. On the third lap it was already like a horse galloping. Under such a huge power, a kind of official face is very wonderful at this moment. They may be truly convinced by technology from the inside, rather than being a sage. Xiaoming brought them here this time to let them witness the real power of science and technology. Otherwise, these officials would cling to the Confucian classics, and they would still ignore science and technology from the bottom of their hearts. All he wanted was that when they dreamed of this steel monster in midnight, they would suddenly wake up. His Royal Highness, does this steam locomotive work? Lin Wentao said excitedly. Xiaoming nodded. This locomotive was designed to pursue the maximum power that Kingzhou can currently achieve. After all, the efficiency of the steam engine cannot be improved, and the speed of the locomotive cannot be improved. Now Lin Wentao has only improved the Watt steam engine and made the steam engine more efficient. Therefore, the locomotive of this level can only be compared with the original locomotive. But this is enough for Xiaoming. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 657 Lif's Surprise Attack. The whistling of the siren came out in the workshop one after another, and the noise that had previously been to Xiaoming was now like a fairy music. Fastest update. The emergence of steam locomotives not only means that Kingzhou's steel level and lathe processing level can produce the spare parts needed for steam locomotives. At the same time for him, this was the beginning of the barbarian losing the advantage of horse mobility. As long as he could transport troops quickly, the northern barbarian would no longer be a threat. However, after a while of excitement, Xiaoming calmed down again. This meal will be eaten bite by bite. The steam locomotive was developed, but laying railroad tracks requires a lot of steel, and now he can only choose to lakey routes. And even this is a huge financial burden. Although he has gradually surpassed the West in terms of technology, he is far inferior to Western countries that have become rich through plunder in terms of wealth. In comparison, he is really in abject poverty. For him, the railway is not a scientific and technological problem, but an economic problem. After verifying that Lin Wentao's steam locomotive could operate, Xiaoming left with a group of officials, and then it was time to discuss tightening his belt and repairing the railway. At the same time, he is also eager to end the war in the north as soon as possible, so that he can develop with peace of mind. Jiayongyu. After 5 days of marching, Luf and Yi Qinian and his group have arrived at the city where King Liang lives. These days, under the attack of the barbarians, they were slow to protect Liangdao. If they had followed the plan, they would have taken Jiayongyu city long ago. But when they arrived in Jiayongyu, they suddenly found that this city was not as easy to capture as they thought. Because Jiayongyu city faces water on 3 sides and is surrounded by mountains, its location is very dangerous. King Liang has lost all his soldiers and horses. At this time, there must not be many soldiers in the city. If he can suddenly enter the city, he will be able to take Jiayongyu city in one fell swoop. Luf said. Yi Qinian looked at the wide river in front of Jiayongyu city. This is not King. They have no boats to use. It is impossible to attack from the front. Now the barbarians are still harassing. If they can't take Jiayongyu city in time, they will definitely lose more soldiers. At this time, his gaze swept across the high mountains on both sides of Jiayongyu, and said, "These mountains and ridges may not be without paths that can be passed. It is better for us to offer a reward for finding a path from the mountains to the city." "Well, I have the same intention," Luf replied. He called a Captain Go Yi, said a few words to him, and Captain Go Yi led his orders. Liu Hong said at this time, "Jiayongyu city has only one wall. If you can find a mountain road, you can directly attack the city, but if there is a mountain road, how can you know it and leave a flaw?" "It's better to try than to look at Jiayongyu eagerly," Luf said carelessly. Everyone thought it was true. After setting up a camp outside Jiayongyu city and renovating for a night, Luf's subordinates arrived with a rewarder the next day. Luf was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurried to the camp gate and saw the people who came to receive the reward. This is a middle-aged man. At this time, the man is still carrying a bow and arrow. Behind him is a young man of 15 and 16. The young man seems a little afraid of others. He hides behind the middle-aged and looks at the soldiers coming and going with timid eyes. The middle-aged man's eyes also contained a trace of anxiety, and he dared not look at Luf with his straight gaze. Luf had a bold temperament. He laughed loudly, and said familiarly, "Please come from this brother." The middle-aged man nodded. He looked at the camp surrounded by a strange chariot. His expression was a bit hesitant. It seemed that there was something to say. Luf suddenly understood. The opponent general said, "Take 100 taels of silver." To this brother, 100 taels of silver was exactly the amount that Luf offered as a reward, and the general ran back to Dayang after hearing this, and soon brought 100 taels of silver back. The middle-aged man seemed relieved to see the silver, and said to Luf, "General Xi, this is what you deserve." Luf smiled. Collecting the 100 taels of silver, the middle-aged man said, "General, please come with Komin." After all, the middle-aged man walked out. Luf thought that this trip might waste a lot of time, so he asked Yi Qinian to call for more than 1,000 riders, and asked 2 soldiers to take a middle-aged man and a young man, and they followed behind. According to the middle-aged man's words, the group went out and walked south for about 6 miles and then stopped. The middle-aged man got off his horse and pointed to the front. "General, this is the path that the grass roots go up the mountain. Follow this path to go up the mountain." Luf looked in the direction pointed by the middle-aged man, and in front of him was a winding path hidden in the grass. He and everyone immediately dismounted and climbed up the trail. When he reached the top of the mountain, he looked down and saw that there was a straight cliff below, 15 meters high. Yi Qinian frowned and said, "It's too dangerous. If you fall, you will die." Luf felt the same. This place was not only smooth, but also very narrow, only 30 centimeters wide, and the angle between the rock and the ground was almost 90 degrees, and most people didn't dare to try it. Narrow, steep and slippery, Luff concluded. Hearing the discussion between the two, the middle-aged man was a little nervous, and said, "General, this is the cliff with the lowest level of the 3 mountains from the ground. Other places are 50 steps high. It is no problem to go down here. Sometimes when hunting, I use ropes to go down here." The words of the middle-aged man made Luff's brain a flash of inspiration. This rope climbing was originally one of the training subjects of the team closure. If you throw some rope down from here, you can sneak into Gyeongju City. Thinking about this, Luff said his thoughts. Yi Kanian nodded and sent the soldiers back to the barracks to get the ropes. The middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief, lest the wolves and tigers would treat him as a liar. The soldiers came back soon and brought 7 or 8 thick hemp ropes. According to Luff's method, the soldiers tied the hemp rope to an old tree on the edge of the cliff, and then came down and put other hemp ropes tethered to different trees. "This time we will have a surprise attack." Luff ordered the cavalry to dispatch 20,000 musketeers up the mountain. At this time, he observed Gyeongju City through a telescope. As he imagined, there were not many soldiers in Gyeongju City. This time the second prince was killed and the Liang army was destroyed. There is not much army. 20,000 people are enough. And below them are just some folk houses, and their soldiers will go down from here, and they will be able to stand on their feet and provide subsequent soldiers with a stable opportunity to enter the city. After waiting for a while, 20,000 musketeers arrived at the top of the mountain. At this time, Luff ordered, "Go down the rope." Chapter 658 Trap. The sun was hot and bright at noon, and the soldiers of the King army down the rope immediately attracted the attention of the people of Gyeongju. Some people screamed and ran into the city, and at the same time began to shout. Through years of training, the King's army has achieved perfection in using ropes, and the soldiers descended from the ropes to the ground one by one without any gaps. In order to succeed in this surprise attack, Luff dispatched the most elite 10,000 Gyeongju army and 10,000 Dengyu army. These soldiers can be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. It is not a problem for 20,000 to win Gyeongju City. The soldiers who descended to the ground quickly formed an array to guard against attacks by the Gyeongju soldiers, while subsequent soldiers continued to descend from the mountain. When only 2,000 people gathered on the ground, rumbling footsteps came, and then Gyeongju army in armor appeared. The Gyeongju army, which had formed a 3-stage shooting formation, immediately fired. The Gyeongju army rushing towards them was caught off guard. The soldiers rushing forward fell like leaks. It's just that these Gyeongju army is obviously also elite. Now that these enemies enter the city, they have been ordered by King Liang to fight to death. If Gyeongju City is lost, Liang Kingdom will be over. Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued to sound, and the Gyeongju army who rushed over also retreated and rushed and retreated, and as more and more soldiers came down the mountain, the Gyeongju army's resistance gradually began to be fully realized. While the two sides were fighting, suddenly a wave of wolf smoke appeared in the city, and Luff on the mountain saw the wolf smoke and suddenly had an ominous premonition. He picked up the binoculars and searched, and suddenly saw a large group of barbarian cavalry from north to south rushing directly towards their camp. Yi Kanian also saw it, and he said angrily, "This King Liang really had collusion with the barbarians, and now he is ready to die." Luff worried, "I hope Chi Guanyi and Bai Imu can withstand these cavalry." At this time, Bai Imu and Chi Guanyi also noticed the barbarian cavalry. The two looked at each other and said, Bai Imu said, "Now the camp has a car formation to protect it, but these barbarian cavalry must be eliminated, otherwise they will always be disadvantageous to us. This time, we might as well take the initiative to lure them into the trap and catch them by surprise. I had already observed it when we came. There is a valley nearby. This valley is very narrow and long and suitable for artillery shelling. Liu Xin, this time your artillery will cooperate with us." Cavalry, We will kill these barbarian cavalry together. Are you talking about the valley to the west? Luo believed. Qi Guanyi nodded and said, yes, we need to bluff and lead them to this valley, and then you will cooperate with our attack. After thinking for a while, Liu Oxin gritted his teeth, said, no problem. I will gather field guns to deploy in the valley now. Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu nodded. Then Bai Imu led a cavalry to the direction of the barbarian cavalry. Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin led the cavalry and artillery to the valley. This is a long and narrow valley that is more than 5 miles long and 1 mile wide. After arriving in the valley, Liu said, Qi Guanyi, the cavalry will be handed over to you. I will lead the artillery to ambush on both sides of the valley and establish artillery positions. My signal attack. Okay, I took the cavalry in ambush on the other side of the mountain. After that, Qi Guanyi took the cavalry to the other side of the valley, and more than 20,000 cavalry quietly waited for the war to come. Seeing Qi Guanyi leaving, Liu Oxin searched the valley with his gaze, and he tried to find a place that was conducive to artillery shooting. At this time, Shigaraki led 20,000 cavalrymen to the barbarian cavalry at a neat pace. Defeating is also a technical job. It is not like pretending to make the enemy suspicious. An accidental fraud can even become a true defeat, so Bai Imu was also extremely worried, but when he saw the barbarian soldiers, he recalled the hatred of the barbarians when they ravaged King Zhu. The barbarian soldiers obviously did not expect that Bai Imu would lead the cavalry to fight against them, and they would kill Bai Imu with a trace of bloodthirsty in their eyes. Kill. Bai Imu led the cavalry and the barbarian cavalry smashed together and began to fight. This unexpected attack made the barbarians unexpected. They did not expect that the people of Dau would fight against the barbarian cavalry. The head of the flag. This is probably a trap. A barbarian general on a hill not far away looked at the battlefield below. We must fight them, otherwise we can't explain to the Khan. Tenga is the leader of the barbarian army this time, and this time he was ordered to help King Liang resist the army of King Qi. Although they desperately harassed the armies Liang Dao, they are still coming to the city, so they have been hiding outside Jiangyu, waiting for the opportunity. At this time, King Liang's beacon for help rose, and they had to attack. Hooray! Baimu ordered, and the 20,000 cavalry quickly adjusted their formation. As the barbarian army approached, Baimu saw a person in front of the hill clearly, who seemed to be a barbarian general. Kill! Shigaraki looked at the general provocatively, gritted his teeth and shouted. The cavalry immediately rushed towards the barbarian army like a tide. At this time, he was even more of an enemy. He was extremely jealous, but he still remembered already. After discussing the strategy, they rushed into the barbarian army and killed a while. They turned and left. The barbarian army had just gained the upper hand. How willingly, the horn from the rear sounded, which was a signal for an all-out attack. Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin have been lying in ambush in the valley for a long time. Using the advantage of the telescope, Qi Guanyi saw the white wood escaping towards the valley. He licked his lips. This time they must clean up the barbarian cavalry. These days it's enough to suffer. According to the negotiated plan, reading www.uukanzu.com, Shigaraki rushed into the valley with the cavalry. After confirming that the barbarian army had all entered the valley, his army suddenly stopped, and then adjusted its formation to face the chasing barbarians. Army, push up the horses' ears, Shermu shouted. This is to avoid the horse from being frightened. On the hillside, after the barbarian army had all entered the valley, Liu Oxin asked the army to remove the camouflage. 100 black hole field guns were aimed at the barbarian cavalry. The gunners who protected the artillery also participated in the battle and suddenly appeared on the cliff on both sides. It's awful. It's a hit. Tenga's face paled. As soon as his thoughts were over, a loud bang suddenly came from the hillside, followed by continuous bang sounds, like thunder in the sky. Hiss, hiss. Such a loud noise made the horses on which the cavalry sit restlessly move back and forth. Some horses even ran uncontrollably. The cavalry near the side of the valley was even more chaotic. They hadn't seen what was going on. The cavalry was beaten to mud, and the blood was scattered to the ground. Chapter 659 Gyeongju Castle Break. Tenga has lived on the grassland all his life. He has never seen such a terrifying scene. For a moment he was heartbroken and he no longer wanted to fight, but they just wanted to turn their heads when they saw countless cavalry in silver breastplates copied from the bread behind, and the head of the man held a saber in his hand and plunged like a sharp sword. In the army of the barbarians, suddenly shouting and killing were everywhere. Baimu looked at the barbarian army that was out of control. He looked overjoyed and rushed to Tenga. If he beheaded the man in this battle, it would be a great achievement. Kill. Chi Guanyi's army took action, and Baimu's soldiers were also shocked. Chi Guanyi's surprise attack caused the barbarian army to be in chaos in an instant. Standing on the top of the cliff, Liu Oxin watched the battle at his feet. Now the barbarian army is being flanked back and forth, and the musketeers are constantly attacking the middle of the team. The formation of the barbarian army is chaotic, and the barbarian army can't exert its combat effectiveness at the first time. After hearing the sound of the artillery, there was a chaos and no control, and this sudden panic caught the barbarian soldiers by surprise. Now Chi Guanyi and Baimu are completely fighting a group of headless flies. Observing carefully with a telescope on the mountain, Liu Oxin's eyes lit up. In the center of the barbarian army, a figure who looked like a general was commanding the army to adjust its formation, and the soldiers around him quickly recovered, showing that this person is in the army. Zong's prestige is very high. He turned his head and said to an artillery next to him, "Order to target the man in silver scale armor and kill him." The person Liu Oxin was pointing at was Tenga, and he couldn't imagine that the barbarian army, which had always been invincible, would be ambushed here, and he would be beaten without the strength to fight back. He anxiously commanded the army to attack Baimu's army with all strength, trying to open the gap, because the silver cavalry behind was slaughtering his soldiers like the devil. Unable to resist, "Attack forward!" Tenga yelled again, and at the same time there was a loud noise that was constantly connected. Tenga turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, and saw countless black projectiles directly towards him. Tenga's heart almost stopped beating, because the dense shells did not leave him any escape gap, and the terrifying speed made him unable to dodge. At the last moment, Tenga only saw his body rise into the air, and the soldier beside him was beaten up and flew like him. Blood was spilled on the ground, and then he lost consciousness. Liu Oxin continued to observe the follow-up situation after a salvo killed the barbarian general. Sure enough, after the death of the general, the barbarian army became out of control. Seeing this opportunity, Liu Oxin immediately shouted, "You, the main general, is dead, so surrender soon." Hearing Liu Oxin's shout, the cavalry in the valley shouted, "Your lord general is dead, don't hurry to surrender." "The lord is dead, quickly surrender." More people shouted, their voices resounding through the valley. Hearing this, none of the barbarian cavalry surrendered, but these tens of thousands of people had lost their organization. They were not the opponents of the well-trained Kingsu cavalry at all. Under shelling and double-sided attack, they quickly defeated these barbarian cavalry. The gunfire stopped, and the battle lasted for 3 hours, from noon to the evening. The barbarian cavalry was almost completely wiped out. His body was stained red with blood, and the white wooden handheld saber came down from the horse. He said, "I don't know what happened to General Liu. Let's go back and have a look. Maybe they have already taken Gyeongju City." Nodding their heads, Chi Guanyi and Liu Oxin nodded and rushed towards Gyeongju City. There was already a chaos in Gyeongju City at this time. Luf and Ikinian did not stop after gaining the advantage. Instead, they attacked the South City Gate all the way. They wanted to lower the bridge in front of the city gate, so they came to the city. Only foreign troops can enter the city. It's just that the more they headed towards the South City Gate, the greater the resistance they encountered. Now they have figured out that this army is not the Gyeongju army, but the Imperial Guard of King Liang. It's just that although these guards were not afraid of death, they were still retreating under the muzzle of the muskets. They fought fiercely for several hours. Seeing that it was too dark, the two men led the soldiers to occupy the southern city gate. At this time, Luf immediately asked the soldiers to lower the city gate. King Liang of the Imperial Guard watched all this violently jump into the thunder. His most elite Imperial Guard has not even been able to approach this army until now. When he was angry, some soldiers immediately carried strange weapons into the city after the wooden bridge was put down. Before he could react, a huge explosion suddenly rang and rumbling, and then he saw the soldiers in the army splashing with blood in the blue smoke. On the city wall, Luf looked at the army of King Liang who was being shelled. It had to be said that this Imperial Guard was still a bit fierce, but it was a pity that they encountered the King's Zhu army. Ye Qin, you took 5,000 people around and cut off their retreat. King Liang seems to be in the army and can't let him run away, Luf ordered. Upon receiving the order, Ye Qin nodded, and he led the army around the battlefield to quickly advance to the rear of King Liang. At this time, King Liang and the guards had been blown up by the bomb. At this moment, Ye Qin led the soldiers to attack. Bang! The intensive gunfire sounded. More Liang Wang soldiers fell in a pool of blood before they realized what was going on, and Liang Wang was already frightened and froze in place. His Royal Highness, go, it will be too late if you don't leave. A general rushed towards King Liang, his face covered with blood. What is going on? What is going on? King Liang muttered to himself nervously. In his eyes one soldier fell down, and he could not see the enemy at all, and the surroundings screamed and screamed. The broken flesh made him feel like he was in hell. The general saw King Liang look like this, and could not care about anything anymore. He dragged him and ran east. At this time, King Liang's army had no rules, and everyone was scared by this strange way of death, the same as the soul. Go forward. Shoot freely. The early attacks have already cost King Liang's army more than half of the losses. Luf seized the time to let the soldiers begin to attack. Following his order, the soldiers screamed and rushed out. At this moment, the soldiers of King Liang realized that they had no hope of winning, and this made them even more frightened. And just as the general led King Liang to flee towards the east gate, the rumbling of horseshoes sounded, and the cavalry led by Bai Mu and Qi Guanyi quickly controlled the four gates. They have been waiting for the day to take Jiangyu for a long time, and now they will not allow King Yang to escape again. With a wolf in front and a tiger in the back, King Liang and the general immediately understood that there was nowhere to escape. Chapter 660. Wind and cloud meeting. The gunfire gradually dwindled, and the fighting in Jiangyu was almost over. The suspension bridge fell, and the remaining artillery and musketeers rushed into the city along the suspension bridge. Seeing more and more King Qi soldiers appeared, the morale of King Liang's army in Jiangyu city was getting worse. King Liang, don't surrender quickly. Luf and Qi Guanyi surrounded King Liang and his 300 guard regiments. Among the guards, King Liang wore a royal robe particularly eye-catching. Qi Guanyi recognized him at a glance, and when he discovered King Liang, he immediately led the cavalry to surround King Liang and his tribe. King Liang glanced at Luf lightly. He didn't return, but instead asked, "What happened to King Yan? What happened to the second prince?" "King Yan is dead, and the second prince is also dead." Luf's tone was like winter frost. At this moment, King Liang seemed to be a few years old. He had no children under his knees, and he always treated the second prince as his own son. Now the person who can inherit his rule is dead, and the Yan king who can fight with him is also dead, and now he seems to have nothing left. Is it the fate of the king and the loser? This country is still the Xiao family after all. Liang Wang said dejectedly. After a pause, he said to Luf, "It is enough for the king to die. I hope the general will not involve the innocent." King Liang knew that he was bound to die, and Xiao Ming ascended to the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. They were the counter-thieves of the rebellion. With a soft snort, Luf said, "Whether they are innocent or not, I will care about it, so I won't bother King Liang." No matter how pitiful King Liang looks now, he would not sympathize. If it were not for King Liang and King Yan to fight against the three kings, how could he have lost so many soldiers in the Battle of Yunzhu? So when he thought of this, he couldn't wait to kill King Liang. This hypocritical person was just a villain. Collusion with the barbarians first, and then raise troops to rebel. Why should such a rebel be merciful? There was a flash of anger in King Liang's eyes at this time. If it had been before, how could this Luff yell in front of him? Take them all! Before Liang Wang and others reacted, Luff ordered. The soldiers surrounding King Liang immediately contracted the encirclement with their bayonets. Some guards of King Liang immediately protected King Liang in the middle, while other guards rushed towards Luff, where the corpse broke through and escaped. Luff sneered. Liang Wang had just pitied his guards at all, but he deliberately said so to make them desperate to leave the city. It's just that King Liang had clearly made the wrong idea. The Jiangyu soldiers in the city were either killed or surrendered. Even if he broke out of this encirclement, he could not get help from other soldiers. What's more, he was comprehensive, who couldn't protect these 300 people. Shoot, Luff said lightly while looking at Liang Wang hiding in the guard. Boom boom. Smoke and fire came out of the gun, and the guards of Liang Wang who rushed over fell one after another. The soldiers in front of him fell one by one, and King Liang finally showed a look of fear, but Luff did not seem to have the intention of stopping the soldiers. When only Liang Wang was left in the encirclement, Luff ordered another shot. Boom boom. Fired with the musket. The pellets exploded. Blood mist on King Liang's body, and blood was spit out from his mouth. King Liang fell down incredulously. He didn't believe that Xiao Ming would condone a general and killed him until he died. It's just that he forgot that the second prince died in the hands of this army, not to mention that he was a king of Liang. General, the King Liang is dead, will the emperor blame it? Liu Hong was a little worried. After all, King Liang is a feudal king. After such a simple execution, King Liang would be afraid of being impeached by officials in the court. The emperor didn't bother to deal with King Liang. He would have been killed for the emperor. The emperor would only be happy. Luff understood Xiao Ming's temperament very well. Xiao Ming had never had any favorable impressions of these vassals of different surnames. Killing King Liang, there are many things left, the most important of which is the occupation of Jueyongguan. This Jueyong Pass is the gateway of the barbarians through the Liang kingdom. If it is not taken in time, the barbarians can drive straight in. When he set out this time, Xiao Ming specifically explained this. After thinking for a while, Luff said to Qi Guanyi and Baimu, Jiangyu city is broken. The Liang kingdom will have no leader, and the generals of Jueyongguan will probably vote for the barbarians. You two immediately led the cavalry to Jueyongguan. Liu Xin and Liu Hong will lead a support Yuan Jueyong Pass. Yes, General. Qi Guanyi and Bai Mu said at the same time, and Luff's army rank was higher than them this time. After giving this order, Luff said to Yi Qinyan, although King Liang is dead, there are still some wealthy clans who support King Liang in the two countries, and these wealthy clans must be cut off. Yi Qinyan nodded. This is what they have to do every time they capture a city, because after removing these loyal to Liang Wang and supporting the loyal to Xiao Ming, this place will settle down. After explaining these things, Luff sent people to pass the news of the occupation of Jiangyu city back to King Wu, and then he looked in the direction of Qian, which was now occupied by King Zhao. Now Wei, Yan, and Liang are all settled, and there is only one Zhao Wang left in the north. If you win King Zhao again, this north convenience will be unified. From then on, they were able to deal with the barbarians in the north. In the heart of the King Zhou general, the real enemy of the kingdom of Dayu has always been the barbarians in the north. This national power is strong, and the people in the country are cruel and cruel. The barbarians will not die, and the country will be threatened by this nation. Once the Great Yu kingdom falls into decline, the barbarians will take the opportunity to enter the central plains, and this is something that none of them want to see. In fact, during this period of time, they have been worried that the barbarians will take the opportunity to attack the north, but according to Xiao Ming's words, the barbarians now seem to have their own troubles and have no time to go south. It's just that this is not the reason for them to relax their vigilance. They should take this opportunity to control the northern pass and keep the barbarians out of the country. After all, the northern part of the country has been in the north of the country for more than a year. During the war, people were displaced and farming suffered heavy losses. They need a period of time to recuperate. After all, the financial pressure of King Zhou is huge due to years of battles, and it is difficult to deal with the barbarians with the financial resources of King Zhou alone. While he was thinking about it, a cavalry wearing Liangjun armor outside King Zhou city quickly headed north. The direction he went was Zhuangguan. Now that Zhuanggu is lost, he must pass the news to Zhuangguan General Zheng Sungmoon, who is the third brother of King Liang. Because of this, King Liang will hand over this important pass to him. Zhuanggu city was only 200 miles away from Zhuangguan. 2 days later, when the cavalry arrived at Zhuangguan, he immediately told Zheng Chengwen the news. Zhuanggu city is lost. Zheng Chengwen said in shock, rolling his eyes, and said, I must go to see Wushuge now. Only the Golden Horde can save us. Liango. Chapter 661. Dumbfounded Zheng Chengwen. Zhuanggu city is lost. Wushu Bone frowned in the silver tent. 3 days ago, Zheng Chengwen led a group of cavalry soldiers from Zhuangguan to the silver tent of the Golden Horde. He needed to tell Wu Shuge the news. At that time, King Liang sent envoys to the Shengdu of the Golden Horde. As one of the envoys, he and Wu Shuge had some intersection. The news is true. King Qi's army in Yanzhou city defeated the allied forces of the three kings, and then they attacked the Liang kingdom like a broken bamboo. Zheng Chengwen's eyes drifted. Wu Shuge squinted at Zheng Chengwen, and he said with a cold snort, In that case, why didn't you tell me the news earlier? I'm afraid you have a ghost in your heart. You want to replace King Liang and replace it. Zheng Chengwen was taken by Wu Shuge's words, and the whole person was taken aback. He just wanted to explain. Wu Shuge suddenly said, You don't have to explain. It doesn't matter who King Liang is to our Golden Horde, but just be obedient enough. Zheng Chengwen was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, Qi, King Liang has always been against Qi, but I have a sincere heart towards Qi. Wu Shuge nodded slightly. He said, This King Qi seems to be the confidant of my Golden Horde. If it weren't for the Japanese attacking Goryeo at this time, it would have been destroyed by the whole nation. Zheng Chengwen said, Qi said that. But now King Qi's army is not firmly established, it is too late at this time. Wu Shuge frowned. It's just that Father Khan is unwilling to fight on two fronts. Even if you support you can only send 30,000 cavalry and 70,000 slave soldiers. Only after the Korean War can we concentrate on fighting King Qi. It's just that I'm afraid that King Qi will kill King Zhao at that time, and no one will be able to help Qi. Zheng Chengwen was a little worried. He came here this time hoping that the Golden Horde could send troops to help him regain the city of Liang Kingdom, so he was justified as King Liang. After all, now that King Liang was arrested and the second prince died in battle, he was the only one left in this place to inherit the rule. What you said makes sense, but Bentaji still has nothing to do. The worries of the Japanese nation are right in front of him. This is a provocation against the Khanate. Father Khan was furious, but at this time he couldn't take care of King Qi. Father Khan prepared for you and King Zhao, but the others are really gone. Wu Shuge said. Zheng Chengwen was extremely disappointed. These soldiers were at best enough for him to defend Jueong Pass. Seeing Zheng Chengwen's thoughts, Wu Shuge said, These people are for you to guard Jueong Pass. When the war in Korea is over, I promise to lead the army to destroy King Qi. Zheng Chengwen sighed in his heart, and now he can only do this. He said, I only hope that Qi can lead his troops to come as soon as possible. Wu Shuge nodded. Zheng Chengwen didn't dare to stay longer. After he said goodbye to Wu Shuge, he hurried back to Zhuangguan. But when he arrived in front of the pass with the support of the barbarian, he was immediately killed for approval. At this time, Zhuangguan was still a soldier of the Liang kingdom, clearly the Qi Wang army wearing a green uniform. But Zhuangguan had changed hands in 6 or 7 days. Return me to Zhuangguan. Zheng Chengwen cursed. He had never predicted that King Qi's army would take Zhuangguan so soon. But the only response to him was the roar of artillery. At the same time, Nu Ben also arrived at Zhuangguan. He was ordered to supervise the battle. He never thought that he had heard the news of King Yang's capture as soon as he arrived in Zhuanggu, and then he hurried to Zhuangguan, because Luf immediately led an army to attack here. Entering Jueong Pass, Nu Ben immediately felt a pre-war tension. The people who came and went in Jueong Pass were walking in a hurry, with worrying expressions on their faces. There was not a vendor on the street, and heavily armed soldiers from time to time. The alley appeared. The general chariot must be tired. "Let's go to the camp first," Luf said with a look of fatigue on Nu Ben's face. Nu Ben shook his head and said, "No, war is urgent." "How many barbarian soldiers have arrived outside the city?" Returning to the general, according to the identification of the soldiers in the city, this person is the Juangwan guardian Zheng Chengwen. This time he is estimated to be a soldier and horse borrowed from a barbarian. The number is about 100,000. Including 30,000 cavalry and 70,000 slaves. Soldiers. Juangwan is the northwest gateway of the Great Yu Kingdom. Between Liang State and the Golden Horde, there are many mountains around Juangwan, especially on the side adjacent to the plateau. There are high mountains and roads. This Juangwan is located at the gateway to Liang State. Throat. The construction of Juangwan is also based on its military characteristics. It faces south and faces north. The city wall on the north is thick and high. The Juangwan camp is stationed in Beijing, defending against threats from the barbarians at any time. When the two of them arrived in West City, there were obviously more soldiers here, and they were very busy, constantly shuttled back and forth, holding ammunition, and carrying stones everywhere. Yi Qinyan said at this time I was able to successfully win the Juang Pass thanks to the Yong army. Chen Xinran also led the siege and took the last city of Liang State with us. Nu Ben showed admiration when he heard the words. He said, "I didn't expect that there would be a good general under King Yong. This Chen Xinran is a talent." Luf did not deny it either. The three of them reached the camp, and the city wall was in front of them. The city wall of Juangwan is not high, only about 12 meters long. It is cast from bluestone and looks very strong. After climbing the 2-meter-wide stairs to the tower, Nu Ben's field of vision suddenly appeared green grassland. Not far from the pass are the wandering barbarian cavalry and barbarian slave soldiers. Picking up the binoculars and looking at the barbarian soldiers not far away, Nu Ben observed for a while and muttered, "Don't worry, these are not the elite of the barbarians. The emperor is really cleverly calculated. The barbarians are now unwilling to fight on two fronts, so they sent the cavalry is not elite either." Luf and Yi Qinyan also breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "General, the soldiers have fought hard for several months. Now they are extremely tired. It's time for the soldiers to fix up for a while." Nu Ben understood what Luf meant. The problem caused by the continuous hard fighting was the soldiers' war exhaustion, which needed to be vented through repair and relaxation. After pondering for a while, he said to Luf, "Go and collect the smoke and dust women from the Liang country, pay them some money, let them sing a song to the soldiers, but don't force them, lest you ruin the emperor's reputation." Luf's eyes were kept constant, not to mention the soldiers. He himself felt that his mood was irritable during this period. This was all caused by the suppression of the war. It is naturally wonderful to have this pleasure. So he was naturally willing to carry out this matter, so he smiled and said, "General, do you want to pick you up? Get off." Nu Ben stared in anger. It wasn't for people to find someone for the bottom of the bed. "If you are crazy, see how Ben will deal with you." Chapter 662 Sovereignty. The squally wind on the grassland kept blowing, and the slightest chill heralded the coming of the next cold winter. Nu Ben naturally understood the thoughts of Luf and other generals, and he came this time to solve the matter. As a veteran of the Great Yu Kingdom, he knew very well that soldiers would violate various laws in the war, and this situation would have a very bad effect on the occupied city. In the war reports sent to him this year, the number of cases of soldiers bullying the local good family women has increased. Regarding this matter, he originally held an indifferent attitude, because in his opinion there was no large scale in the army. The scene of and looting is enough to prove that this is a disciplined army, and the mistakes committed by a few soldiers are irrelevant. But when the battle report was delivered to Xiaoming was very worried about it, so he got the order. This time he came to supervise the war on the one hand, and on the other. After defeating the allied forces of the three kings, Luf's generals led the soldiers to fight continuously, and the battle was extremely difficult one by one. Now that Juangwan is taken, Liang's war has finally ended, but the war is far from over. Qing'an City is still in the hands of King Zhao, and there are many battles to come. Moreover, Liang Kingdom itself borders Zhao Kingdom, and Liang Kingdom is destroyed. Zhao Wang will inevitably prevent them from continuing westward. For this kind of long-term war, soldiers who are always facing life and death can easily lose control and violate military discipline. At first he seemed to understand this matter, but after Xiaoming explained it, he suddenly realized it. According to Xiaoming, soldiers need more than just the monthly payment. Their desperate killing of the enemy requires honor and national recognition. This seems to be a dispensable thing, but the actual implementation will bring unexpected effects to the army, and can even appease soldiers' dissatisfaction caused by the boring life. Simply put, it is to let the soldiers know that the country has not forgotten them when they are fighting on the front line, and they also fully recognize their contribution to the country. Thinking of this, Nu Ben had a smile in his eyes. He had never heard of this theory, but he had to say that Xiaoming's words were in his heart. After this war, not only will it become one of the military's regular projects, but also more government orders will be issued regarding the status of soldiers. Although Xiaoming was scolded at the court because of the delay in the war, he was very happy this time because he could see that Xiaoming intends to improve the status of the army, and this is an unprecedented event in the country of Dao, and all the previous emperors respected culture and despised military. The repeated failures of the barbarian warfare and the decree that made the army dissatisfied have always made the generals dissatisfied, which is also one of the reasons why the generals are unwilling to sacrifice their lives. Lu Fu was scolded, but still smiling happily, he said to Nu Ben, "General, compassionate soldiers really make me feel grateful, but I will not be known to the emperor by doing this." This matter was originally ordered by the emperor. Nu Ben did not hide it. "If you want to be grateful, thank the emperor." The emperor. Lu Fu's eyes widened, and he couldn't say anything. The emperor has always placed strict demands on the army. How can he explain this time? The emperor is indeed very strict in governing the army, but the emperor has been talking about you all the time, saying that you are fighting hard. Soldiers have many sacrifices, and they face death at any time, saying that he can't go to the battlefield and can only find a way to relieve the soldiers' boredom. Nu Ben said what Xiaoming said again. When Nu Ben heard the words, his heart became hot and his eyes turned red. These days from Qingzhou to Yanzhou, from Yanzhou to Jieyongyu, they fought all the way and felt that they were fighting in addition to fighting, and they gradually became numb every day, like a scarecrow. But Nu Ben's remarks suddenly made them feel that no matter how much hardship they had, it was worth it. "Okay, let's do it quickly," taking advantage of the fact that the war is temporarily suspended. Lu Fu's expression made Nu Ben more and more agree with Xiaoming's words. It was just this simple command that moved a man like Lu Fu so much. "Yes, General." Nu Ben smiled and ran off immediately. Yi Qinyan and other generals were also happy. The days of marching and fighting were very boring. If it weren't for the long history of the army to strictly control the discipline of the army, they really wanted to indulge the soldiers and plunder. And now this good thing suddenly made them lose their thoughts. While they were talking, the barbarian cavalry and slave soldiers outside Juong Pass suddenly turned and retreated to the depths of the grassland. All this caused the generals to breathe a sigh of relief. It looked like the barbarians were not ready to attack the city. "General, the barbarians have retired." Zheng Chengwen estimated that he knew he could not capture Juong Pass. Yi Qinyan said. Nu Ben nodded and said, "That's fine. If the barbarians come to commit a crime at this time, it will be troublesome. So we took advantage of the opportunity of the barbarian and the Japanese war to take Qing'an in one fell swoop and destroy King Zhao." Liu Ohong and Liu Oxin looked at each other. Qing'an is their dream hometown. They are most eager to attack Qing'an's generals because they still have some relatives in Qing'an City. To remind the generals of the next battle, Nu Ben ordered the generals defending the city not to relax, and this was how they got off the wall with the generals. King Zhu. The excitement brought by the steam locomotive lasted only 3 days, and on the 4th day he was upset by the officials. The thing that irritated him this time was precisely about the status of the army. The emperor, Is it rare for the generals of the past dynasties to sit down and rebel against the court? In the eyes of the lower officials, the status of the army is much higher than before. King Zhu has also established a hall of heroes for the soldiers who died. Why increase the rights that soldiers have? In the Palace of Parliament, Fiji said loudly. The minister seconded. Pang Yukan also stood up at this time, and the civil officials were a little dissatisfied with the decree made by Xiaoming this time. The minister agrees. The minister agrees. After Fiji and Pang Yukan, civil officials stood up one after another, as did Yiming, Zhao Jun and other officials. Looking at the officials who stood up one by one, Xiaoming frowned. It is really rare for Pang Yukan and Fiji to urinate in the same pot this time. This shows the extent to which the country of Dau emphasized culture and military affairs. Seeing Xiaoming's continuous promotion of military status, these officials finally couldn't sit still. Are you forcing me? Xiaoming frowned. During this time, he was determined to let these officials use their talents to assist him in managing the dying Dau country. Therefore, in order not to discourage their enthusiasm, he also took some unremarkable suggestions. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized a problem. Since ancient times, there has been a natural conflict between the monarchy and the bureaucracy, because strengthening the imperial power will inevitably damage the interests of the bureaucracy. During this period of time, he has acted too kindly, and these officials seem to have the illusion that he is another Xiao Wenxian. Chapter 663 Go Crazy. P.S. There are more below, maybe later. The ministers dare not wait. I just hope the emperor will think twice. Now the musketeer team is extremely powerful. If there is a general, this will be a great threat to the emperor. Fiji said loudly. Pang Yukan was also a little worried. He said, the emperor, continuing to improve the status of the army will only make the generals more arrogant, and the arrogant heart will despise the imperial power. The words of the two of them, Xiaoming, naturally understood that this is a malaise of the feudal army. After all, the army in this era is only the private soldier of the generals. It's just that these officials can't see through the fact that they are royalizing the army. From now on, he can punish the generals without the army acting rashly. Moreover, the two men obviously avoided the utmost, and the decree they put forward was to improve the status of the soldiers and allow them to enjoy more convenience among the people. This kind of convenience is similar to the policy that the windows of modern stations have special passages for military personnel, and military personnel enjoy priority in employment. After pondering for a moment, he said directly, I am afraid that you have misunderstood what I mean. This decree is definitely not to encourage the arrogance of the generals, but to let more ordinary soldiers feel the court's treatment of them. Be considerate and let them understand that they are fighting abroad. The court is for their sake. Only in this way can the people enthusiastically join the army to open up the territory and expand the territory for the court and defend the country from foreign enemies. Fiji and Pang Yukan looked at each other and said, the emperor, the soldiers have enough daily payment and silver. The lower officials think that even without these soldiers, they can still fight for the court and give the soldiers so much convenience. Feelings? Didn't they do their part for the emperor? Speaking of scholars, farmers, industry, and commerce, Xiaoming chuckled slightly. Today's Western countries seem to have entered the modern state model, and the country is still stratified, which will severely limit the vitality of the country's development. He said, the old man mentioned that Shinon, commerce, industry, and I just remembered. I decided to abolish the title of Shinon, commerce and industry. From then on, all the people of all classes in the Great U country are called civilians. Civilian. Fiji was shocked. He said, what is a civilian? The people under the rule are equal in status, and they are common people. Xiaoming said lightly, expecting the shock of Fiji and others. Since ancient times, scholars, peasants, industry and commerce have been the solidified class in the past dynasties. Scholars have the highest status. Therefore, with the most inferior, only the students have the highest status and the merchants have the lowest status, so commerce was suppressed in the feudal dynasty. Of course, Xiaoming does not deny that such a system of 3, 6, 9 and 9 is very beneficial to the development of the feudal dynasty. After all, the agricultural-oriented feudal dynasty needs food instead of non-production and cunning merchants. But the times are changing. For him, many systems in the country are no longer suitable for the competition of Western countries in this era. Maybe he can defeat Western countries with the advantages of science and technology, but the backward feudal system will eventually drag him to work hard to dominate Great Chunking. How can this be? How can these humble businessmen be equal to scholars? Yes, scholars, peasants, industry and commerce are the family traditions handed down from the ancestors. Emperor, absolutely can't. As soon as Xiaoming's words fell, the court immediately exploded. Especially the officials from Qian were like dead parents. Although Pang Yukan and other reformists were dissatisfied, they were more comfortable with Xiaoming's strange ideas. But even so, they now have some ideas. In the past, Xiaoming only promoted the status of merchants and craftsmen, but now Xiaoming directly denied the status of scholars. Xiaoming was indifferent to the mess in the palace of discussion. These two things were the two main things he wanted to promote. Before he said these two things, he expected to encounter fierce opposition, so at this time he understood that he couldn't do it overnight, and he might have to spend some time with these officials. Now there is only one Zhao Wangbai who will realize reunification, and he is implementing these two policies at this time to prepare for the development after reunification. The purpose of improving the status of soldiers was to make the country of Dau form a kind of martial arts. Too much literary spirit was a malpractice of the feudal dynasty, and he had to bring this malady back. The abolition of the four classes of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce is for balanced development, so that official positions will no longer be the only way for scholars. So for Xiaoming, these two things are very important. It was only after the contemporary Qing dynasty and Wa country were knocked open by Western artillery that they passively changed to learn from the West. Because of suffering and facing the danger of national subjugation, at this time, from the royal family to the people, they realized that they needed to change. But now the country has not been invaded by advanced Western civilization. At this time, neither officials nor ordinary people can actively participate in the reform. This kind of change can only be carried out by him on his own initiative, which is why he became the emperor. Only by mastering the supreme imperial power can he implement reforms, otherwise those who demand changes will only die without a place to hide. After all, now that he has issued such decree with the emperor's power, he has encountered opposition from so many officials, and he can imagine the terrible cheese of others. However, the reaction of officials has made Xiaoming more determined to reform. These days, he has been analyzing the current situation in Dau. Now, generally speaking, a literati class is not desolate, and the civilian class has not yet a strong stage, so his implementation of this decree will be collectively opposed, because he touched the interests of these literati class. Shut up all to me. Xiaoming suddenly scolded as if the palace of political affairs had become a vegetable market. The words out of anger suddenly calmed the court. At this time, Xiaoming stood up, and he said loudly, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? When it comes to breaking the sky, it is not for you." Myself, Han Kuang, studied hard for 10 years, and one day you will be an extremely human minister. You are not reconciled. Why are these ugly merchants who can sit on an equal footing with you in farming mud, right? While talking, Xiaoming walked from the dragon chair to the front of Fiji and other officials. It's just that you don't want to think about it. Without these businessmen's money and effort, this Yaozu, this Jinling city can be defeated so smoothly. Without the people joining the army, how can I fight King Zhao? You forgot what it was like. Could it be that I can't let me go the same way as the emperor? Turning to Pang Yukun, Xiaoming pointed at Pang Yukun and cursed, "Pang Shufu, you have been studying at Bowen College for so long, and you have returned all of them to me. Do you still have a bit of aggressiveness before?" Pang Yukun lowered his head in shame. Now the war is going smoothly. Seeing the unification of the North, many officials have begun to think about their status and interests, but forget the aggressiveness of the difficult times. After being scolded by Xiaoming, he was suddenly drunk. Chapter 654 Never compromise. There was silence in the hall of discussion. When Xiaoming said angrily, the officials looked at each other, and the reformers headed by Pan Yukan were naturally ashamed. Just when Xiaoming thought his words could wake up these officials, a dozen officials from behind Fiji were all kneeling down. The emperor. Such government officials and ministers have never heard of it. If it is implemented, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among scholars in the world. I hope that the emperor will take his life back, Yu Ming said anxiously. Please take back the emperor, the other ministers echoed. Xiaoming laughed suddenly when he saw this. He didn't expect that he used to see the scene in TV dramas before this time. Are these ministers ready to threaten themselves by being unable to kneel down? If I insist on pushing it, Xiaoming said coldly. Yu Ming said, if the emperor does not take his life back, the ministers will keep kneeling. Xiaoming glanced at Fiji at this time. Yu Ming and Zhao Jun were both people he had recommended to him, because these two were known as virtuous among Chainan officials. At that time, these two officials were indeed useful to him. After all, they belonged to rare and honest officials. But now the problem has arisen. Often the virtuous officials before the Great Yu state opposed his government orders more fiercely. After thinking about this question, Xiaoming understood. In his opinion, these people are just like contemporary three good students. They respect the teacher and respect the morals so much that they are pedantic. Therefore, in their opinion, some of Xiaoming's decrees were apostasy. If Xiaoming were not the emperor, it is estimated that their saliva would spray Xiaoming to death. For the first time in such a long time, Xiaoming and the officials had such a fierce confrontation. At this time, Xiaoming understood that this was actually a struggle between the monarchy and the bureaucracy. If he is defeated this time, these officials will become more restrictive in restricting their rights in the future, and things they dislike will inevitably be thwarted. Thinking of this, Xiaoming strengthened his determination and said to Yu Ming, since you like to kneel, then keep kneeling. After all, he went straight out of the Palace of Parliament and ignored these officials. Qian Defu immediately yelled retreat when he saw Xiaoming left. When he passed by Yu Ming, he gave a weird hum. The officials watched Xiaoming disappear. At this time, Pang Yukan said to Yu Ming, Yu Shangshu, don't kneel. I think the emperor is determined this time. It's useless for you to kneel to death. Fiji sighed and said to Pang Yukan, Pang Shufu, was the emperor the same temper before? Pang Yukan recalled for a while and said, the emperor's temper has improved a lot now. If it were his previous decree, no one would dare to disobey. Fiji nodded. Since Xiaoming obeyed his advice about the rich family and marrying Kui Xiuya, he suddenly felt that he had returned to the days when he was with Xiao Wenxian. At that time, Xiao Wenxian would basically listen to his suggestions. This familiar feeling made him think that Xiaoming and Xiao Wenxian still have something in common. However, what happened this morning allowed him to finally see the other side of Xiaoming. Unlike Xiaoming, who is usually kind, he just saw the power of an emperor from Xiaoming. Yu Shangshu, don't kneel down, get up. The emperor is gone. Fiji also persuaded him, although he also opposed Xiaoming's decree, but his iron's instinct prevented him from pushing himself into a dead end. Yu Ming has always been famous in China for not giving face to anyone, no matter whether he is a traitor or a virtuous official. He is not afraid of him, and only does things according to his original intention. If the emperor doesn't take his order back, the lower officials will always kneel. In this hall of discussion, Yu Ming looked like he was about to smash to the end. Fiji and Pang Yukan looked at each other a little helplessly. He said, why is this? We are spending time with the emperor. Maybe the emperor is just a moment of interest, and he should have an idea in a few days. Yu Ming shook his head, but still ignored. He said, the emperor's decree is only afraid that it will disturb the people's hearts. If there are no scholars, farmers, commerce, and industry, who is still studying as an official, who is still working hard, it is better to be the trafficker and pawn. Pang Yukan said, Yu Shangshu's words have a bit of truth, but the emperor's reprimand suddenly felt that the emperor had its own reasons. Prior to this, the emperor made the emperor's decree, and now it has the power of the country. If this is not the case, I am afraid that there is no such thing as King Zhu, and this palace of discussion. Pang Shufu's words are not correct. In the past, the emperor was only the king of Qi. Naturally, he only cared about Qi. But now the emperor is the lord of the great Yu country. You must be concerned about the people in other places. In King Zhu, you may not be able to work in other places. It works, Fiji said. Pang Yukun said, could it be possible that Qi could work before? It's only human. Having said that, he shook his head, turned around and walked out of the conference hall. The reason for his opposition this time is that the introduction of these two policies will reduce the status of civil servants in the court. Not to mention his opposition, I am afraid that all civil servants will feel a little uncomfortable. Just abandoning this, these two policies are extremely beneficial to the country of Dau, and he was also temporarily obsessed in the court. Thinking of this, he became more ashamed, because he didn't know when he started to consider his own interests, which was not available before. After gritting his teeth, he sighed and felt that he had changed to reflect on it. While the officials were still making trouble in the hall of discussion, Xiaoming had already returned to the hall under the protection of the guard. Dafu, you stare at the discussion hall for me, and tell me if you have anything, Xiaoming ordered. Qian Dafu nodded. This Yu Ming is a hard-hearted man. He will really kneel down if he doesn't. Xiaoming is a bit big, he needs some honest officials. But sometimes honest officials are double-edged swords. He likes to kneel and let him kneel for a few days. I will never compromise on this matter. Xiaoming snorted coldly. Qian Dafu nodded. What the emperor said is that these officials are simply going against the heavens. If the emperor listens to them this time, I don't know how many things will happen in the future. The old slave will send someone to stare at it now. After speaking, Qian Dafu turned and left. Watching Qian Dafu leave, Xiaoming frowned. He wasn't afraid of these civil officials, because later generations told him that the gun would come out of power, so his focus has always been the army. Thinking of this, he didn't know whether Nu Ben had captured Jai Yongyu, and whether it had gone as he said. While he was thinking about these things, Nu Ben and a group of generals were discussing an imminent war. Luf, who was about to find the woman in the brothel, suddenly received a secret message, telling them that Zhao Wang Bingma was marching towards Juong Pass. After waiting in silence for so long, Wang Zhou finally stepped onto the front desk. Chapter 665 First Encounter. Jiren. Nu Ben in Juongguandang held a letter in his hand. This was exactly what Luf had just received. When he was about to leave the city, at this time a sneaky servant outside the city aroused his vigilance, because he suspected that this person was a meticulous worker. He immediately sent someone to take him down. Unexpectedly, this servant gave him a secret letter and said that they were sent by Jiren. General, who is this Jiren? Nu Ben didn't understand Qian officials at all. Nu Ben put the secret letter on the candle and burned it into ashes. At this time, he said, this Jiren comes from the J family in Qian. It is said that he has some personal relationships with Eldef, and once served as a servant in the court. Left servant shot. Luf sighed. This is a first-rank senior, a high-ranking minister. Liu Ohong is a general in Qian, and he is naturally familiar with Jiren. He said, this Jiren meets the windshield very well. Now he sends the news of Zhao Wang's intention to attack Juongguan. It must be for future opportunism. Nu Ben said, don't care about how Jiren is. If it is true, we must take precautions early. Now that King Liang and King Yan are dead, he may not be able to sit still. At this time, it is inevitable that he will collude with the barbarians and the dog will jump over the wall. Yes, General, the generals said simultaneously. After a pause, Nu Ben continued, Bai Imu, you immediately send the cavalry to look for Zhao Wang's soldiers and horses, and the rest will stick to the Juong Pass. The generals were ordered to leave. At this time, Nu Ben asked Luf to count the number of soldiers in Juongguan and deploy the city's defenses. In order to win Juongguan this time, Luf only brought 30,000 elites, plus Qi Guanyi and Baimu's cavalry, a total of 70,000, and the remaining soldiers are in Jiongyu City. Now that King Liang is dead, there is no point in attacking Jiongyu City. King Zhou sent troops to Juongguan at this time, Undoubtedly, after careful consideration, King Liang and King Yan are dead, and now the only people who can help him are the barbarians. If Zhuangwen is lost, the barbarians can only attack Xiao Ming's army through his feudal state. Wanzhou. This is a military town adjacent to Liang in the Zhao Kingdom. It is located 200 miles northwest of Qing'an. From here, 180 miles west is Jiayongyu, and 150 miles northeast is Zhuangguan. Since King Qi's army invaded Liangdi, there has been unprecedented excitement here, and a large number of sergeants have entered this city from all over the country of Zhao. His Royal Highness, now the city has assembled 120,000 soldiers and horses, including 20,000 muskets, 350,000 cavalry, and 50,000 archers and shields. In Yuanzhou camp, a group of generals from the state of Zhao gathered, and Zhao Yuanliang sat in the main seat listening to the opinions of the generals on the war. Zheng Chengwen has sent someone to bring news. He said that the 100,000 army lent to him by the Golden Horde is still under his command. At that time, we can attack Zhuangguan from the inside, and they can attack Zhuangguan from the outside. Under the diplomatic offensive, only those people at Zhuangguan Pass must not be able to withstand it, Zhao Yuanliang said with a deep voice. This time King Qi's army fought all the way from Yanzhou city to Jiayongyu, which shocked the officials and generals in Qing'an. Because this Jiayongyu city is less than 200 miles north of Qing'an city, it only takes a few days for King Qi's army to reach the bottom of Qing'an city from Jiayongyu city. Faced with King Qi's pressing on, King Zhao had no choice but to draw troops from Bashu to Wanzhou city, preparing to attack Zhuangguan and Jiayongyu city to prevent King Qi's army from going south. But I didn't expect that Zheng Chengwen suddenly sent a messenger to come, and the two got together quickly, ready to storm Zhuangguan. While winning the Zhuang Pass, they also opened a channel for the Golden Horde to go south. His Royal Highness, there are only 30,000 soldiers from King Qi and Zhuang Pass, and the 200,000 attack on Zhuang Pass will surely succeed. One descended. Zhao Yuanliang squinted his eyes. He said, "The soldiers are very fast. General Deng has led 50,000 horses to Zhuangguan first. You will immediately rush to help." In addition, General Zhao immediately led 20,000 black-armored cavalry to Jiayongyu city to stop Jiayongyu city. The army supports Zhuangguan. Yes, Your Royal Highness. The generals got the order and immediately went back to prepare. The two armies set off from Wanzhou city and went to Jiayongyu city and Zhuangguan respectively. 3 days later, the army of King Zhao arrived at Zhuangguan, and they saw the soldiers of the King Qi full of walls. "General, they are here." Lu lowered his binoculars. In Skyrim, some swordsmen and shields wearing black armor first appeared in the eyes of everyone. In addition to some archers, among these soldiers were artillery pulled by horses. It is not the first time that Lu has seen such a scene. King Zhao's army is densely packed, making his scalp numb like the ants crawling out of the hole when the nest is destroyed. They split into a neat square, with spears and swords in his hand. The swords stood up straight, shouting morale-enhancing slogans, and the shout came from a distance like rolling thunder. Don't underestimate King Zhao's soldiers and horses. Among the many vassal kings, King Zhao has always been known for being able to conquer battles, and the leader of the army is Deng Yuan. General Zhao Nu Ben looked solemn. In the past 3 days, they have been sending people to investigate, and they have basically figured out the details of this army set out from Wanzhou. Hearing the name of Deng Yuan, Liu Hong, Liu Oxin and others looked more solemn than Xiao Ming. This Deng came from a general and once led the Zhao team to defeat the invading barbarian army many times, with few defeats. This time, the king of Zhao appointed Deng Yuan as the main general and led more than 100,000 soldiers to attack, and they had to fight for 12 points. After all, there are only 70,000 people in Zhuangguan, and they have also noticed the movement on the grassland. Zheng Chengwen did not go far, but has been waiting for the opportunity. This time they may face a digital disparity. War. Liu Oxin, Give me the artillery to fight me fiercely at that time. Nu Ben told Liu Oxin. After several battles, Nu Ben has become more and more fond of artillery because the artillery has a long range and great lethality. It can kill a large number of enemies. Yes, Liu Oxin shouted. Although there were only 30,000 musketeers at Juayongguan this time, almost all the artillery of the Western expedition were concentrated in Juayongguan. More than 300 field guns were enough for the army of King Zhao to drink this time. A pot of. There is a clear division of labor for each general, and everyone is left with waiting. With the approach of King Zhao's army, the atmosphere of war has become more and more intense. Boom! In front of Juayongguan Pass was an open area of Pingchuan, and the roar of the marching steps of King Zhao's army continued to echo. 3 miles away from Juayongguan, King Zhao's army suddenly stopped. Then the army of King Zhao began to camp around Juayongguan, which meant that it would take a while to spend time with Juayongguan. Chapter 666 Dangerous City. PS. These 2 chapters are made up of yesterday's 5 changes, and they will be updated normally tonight. General, there are barbarian cavalry and barbarian slave soldiers on the grassland. While Nu Ben was waiting for the generals to observe King Zhao's army, suddenly a general came from Juayongguan North City. This time, Zhao Wang and Zheng Chengwen are really preparing to attack Juayongguan at the same time inside and outside. Nu Ben frowned, and he said to Luf, "Let's go to the North City gate to see." This Zhao Wang Bingma is only a striker now. I will not attack the city, and I will definitely wait for the soldiers and the grain and grass to arrive. Luf nodded. This time he was in charge of the North Gate. Leaving Yi Qinyan staring at King Zhao's soldiers and horses, Nu Ben and his team arrived at the northern city wall of Juayongguan. At this time, the barbarian army on the grassland was approaching the pass. The barbarian army stopped 500 meters outside the city. At this time, the slave soldiers held their shields in front. They accepted the lesson of fighting against the Qi King's army. They did not dare to approach the city wall rashly this time to avoid being bombarded by artillery. Soon after the barbarian army stopped, a cavalry suddenly stood forward and shouted at the defenders on the wall, "Bold madman, you dare to occupy Juayongguan." Washugataji said, "If you surrender Juayongguan, please forgive me. If you don't follow, you will be killed after you break the city." Nu Ben looked cold, and Zhao Wang and the barbarians attacked Juayongguan at the same time, which shows how important this Juayongguan is. King Zhao's feudal country invaded Dau. In this way, the supple line of the barbarians will become longer and longer, and they will always face the danger of being hijacked. So for Nu Ben, this battle for both sides must be fought. There is so much nonsense in a battle. Luf was not in the mood to fight the barbarian. He patted an artillery on the shoulder and pointed to Zheng Chengwen, who was surrounded by the barbarian soldiers, and said, "To the thief who recognizes the thief as the father." "One shot." "Yes." The artillery nodded, and the soldier in charge of the artillery immediately began to reload. As far as Luf is concerned, he is not worried about this battle. As before, the hope of victory for the barbarians this time is to use the barbarians' unfamiliarity with thermal weapons. They would never have thought that the things erected on the walls can now reach their effective range. 3 or 4 miles, firearms are now more powerful than before. The cavalry clamored for a while before returning. Seeing that there was no response to the cavalry's words, Zheng Chengwen showed an impatient look. He said to the barbarian general beside him, "General Duolong, according to our agreement with King Zhao's army, today is the time to attack the city." "Understood." Duolong gave a wicked smile, and he made a cavalry blow the horn of attack. At this time, the barbarian cavalry quickly flashed away, and the barbarian slave soldier carrying the ladder immediately rushed to the wall. At the same time, Nu Ben saw the barbarian artillery hidden among the slave soldiers. When these slave soldiers attacked the city, they took the opportunity to move forward. The barbarians suddenly launched an offensive, which made Nu Ben and Luf a little stunned, and when they recovered, they immediately guarded them. Let the artillery blast off the barbarians' artillery immediately, and they must not let them blast through the city wall. Nu Ben looked serious, and if the city gate was broken, it would be a disaster for 100,000 people to attack the city. At this moment, Ben suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. Kill! The slave soldiers shouted and bombarded with artillery, and the densely packed slave soldiers rushed to Jueongguan. Bang bang bang! Facing the barbarian slave soldiers who swarmed like their fellow army ants, the musketeers began to spray the tongue of fire wantonly. The barbarian slave soldiers rushing in the front row fell one by one like cutting rice. But even so, the slave soldiers behind have desperately rushed towards Jueongguan. At this moment, the barbarians once again showed their fear of death. For this battle, Ben mobilized most of the soldiers to other gates, because the northern wall of Jueongguan was the most dangerous and very difficult to attack. The southern city wall of Jueongguan is very weak. They were Shanhai Aiguan lay down from the inside, so they understand this shortcoming very well. Therefore, under this arrangement, the number of soldiers in Beijing is more than 6,000, but these 6,000 are all rifled guns. The barbarian slave soldiers rushing at a long distance would shoot them. Duolong obviously discovered this too, and King Chi's soldiers could kill their slave soldiers from a long distance. But even so, they still couldn't stop more than 70,000 slave soldiers from climbing the city wall. Soon, some slave soldiers who climbed up the ladder had a hand-to-hand battle with the soldiers guarding the city. Luffy held a long sword in his hand and hacked and killed the slave soldiers who rushed up, while the other soldiers set up a protective circle for the artillery to prevent the gunner from being killed by the slaves. Ben saw all this in their eyes. At this time, everyone looked solemn, and war was never easy. When the slave soldiers rushed up the city wall, Duolong ordered the slave soldiers to push the artillery towards the gate of Jueongguan to prepare for the artillery shot. Ben said with a hint of anxiety. The artillery looked serious, but they did not panic. The war for more than a year allowed them to be in a state of war. They aimed at the barbarian artillery and ignited quickly. If they could not stop the barbarian artillery from blasting the city gates, it is likely to lose. Once the firearm loses its long-range advantage, the number of people will become the advantage of the barbarians, and even if they are 10, they cannot win. The artillery shells kept rushing towards the barbarian artillery. Some artillery shells accurately hit the barbarian artillery, which caused the barbarian artillery to panic. Some artillery even ran around to avoid the attack of the artillery. In the chaos, he was tragically killed by shells. There were more and more barbarian slave soldiers at the head of the city. Ben was also anxious when he commanded the artillery. He also drew his sword to join the battle for the city wall, while leaving the words continued to fight the barbarian artillery. Luffy was almost soaked in the blood of the slave soldiers, and he threw another slave soldier down the city wall. He looked at the situation outside the city wall. At this time, the barbarian artillery was frightened because of the shelling, but the artillery focused on bombarding the barbarian artillery but allowed more slaves to board the wall. At this time, more and more soldiers gave up shooting and used bayonets to fight with the slaves. "General, we need support here now, otherwise we can't stand it. The situation is getting more and more serious," and Luffy realized that he had overestimated the combat power of firearms. Compared with the armies of King Yan and King Liang, the barbarians were obviously difficult to deal with. As soon as his words fell, there was a faint drum sound from Nanqing. Ben's expression changed, and he said, "Have it, Zhao's army has attacked the city." This Deng Yuan has never fought in accordance with the rules. Fortunately, he will stay. Most of the people will guard Nanqing, otherwise it will be over. Chapter 667 Lack of ammunition. Deng Yuan looked at Jueongguan in front of him with a complicated expression. Half a month ago, he led an army in Bashu to fight against the king of Shu, but in a blink of an eye he arrived at Jueongguan city. However, after understanding the current situation, he understood that now he could not tolerate King Zhao continuing to attack King Shu, because if he did not stop King Chi's army now, he was afraid that the kingdom of Zhao would be wiped out in an instant. Boom boom boom. With the drums of war beating, the soldiers who were ordered continued to rush towards Jueongguan carrying the ladder. Deng Yuan knew this well, but he chose to siege the city after the gunfire came from the north of Jueongguan, because the barbarians must have launched the attack at this time. He had heard of the prestige of King Chi's army even when he was in Bashu. In his opinion, neither he nor the barbarians provided the soldiers and horses at this time could defeat Xiaoming alone. Only the north-south attack could have some chances of winning, so he chose to attack the city, not to break the city, but to contain some of the forces in Zhuangguan, so that they could not respond to the barbarian attack in time. Of course, it would be better if he could break the city in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, one day the general would join the barbarians to attack the soldiers and horses of the king of Qi. It is really ridiculous and pitiful. Deng Yuan had a trace of grief in his eyes. The person next to Deng is his lieutenant Cao Kun. Hearing that, Cao Kun said, "The barbarians have wolf ambitions. This time helping the barbarians to win the Zhuang Pass is not helping the emperor. But the king's order is hard to violate. I can only honor the order of the king of Zhao." Deng sighed. He had always supported King Zhao and was extremely loyal to King Zhao. This complaint was nothing but dissatisfaction with King Zhao and the barbarians. After all, he was fought against the barbarians several times, and his generals and soldiers suffered many casualties in the battle against the barbarians. Boom boom boom. In the battle drum beat, Zhuangguan city had suddenly burst into a roar, and the black shells in the fire and smoke rushed towards the soldiers who were rushing towards Zhuangguan. The cannonball fell on the ground and rolled like lightning. Soldier Zhao Wang made a scream where the cannonball bounced, and dozens of soldiers were killed and injured in a straight line. Seeing this scene, Deng Yuan's face was ashen, and hundreds of soldiers were killed or injured in this round of shooting. Boom boom boom. The artillery fired again, and the ground was another storm. Cao Kun said at this time, "General, King Qi's army has always been known for firearms. If this goes on, soldiers will only die more." Deng Yuan looked cold and indifferent. He said, "Which war does not need to be filled with human lives? This is the only way to deal with King Qi's army. This siege is not only to contain the forces in the city, but also to consume their gunpowder and artillery shells." The king's army fought all the way from Yanzhou to Jieyonggu. The ammunition supply and food and grass would not be sufficient. In addition, a large amount of ammunition was consumed in Jieyonggu. At this time, Zhuangguan must not have much ammunition storage. When the artillery is out of shells, with the gunpowder and bullets out of the gunpowder, it will not be easy to win Zhuangguan then. The general is far-sighted, but the final general did not expect this. Cao Kun laughed. Deng Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. The soldiers were rushing towards Zhuang Pass one after another. One wave was beaten back, the second wave continued to rush forward, and then the third wave. In Beijing, more and more barbarian slave soldiers stepped onto the city wall. Nu Ben and Luf became more and more anxious. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before Beijing is captured. When he was anxious, suddenly a large group of cavalry soldiers wearing silver breastplates and sabers rushed towards the city wall. Qi Guanyi appeared in the eyes of everyone at this time. He said to Nu Ben, "General, King Zhu cavalry came to support. You cavalry come to join in the excitement. This is the battlefield." Nu Ben frowned and said, "Qi Guanyi dissatisfied. General, our cavalry is also a soldier, and we are cavalry when we get on the horse, and we won't lose to the musketeers when we get off the horse. How long will it take to train a cavalry? If you are finished, will the emperor spare us?" Luf also said. Qi Guanyi said, "When is the time now? If Zhuangguan is lost, no one can escape the knife on the head. The final general is not a scumbag, and the final soldier is not a scumbag. If the emperor blames it, he will bear it alone. It is natural to bear the responsibility." Nu Ben glanced at Qi Guanyi happily. The generals of the King's Zhu army were all men. Go. Qi Guanyi was overjoyed at once, and he said to the soldiers under his opponent, "Kill me. Let the musketeers see how powerful our King's Zhu cavalry is." Kill. With Qi Guanyi's angry man, 20,000 cuirassiers from King's Zhu rushed up the city wall, and the situation on the city wall began to reverse. The barbarian slave soldiers who climbed the city wall kept falling under the saber, facing more and more soldiers wearing silver breastplates. The barbarians temporarily stopped the attack after dropping 3,000 or 4,000 corpses in another round of attack. At this time, the sun was setting, and both sides fought hard for almost a day from morning to evening. Wiping the blood from his face, Luff said, "General, Zhao Jun in Nanjing also stopped the attack." Hearing that Nu Ben finally breathed a sigh of relief, he said to Luff, "Strengthen guard to prevent the barbarians from playing tricks." "Yes, General," Luff answered. After a pause, Nu Ben said again, "Immediately let the soldiers and artillery count the ammunition." After explaining the matter, Nu rushed to Jueongguan camp. After a while, all the generals returned. Fortunately, the general came this time with ammunition supplies, but the Buddha will only consume the ammunition he carries today. Liu Xin entered the camp and said. Yi Kinian said, "It's just that if this continues to be consumed, the ammunition brought by the general will not last a few days." Nu Ben nodded. "The ammunition produced by the military workshop this time, part of it was brought here. Originally, this batch of ammunition was used to take down King Zhao in one fell swoop, but I never thought of it. But something went wrong. Is most ammunition only so small?" Liu Xin was dumbfounded. Nu Ben sighed. "You are not in your own hands. You don't know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. Now the supply of saltpeter, iron, and lead can't keep up, and the consumption of ammunition is too fast. Now you have to save some use." The generals such as Lif were only responsible for fighting, so why had they ever considered the shortage of ammunition? With a wry smile, Liu Hong said, "I said that the guns and artillery made money. The money used by the emperor to set up firearms camps almost emptied the treasury. No matter how wealthy King Zhu is, it won't be a battle in the past 2 years." Poor Nu Ben glanced at Liu Hong with admiration. Liu Hong was once a firearm camper, and he naturally understood the matter of spending money on ammunition. No wonder the emperor is eager to end the war in the north. It turns out that this is the reason. Luff said, "If you continue to fight like this, the muskets in the soldiers' hands will be burned with fire." Chapter 668 Reinforcements. The dog can't spit out ivory. What a burning stick. Nu Ben stared at Luff. Luff was so excited, he laughed twice and didn't dare to say any more. Nu Ben glanced around at the generals and said, "Jueongguan cannot be thrown away, and the ammunition is not saved in the current war." A group of generals nodded when they heard the words. At this time, Yi Kinian said, "General, most of the soldiers on the western expedition have stayed in Jeonggu City this time. If they come to support, the crisis will be resolved. As far as you can think of, Deng Yuan will definitely think that now Jeonggu City will definitely have King Zhao's soldiers and horses to contain them. But the only ones who can break the game this time are the soldiers of King Yong and King Huainan." King Huainan? The generals were surprised. They fought with King Yong's soldiers and horses, but why did King Huainan attack Qing'an with them? Nu Ben explained, after King Huainan destroyed King Yan this time, he asked for orders to attack King Zhao with the troops of the western expedition. They must also be rushing to Jeonggu when they were about to leave. A group of generals nodded, and Luff said, "Chen Xinren's soldiers are stationed in Yanzhou, but it takes 3 days to get here from Yanzhou." 7 days. This is the time to hold on this time, and these 7 days are the time when Zhao Kingdom is destroyed. Nu Ben said with squinting eyes. The generals' expressions became resolute, and the unification of the north was right now. As long as the soldiers and horses of King Zhao were defeated at Jueongguan, it would be much easier to capture Chang'an below. The next day, the barbarian and Deng Yuan attacked the city from both the north and the south at the same time, and they looked like they could not stop without breaking Jueongguan. At this time, the soldiers and horses of King Huainan had arrived in Jeonggu. "His Royal Highness, we found a large number of cavalry cruising ahead. They seem to be King Zhao's black armored cavalry." A patrol-returned cavalry said. "How could the Xuanjian cavalry appear in Jeonggu?" King Huainan was surprised. In the middle of the way, they learned that the Western Expeditionary Army had captured Jeonggu, so he went straight to Jeonggu, preparing to merge with the Western Expeditionary Army to attack Chang'an. Kui Shannon said, "Father, It is definitely not a good thing for the mysterious armored cavalry to appear. Now we should join forces with the Western Expeditionary Army in Gyeongju to defeat this cavalry. You're right. Gyeongju City is besieged. We can't stand by and watch. Otherwise, in the future, this will be the handle for someone to tell the emperor. King Huainan nodded his head and said slowly, "Let the cavalry prepare and immediately move forward." "Yes, Father." Choi Shannon immediately led the army to Gyeongju City. The appearance of King Huainan's army quickly alarmed the black armored cavalry outside Gyeongju. The cavalry generals headed by them immediately dispatched 20,000 cavalry to the army of King Huainan. The scouts of the Huainan army kept observing the movements of the black armored cavalry. When they saw 20,000 cavalry coming straight towards them, the scouts immediately told King Huainan the news. "Father, the black armored cavalry is the most elite cavalry of King Zhao. This time they sent 20,000 people to test our reality." King Huainan was excited because of the spirit of breaking the Yan army. He laughed, "Then let them taste the power of artillery." Having said that, he immediately let the army heading to Gyeongju form a battle. He knew very well that the infantry encountered the predicament of the cavalry on the plain. The black armored iron cavalry soon appeared in King Huainan's vision, and the black steel torrent gave people a huge pressure. After the Xuanjia cavalry entered the range, King Huainan, marching with artillery, shouted, "Fire!" The Xuanjia iron cavalry apparently also spotted King Huainan's array, and immediately divided into two groups from the flanks to prepare to outflank. King Huainan, who discovered this sign, immediately ordered the artillery to fire, and the shells roared to the distance. Boom! The black armored cavalry that was galloping immediately turned upside down, and the impact of the shells was splashed with the mud. The black armored cavalry hit directly shattered, and the black armored cavalry on a line was severely injured. But this didn't make the Xuanjia iron cavalry any panic. They still kept charging towards King Huainan's position. Sure enough, it is a black armored cavalry who is not afraid of death. The black armored cavalry team did not panic at all in the artillery fire, and still executed the outflank orders. Several bombardments caused a lot of casualties to the black armored cavalry. Some of the black armored cavalry and black armored cavalry had their legs broken and they were trampled to death by the following black armored cavalry before they wailed on the ground. The iron cavalry made King Huainan feel so scared. The distance, or several hundred meters, is only a short time for the black armored cavalry, and the black armored cavalry rushed to the front of the Huainan army in an instant. After entering the firing range, the sound of bows and arrows rang intensively, and the arrows all over the sky shot towards the black armored cavalry that rushed over like dark clouds. The cavalry rushing over kept falling, but the black armored cavalry still did not stop. At this time, Kui Shannon quickly constructed a spear formation in front of the spearmen to prevent the black armored cavalry from directly impacting the infantry. At the moment when the pikemen erected their spears, the black armored cavalry and King Huainan's army officially came into contact. The black armored cavalry slammed into the spear array. After the sound of being pierced by the spear sounded, the black armored cavalry wielded the machete over the spear array rushed into the array. The two sides immediately fell into a scuffle. Relying on the flexibility of the horses, the black armored cavalry rushed from left to right on the battlefield, and quickly tore a gap. King Huainan saw him with a solemn expression. This black armored cavalry showed naked contempt for them, and 20,000 people could do it in the future. Beat them. Block the gap immediately, and you can't let the profound armor cavalry break through the array. King Huainan roared. Kui Shannon nodded. He personally put on the battle, led the only 8,000 cavalry to rush towards the black armored cavalry. Seeing that Kui Shannon was leading the cavalry, a part of the black armor cavalry did not retreat and separated some cavalry to directly rush towards the cavalry of the Huainan army. Suddenly, the two sides hit people and horses, and the sound of fighting resounded through the battlefield. At this moment, there were bursts of gunfire in the direction of Gyeongju City. The faint cry of killing also sounded from the city, and the gunshot was getting closer and closer to King Huainan's army. It turned out that the defenders of Gyeongju City discovered that King Huainan's army had arrived outside the city, and they immediately rushed out of the city. After forming a chariot formation, They directly attacked King Huainan and tried to join King Huainan's army. Hearing this voice, King Huainan lifted his spirits. He roared, "Soldiers! The soldiers of the Western Expeditionary Army are in front. My king killed these King Zhao's minions together." At this time, the blood of King Huainan surged. Although the artillery and bows caused some casualties to the black armored cavalry, the impact of the black armored cavalry caused him to lose more soldiers. These cavalry came and went like wind, and his soldiers could not run on two legs. Even though his number of soldiers surpassed the black armored cavalry, he still could not pose a threat to them. Perhaps only muskets could deal with these tiger wolf soldiers. Chapter 669 Merge. One place clouds obscured the sky. The sound of fighting on the battlefield resounded from time to time like rolling thunder. The black armored cavalry galloped across the battlefield with the agility of their horses. They attacked the Huainan king's army from time to time, but at this time they never wanted to fight, and often killed some soldiers and quickly retreated. Although the soldiers of King Huainan were brave enough to kill the enemy, they often failed to achieve significant results in the face of the cavalry coming and going like wind. After the cavalry led by Kui Shannon collided with the black armored iron cavalry, they began to chase and fight on the battlefield, but the cavalry of the Huainan army obviously fell behind. Facing the experienced black armored cavalry, the Huainan army cavalry, who had never fought with the enemy on the battlefield, looked very clumsy, and killed and injured thousands of people in a short time. All this was seen by King Huainan. Although he was anxious, he still maintained a calm look in order to stabilize the military spirit. Boom boom. The soldiers of the West Expeditionary Army outside Jiyeongju City fought with the Xuanjia cavalry with their chariot formations. The soldiers in Jiyeongju City were led by King U Military Academy Lieutenant De Young. When the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry appeared outside Jiyeongju City and did not attack, he realized that Jiyeongguan might be dangerous. It was just that there were a large number of Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, and the soldiers and horses in Jiyeongju City were all infantry, and he was helpless with these cavalry. Yesterday, he sent a chariot to protect the musketeers and the black armored cavalry, but these black armored cavalry never fought with them. But once the chariots were too far away from the city, the cavalry tried to divide the musketeers to encircle and annihilate them. There were more musketeers in Jiyeongju City than Luft took away, but the number was only 60,000, and these 60,000 people still had to leave 20,000 to defend the city. After all, Jiyeongju City was breached and this Jueong Pass became a complete one lonely city. And these 40,000 people against 50,000 black armored cavalry, even if they force a breakthrough, they might suffer heavy losses. So De Ying has been thinking about how to get rid of the black armored cavalry for the past 2 days. Therefore, today the soldiers of King Huainan arrived. De Ying was overjoyed, and he immediately led the musketeers out of the city to join forces with the Huainan army. As soon as the chariot formation appeared, the black armor cavalry suddenly panicked. Under the protection of the chariot, the musketeers rely on the protection of the car body to move while shooting at the black armor cavalry. The Xuanjia Iron Cavaliers had seen this kind of car formation that caused them headaches yesterday, and at this time the Huainan army was added, and they suddenly felt a little flustered. Keeping a distance from the car formation, the black armor cavalry felt powerless for the first time. This type of car formation is like a hedgehog. If it is too close, it will only be killed. The only way to break through this type of car formation is for infantry to break through the formation. The car array. Boom boom. The car formation kept moving, and the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry continued to fall down on the moving route of the car formation, and the soldiers of the Huainan army immediately became morale. King Huainan saw hope at this time. As long as their soldiers entered the chariot formation, these cavalry would be helpless. Kill! Huainan Wang shouted loudly. Kill! The battle formation formed by the Huainan army reintegrated towards the chess formation. The Xuanjia Iron Cavalry tried to prevent the Huainan army and the Qi King's army from uniting, but if they wanted to stop them, they had to fight the Huainan army head-on. But at this time the Huainan army had formed a dense formation, and if they headed head-on, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. On a hill, Xuanjian Cavalry Commander Wang Quan looked at the battlefield in front of him. At this moment, the anxiety on the battlefield made his brows furrow. "General, King Zhao has gone." This time King Huainan also led his troops. With the addition of King Yong's army, King Zhao can't be resisted. Wang Quan stood by Wei Shiji, his deputy. Wang Quan frowned when he heard the words, and he said, "What does Wei Xiao I mean by this? Isn't this arrogant to others and destroy one's own power?" The general's words are very bad. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are Junji, King Liang and King Yan are dead, and the barbarians are unable to send troops to help in the battle between Goryeo and the Kingdom of Japan. King Zhao cannot escape this disaster this time, and even how can the barbarians dispatch troops easily defeat King Yong, King Huainan and Xiaoming's army? Wang Quan snorted softly. "So what? Even so, we can only fight to the death." Wei Shiji sighed, and he looked at the battlefield again. At this time, the musketeer and King Huainan's army were getting closer. But the Xuanjian cavalry became weaker and weaker, and he could only watch the chariot formation and the Huainan army converge. But when the chariot formation and the Huainan army were gathered together, the soldiers of the Huainan army immediately entered the chariot formation and formed a stronger chariot formation together with King Qi's army. At this time, even if there were infantry in the army, they would not be able to easily break through the chariot formation. Di Ying saw King Huainan at this time, and he said, "His Royal Highness, the Huainan army must follow the car formation." The King of Huainan breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Di Ying, "I will give you the command of the Huainan army for the time being." Di Ying was a bit big, but the Huainan army lost more than 10,000 in this short period of time. Fighting the cavalry in a flat area is probably scaring King Huainan, so it will be overridden at the end. Di Ying said that he immediately dispersed the Huainan army to the various car formations, and placed the Huainan army's grain, grass and equipment in the middle of the car formation. At the same time, he asked the spearmen to protect both sides of the car formation, presenting a rectangular formation towards Jueyongguan. In the face of the constantly moving car formation, the black armored cavalry continued to attack, but the more tightly guarded the car formation made them have no way. Wang Quan and Wei Shiji were anxious as they witnessed all this, and he said to Wei Shiji, "You immediately lead 20,000 cavalry to Jueyongguan, and I will lead the black armored cavalry to follow them. If I have a chance, I will delay their speed to Jueyongguan." "Yes, General," Wei Shiji responded, and immediately ordered the troops to go to Jueyongguan. Now they seem to be unable to stop these soldiers from strengthening Jueyongguan. They can only go to Jueyongguan to join. When Di Ying and King Huainan saw this, their expressions gradually eased. In the next 3 days, they stopped and stopped. King Huainan also learned to be smart. They made the carts that transport grain and grass like chariots to protect the army from the impact of cavalry. The two armies moved towards Jueyongguan at the same time. At the same time, Chen Xinren, who was renovating in Yanzhou, also got news of Jueyongguan being besieged. Immediately he ordered a small number of soldiers to remain guarding the city. Most soldiers set off towards Jueyongguan. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, the barbarian and Deng Yuan attacked Jueyongguan again and again, but were repeatedly beaten back. Under the fierce firepower of muskets and artillery, both the barbarians and Deng Yuan were both at the expense of soldiers and soldiers. New Ben is also uncomfortable. During these 3 days of hard fighting, soldiers have suffered many casualties, and ammunition is also getting less and less. If they continue to consume it, it will be very detrimental to them. After repelling another round of siege soldiers that day, New Ben habitually picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance. At this time, the excising musketeers under the protection of the chariots appeared in his eyes. New Ben laughed suddenly, and he said, "It's time to make a decision, Deng Yuan. I would have come to meet you." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 670 Final Battle. General, Huainan Army and Yong Army will arrive at Jueyongguan soon. In the camp of Zhao Jun, Why should he reported to Deng Yuan? He arrived at the city of Juongguan one day earlier, waiting for Deng Yuan's dispatch. How many people are there in the Huainan army and the Yong army? Deng Yuan asked. The Huainan army should have 80,000 horses, and the Yong army has an estimated 70,000 men. There are also 40,000 musketeers coming this time. Deng Yuan's expression seemed to be a little older. The number of the three armies combined this time reached more than 200,000. And the situation on the battlefield has been reversed. And in the past few days, he has become less confident in winning. The Qi army is very familiar with the use of firearms. In these days, he has lost 20,000 people in the siege, and this has caused only a small amount of casualties in Juongguan. Withdraw. Deng Yuan uttered a word softly after pondering for a long time. Withdraw. The general in the camp was shocked. Deng Yuan nodded and said, "A King Qi's army is still difficult to deal with. Now with the army of King Huainan and King Yong, we will undoubtedly lose in this battle. For this reason, it is better to withdraw to Yuanzhou. It is almost necessary to guard against Bull Ben's attack." As soon as his words fell, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, "Retreat." General Deng said lightly, "This time I can't take the army of Juongguan and defeat King Qi. What's left here is Qing'an, General Deng. How can you afford it? Is this guilt?" Wang Shileng. Deng Yuan was shocked when he saw the people coming. This was Wang Zai, the next to Zhao Wang. Wang Zai snorted softly. He said to Deng Yuan, "This time, His Royal Highness is worried that General Deng will come by his own temperament. He has specially sent a miscellaneous family to supervise the army. It can be seen that His Royal Highness is really far-sighted. The army has withdrawn to Wanzhou." Deng Yuan explained. Wang Shileng, "The art of war, the method of using soldiers, 10 encircles it, 5 attacks it, doubles the battle. The enemy can be divided. If it is small, it can escape, and if it is not, it can be avoided. Therefore, the small enemy is strong, and the big enemy is captured. At this time, we are already waiting for fewer soldiers than the enemy. At this time, we should avoid fighting against it, and we should rely on natural danger to deal with it." Wang Zai became more dissatisfied when he heard the words, 5 attacks. Before that, the general could not win Juongguan because of the crowds. Now that there are many enemy soldiers, he is thinking of fleeing, and he still has the face to talk to the miscellaneous family about the strategy of war. The generals around Deng Yuan were full of anger when he heard this. This Wang Zai relied that he was the celebrity in front of King Zhao, who had always looked down upon these generals who were out of war. And he often counts the credit for taking Qing'an into his own head. General Zhao Jun was dissatisfied with this eunuch, but he did not dare to offend him. Although Deng Yuan was a battle-tested veteran, he had to bow his head in front of Wang Zai. He said, "Wang Shileng, King Qi's firearms are indeed powerful. In the past few days, due to the heavy losses of the siege soldiers, their morale has fallen sharply. Rian is no longer." Wang Zai didn't care about this. When Zhao Wang sent him here, he ordered him to prevent King Qi's army from going south to Qing'an. If he can't take advantage of this opportunity to destroy King Qi's army at Juongguan, then Qing'an will be the target of attack. Wang Shileng, if you don't leave, all the soldiers and horses of your Royal Highness will be folded here," Deng Yuan said anxiously. This Wang Zai is proficient in conspiracy and tricks, but has no understanding of marching wars. Wang Zai snorted, and he said, "You can't help it. Although Zheng Chengwen is leading the army this time, it is actually Washugateji who asked Zheng Chengwen to attack Juongguan with His Highness. If you withdraw at this time, you will where is your Highness placed? And how should I explain to Wu Shugatai?" Hearing the name Wu Shugu, Deng Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Wang Shileng, the barbarian cannibal wolves, go with them, and they will not end well in the future." Deng Yuan. Wang Zai screamed, "You are brave. You are slandering your Highness. When you return to Qing'an, the miscellaneous family must tell your Highness." Deng Yuan laughed desolately when he heard the words. He was already dissatisfied with King Zhao's claim to the barbarians. In the battle with the barbarians, all of his 3 sons were killed. If it weren't for the kindness of King Zhao, He would not come to help the barbarians attack King Chi's army even if he died. Now Wang Zai was worried about offending Wushugyu with one mouthful, and he suddenly became angry and said, Wang Shilang wants to say what he wants to say when he returns to Qin. He can naturally talk to His Royal Highness, but he will not want to let the soldiers of Zhao State die in vain. Dare you? Wang Zai's chest rose and fell sharply. He took out a golden fish charm at this time. This is a soldier charm given to the miscellaneous family by His Highness. If there is no miscellaneous family, you can rest and immobilize one soldier. Deng Yuan was shocked when he saw the golden fish symbol. Wang Zai sneered. He said, General Deng, if King Chi's army attacked Qin, you and the miscellaneous family won't even want to live. Deng Yuan sighed, stomped his feet heavily, and walked out of the camp angrily. When the two quarreled, King Huinan's army had camped in the same place, and at the same time, Chen Xinren also led the army. He immediately led the army to join forces with the Huinan king. General Nu said he waited for his order to attack. Ji Ying said as he looked at the banner whisperer on the wall. The semaphore had passed the order to him just now. Chen Xinren, King Huinan, and Kui Shannon stood together, and they nodded when they heard this. Nu Ben in Juongguan was dispatching troops. At this time, he asked Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu to reorganize the cavalry, and the musketeers in the city were responsible for the defense of the North City. Now that the offensive and defensive trend has changed, they no longer need to defend the city, they only need to attack with all their strength. After the cavalry was assembled, Nu Ben glanced at the sun. It was noon, and then boarded the city wall. At this time, King Zhao's camp still showed no signs of retreat. What is Deng Yuan thinking about? Does he think he can really defeat the 200,000 army? Nu Ben was very puzzled. However, he just thought about it for a moment. For him, he wished to take revenge on Deng Yuan's onslaught a few days ago. After waiting for an hour, Nu Ben asked the flag whisperer to issue a series of orders. At this time, Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu, who had accumulated enough energy, led the cavalry to rush out of Juong Pass. At this time, Di Ying immediately led the car formation to the Zhaojun camp with the cooperation of the Huinan army and the Yong army. Fiercely defending the city for the past few days also made him very frustrated, and now he can't wait to shoot all the shells out. Kui Shannon and Chen Xinren mounted at the same time. Chen Xinren led 15,000 cavalry, and Kui Shannon led 5,000 cavalry to join Qi Guanyi. The army gathered, and they pressed towards Zhaojun's camp like a dark cloud. Deng Yuan looked at the aggressive coalition forces with a trace of despair in his eyes. At this time, even if he was possessed by a military god, he could not save the fate of defeat. But he had already thought of King Zhao's intentions, just as he sent soldiers to die to consume artillery shells. They were only used to consume the opponent in this battle. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 671 Defeated Zhaojun. The strong wind swept up the dust on the battlefield, and the sky was rendered yellow. The coalition consisting of the Huinan army, the Yong army and the Western political army drove towards the Zhaojun's camp step by step. Deng Yuan concentrated 50,000 infantry and 50,000 two-wing cavalry. A total of 100,000 troops were placed in front of the camp. Suddenly, a rapid charge horn sounded. This voice came from Juongguan, which was the signal to attack Zhaojun. Qi Guanyi and Bai Mu each led 20,000 soldiers to protect the flanks. The army formation in the middle was composed of musketeers from the West Expedition. The Huinan army and the Yong army were responsible for the melee combat during the battle. The number of soldiers occupied the advantage, and the morale of the Western Expeditionary Army was high. Whether it was the Western Expeditionary Army, the Huinan army or the Yong army, all soldiers were full of belief in victory. Boom boom boom. Zhaojun's drums beat, and 100,000 Zhao army soldiers marched toward the west neatly. Liu Xin has dispatched some artillery to establish artillery positions outside the city. When the two armies approached, these artillery continued to pour artillery shells into Zhaojun's army. What? The screams of the Zhao army continued to sound, and the artillery of the West Expeditionary Army killed and wounded the soldiers at the same time in the densely packed Zhao army. Deng Yuan had nothing to do with the artillery attack. At this time, if he was scattered into all formations, he would inevitably be slaughtered by the opponent's dense formation. On the battlefield cannot be chaotic is the truth that every general understands. It was just the beginning for Zhao Jun. When the distance between them was 400 meters, the artillery suddenly replaced the artillery shells with grape shells. This artillery shell has the ability to mass destroy the enemy on the battlefield, but the range is only 400 to 500 meters. Fire! An artillery general shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of cannon fire, the front row of soldiers covered by artillery fire fell down like cutting wheat. Finally, facing the sharp killing ability of firearms, Zhao Jun appeared in chaos in front. Deng Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at this together. He had already expected this war to be desperate. During the siege of the city, he gradually understood the power of firearms in the hands of the Western Expeditionary Army. Zhao Jun's confusion was seen by Nu Ben, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. At this time, he pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed it at Zhao Jun. Suddenly, the charge's trumpet sounded loudly. The battle flag was hunting and hunting in the strong wind. The two-winged cavalry led by Qi Guanyi and Bai Mu took the lead in dispatching, and the Chinese army consisting of the West Expedition Army, the Huainan Army and the Yong Army strode neatly. Push forward like a giant mountain tree. Kill, kill. Whenever they walked 5 steps away, the army shouted kill, with great momentum and calmness. The two sides were getting closer. At this time, the two-winged cavalry also roared to meet, and the Chinese army composed of arquebuses was also moving forward steadily. Boom boom. Finally, the two armies met. Relying on the advantage of distance, the West Expeditionary Army shot first. Before the Zhao Jun's musketeers had time to fire, they suffered heavy casualties, and the formation suddenly became chaotic. Although some arquebuses continued to advance, all the formations could no longer pose a threat to the Western Expeditionary Army. Against the shooting of the Western Expeditionary Army, the remaining musketeers began to shoot at the Western Expeditionary Army. After reaching the shooting range, sporadic gunfire sounded, and the Western Expeditionary Army only fell dozens of soldiers. At this time, the West Expedition Army continued to move forward. At a distance of 50 meters, the West Expedition Army launched another round of shooting. Suddenly, Zhao Jun fell another blockbuster. This blow basically maimed Zhao Jun's musketeers, and the remaining musketeers broke apart immediately. Kill. The 50-meter distance has reached the distance between the two sides to rush, and the West Expedition Army immediately picked up the bayonet. At this time, Zhao Jun's sword and shield hand had rushed towards them. The dull rumbling sound resounded through the valley, like a raging wave. The moment of contact, the swords collided with a fierce impact. The bayonet and the spear struck each other, the sabre and the scimitar flew over, and the dense rain of arrows came over like locusts, and the screams of anger and screams before death filled the entire battlefield. The King Zhao is still a bit capable of training soldiers. Nu Ben looked at the entire battlefield, and constantly used semaphores to direct the Western Expeditionary Army in the melee to change the direction of attack and the formation of changes. Although he praised Zhao Jun in his mouth, there was already a triumphant smile on his face. Under the bombardment of artillery, Zhao Jun had already lost a lot of soldiers and horses. In addition to the shooting of musketeers, he had lost 1/10 of his troops before contacting Zhao Jun. At this time, Zhao Jun was already unable to do so. The black armored cavalry known as the elite of Zhao Jun was also entangled by Qi Guanyi and Bai Mu. At this time, the prolonged war made all the cavalry in Kingzhou become oily veterans. At this time, facing the black armored cavalry, they did not give too much, and both sides fought. No one can take advantage of the equal shares. Only in this way, Zhao Jun lost the cooperation of the black armored iron cavalry, and he collapsed faster. The Chinese army quickly became unable to support the attack under the absolute superiority of the coalition forces, and the soldiers began to disperse and escape. Wang Shileng, this is what you want to see. Deng Yuan is riding a horse, The situation is over. He is already powerless. Wang Zai's face was pale. He was startled and angry. How come 100,000 people are so unbeaten? These are all the elite of my Zhao Jun. King Zhao asked Deng Yuan not to withdraw, on the one hand, to win Zhuangguan, and on the other hand, his confidence in Zhao Jun. The defeat in front of him now makes Wang Zai a little dumbfounded. Zhao Jun is an elite, and King Qi's army is not a vegetarian. I would have reminded Wang Shilang again and again, but Wang Shilang ignored them and insisted on fighting with them at Zhuangguan. The responsibility for this defeat was Wang Shilang. Of nonsense, it's all your Deng Yuan's ineffective command. Wang Zai was furious, but Deng Yuan no longer paid attention to him, but ordered the horn of retreat to be sounded. Wang Zai didn't dare to stop him at this time, and got on his horse and fled towards Yuanzi with Deng Yuan. The Xuanjian cavaliers immediately retreated when they heard the sound of the horn, but Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu held on to them. They chased for 5 miles before returning to chase the infantry in the Zhao Jun. They didn't go back to Zhuangguan until the sunset. At this time, King Huainan and Chen Xinren had already entered Zhuangguan first. After the big victory, they saw soldiers and horses stationed outside the city, and the small Zhuangguan was enough to accommodate the Western Expeditionary Army. This big victory made the king very happy, and the king is happy when he thinks of King Zhao's frustration. Ha ha! King Huainan laughed in Nu Ben's camp. Kui Shannon said, when Wang Zhao was in Chang'an, he had a lot of contempt for his father. This time it is a revenge. Chen Xinren agreed and laughed. He said to Nu Ben, General Nu is here this time. I don't know what the emperor wants. Nu Ben put away his smile, picked up his sword and pointed at Chen and said, now we should take advantage of the victory and break through the Hulao Pass and break into Chang'an City. This is the emperor's will for the final general. Chapter 672 Xiaoming's counterattack. Chang'an. All the generals in the camp showed a complicated look. Chang'an is the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom. If Chang'an is not beaten down one day, the Great Yu Kingdom will always be in the shadow of King Zhao. Wang Zhao has been entrenched in Chang'an for more than 2 years, and now it is time for him to get out of Chang'an. King Huainan said. Nu Ben nodded. He said, this time the Zhao army is defeated, and I have been unable to stop me from waiting for Chang'an. After a whole day of rest, we will drive King Zhao out of Chang'an and restore Kyoto. Yes, General. The generals said simultaneously. King Huainan showed a slight smile. King Zhao was also defeated this time. This made him even more convinced of his choice this time. King Yan and King Liang are dead, and King Zhao is just a trapped animal in a cage, and he will eventually become a big one. The most beautiful prince in you. Thinking of this, he couldn't help thinking of his daughter, and he didn't know if she had to enter the palace now. King Zhu. The argument against the abolition of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce, and the unification of the people of Dau country into civilians continues, and it seems that it is getting worse. As a result of successively conquering Yan, and Liang, most of the land in the north is now under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. As a result, scholars from these 3 places flooded into King Zhu. After all, King Zhu is now the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom and the political and commercial center. The prosperity of Chang'an will be destined to be transferred here. Yu Ming is still kneeling in the hall of discussion. In the study room, Xiaoming licked melon seeds and looked at the memorial. Since he became the throne, he felt that he was not as busy as before. Although the jurisdiction of the imperial court is getting larger and larger, the government offices of various states and counties have also been established in the busy Fiji and Pangyukan. Now that everyone in the court performs their own duties, it is also a sign of prosperity. The only shortcoming, I am afraid, is the conflict between the old system, the old thought, and the new system, and the new thought. In contemporary times, the reforms of the feudal dynasties often end in failure for no other reason. This is all because the reforms violated the interests of the powerful. Even if a powerful person appeared in his life to push forward reforms strongly, he immediately returned to his former appearance after his death. Even the Qing dynasty did not complete its reforms under humiliation in the face of the invasion of Western powers, and was eventually overthrown. Therefore, In Xiaoming's view, there is no other reason for the hindrance of reform, that is, it violates the interests of those in power. This time he abolished the scholar, peasant, industry, and commerce, and the biggest damage to the interests was the literati class, and the literati class included officials, wealthy people, and scholars among the people. Because of this, he encountered fierce opposition this time. It is very simple. Now the court is full of representatives of the literati class, and the agribusiness class has no say in the court. This has also led to this decree that the people applauded, but the court did not. The emperor, Yu Shangshu, is still kneeling. It's been 7 days. I don't go back to deal with government affairs every day. Hey, Qian Defu sighed. Xiaoming said indifferently, then let you continue to kneel. Qian Defu smiled bitterly. The emperor, this Yu Shangshu is all right on his knees, but the government affairs in this government office are not handled, and the backlog is piled up. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned. Yu Ming was now going to go up, and the right to go up. Xiaoming knelt down if he didn't agree. However, Yu Ming couldn't see Xiaoming on his knees. Naturally, he was too lazy to pay attention to it. It was just that his behavior itself was a kind of strike behavior, and the government affairs in his hand could not be handled by no one. You can't let Yu Ming continue to make trouble, otherwise, where is our majesty? Xiaoming stood up, his tone firm. These old officials of Chang'an are really hateful. If so, I will depose him. If you compare you go to a company, to Xiaoming, whether it is Pang Yu-kun, Fiji or Yu Ming, it is just a wage earner to him. He is the chairman, while Pang Yu-kun and Fiji belong to the board of directors, and Yu Ming belongs to the next level of senior management. One problem now is that he is very aware of the shortcomings of the company in Daugo, and wants to reform these shortcomings so that this company can compete with the companies of Western powers. However, the management headed by Yu Ming still confronted him with the method that led to the company's losses. In this way, he would have no choice but to kill the chicken and let him go. 4-legged chickens are hard to find, and 2-legged officials can grab a lot. Qian Defu was shocked. He knew that Xiaoming was really angry this time, but Yu Ming really didn't have the eyes to see it, and he hit the knife. Purpose. Yu Ming does not think about government affairs and disturbs the affairs of the government. His morals are not worthy of the responsibility of the Ministry of Household Affairs. From today on, he will be dismissed and ready to use. Xiaoming said with a pause. Qian Defu immediately took pen, ink, paper and ink to write down the will according to Xiaoming's words. After Xiaoming reviewed it, he stamped the big seal on the imperial decree. Let's go to the Xuanzing temple. I am going to kill this unhealthy trend. Yes, Your Highness. Qian Defu took the imperial decree and walked to the palace of discussion. When Qian Defu left, Xiaoming frowned. Now he doubts whether these Qing'an officials in Fiji really accepted the New Deal ideas in Bowen Academy. In other words, they have only learned the methods of government affairs, but they have not kept up with the times in their thinking, and it is precisely the thinking that is the most difficult for him to control. If this is the case, he must increase the ideological education of Bowen College and cultivate a group of officials who are ideologically in line with him. Otherwise such conservative officials will become an obstacle to his reform. Although he was able to kill all these officials, no one would work for him without them, so now he has to continue to live with these officials. For him, this situation will obviously continue for a while, and he doesn't want to take too much steps. After all, reform is a double-edged sword. He suppressed the literati class, and the capital class will inevitably rise, and the experience of later generations told him that if the capital class really takes power, it is not a reform, but a revolution. In order to prevent this from happening, he decided not to focus on any party while reforming. When he was thinking, and reported, the emperor, the commander of the secret guard, Wang Xuan, begs to see you. Let him in, Xiaoming said. The left, and soon Wang Xuan walked in. Xiaoming smiled and said, there must be no good news for you to see me. The emperor and the lower officials are really boring crows now. Wang Xuan smiled bitterly. Xiaoming shook his head. But all I need is you, a crow. Let's talk about it. Wang Xuan nodded, his expression dignified. The barbarian and the War Kingdom have fought in Goryeo for a few months, and the two sides have won each other's victory and defeat. The next official got the news. Bshan is going to cede the two counties in the south of Goryeo to the War Kingdom in exchange for the loss of the War Kingdom. Keep going north and focus on us. Chapter 673 Complex situation. The sandalwood in the study is lingering, refreshing and refreshing. Xiaoming got up and walked to the western wall of the study, looking at the map in front of him. The map in front of him obscured the entire west wall of the study. It was a huge world map, marking all the countries he knew in the current world. Two counties in the south. Xiaoming looked at the map. After Goryeo declared to the barbarians, it seemed that in order to show the determination to separate the relations with the Great Yu Kingdom, the king of Goryeo changed the state capital of the country to a county. The so-called southern two counties are just the former Wuju and Jinshu. According to the contemporary division, they are Jeollanam-do and Jeollabuk-do in South Korea, which belong to the two counties close to Wa. Goryeo is mountainous, and most of the Japanese countries use the captured cities as their bases to fight against the barbarians. This prevents the barbarians from taking advantage of the cavalry. It has been around for several months. In addition, Bishan has no intention of fighting against the Japanese country. Now this complicated situation has emerged. Wang Xuan frowned. It's this Bishan again. Xiaoming snorted softly. Even if he is sent to Goryeo, he is still immortal. The Emperor, Bishan, has always had grudges, and the barbarians are very wary of the Emperor's unification of the north, so they are eager to draw troops from Goryeo to deal with the Emperor. Xiaoming nodded. I originally hoped that the Japanese nation could keep the barbarians in Goryeo, so that they would suffer both defeats. I never thought that Bishan was also a wise man. But since the Japanese and the barbarians are willing to reconcile, we can leave me time. Not much. Indeed, the War country occupied Goryeo County and the whole county, which is equivalent to taking root in Goryeo. The ambition of the War country is no longer small. This is a threat to the Great Yu country itself, not to mention a barbarian. If the barbarians are stubborn, the country of Diaoyu is dangerous. Wang Xuan's words were not alarmist. The barbarians and the Japanese countries obviously have common interests. This interest is to carve up the Great Yu Kingdom. It's just that now, because of Korea's reasons, the two are incompatible. If one day they find that they can't deal with the Great Yu country alone, they will inevitably form an alliance. Although the history of the three countries in time and space is the same as before, the history of 1,500 years since then has completely changed. For Xiaoming, it is difficult for him to draw lessons from contemporary history, because the countries he faces are all unfamiliar, and he cannot use his old experience to deal with it. In addition, his arrival has once again affected the course of history, and it is possible for him no matter what happens now, because countries and people adjust their survival strategies according to the environment. The environment in East Asia has changed. This is the butterfly wing of history. So this war in the north should have ended sooner. Xiaoming squeezed his fist. Now that his entire army is pressing, he doesn't believe King Zhao can withstand it. After a pause, he asked again, are there other important information besides this? There is also the King of Chu. Now the King of Chu and the French are cooperating more and more closely. In addition to selling firearms to King Chu at high prices, the French also reportedly sent 100 missionaries to Linen. According to the information received by the lower officials, this missionary is just a craftsman in disguise, and the King of Chu also sent some noble children to France to study. Wang Xuan's words made Xiaoming's heart sink. The many actions of the King of Chu now show that he is ready to learn from the West. After being beaten by the Dutch and facing his constant threats, the King of Chu now seems to have grasped the last straw of the French. Focus on King Chu, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. No matter how the King Chu is struggling now, everything he has worked so hard to build will be mine. The cooperation between King Chu and the French will undoubtedly make it more difficult for him to attack the kingdom of Chu, but he is confident that his progress will be faster than King Chu. In terms of science and technology, the French cannot save the King of Chu. After all, The West is only a country whose overall industrial level is much higher than him, and there is no advantage in specific technology. Although Xiaoming also wanted to stifle the threat of King Chu in time, the new movements of the barbarian and the Japanese made him immediately have no time to take care of the King of Chu south of the Yangtze River. King Zhao has not yet come down, and the threat of the barbarians is coming. It is not a wise move to go south now, and the cost of the war in the north is huge, and ammunition supply has gradually become a problem. At the same time, the city under the attack also needs to be taken over and operated, which is even more restrictive. His hands and feet. Yes. The Emperor Wang Xuan bowed. The two also talked about things in different places. At this time, Wang Xuan chose to leave. Just as he walked on his front foot, Li San walked in with his hind foot. The Emperor, seeing Xiaoming, Li San saluted. After performing the mission of the four princes last time, Li San returned to King Zhu to oversee domestic affairs. Sitting down in the chair, Xiaoming reviewed the memorial again and said, "You and Wang Xuan are in a tacit understanding. Let's talk. What's the matter?" Li San chuckled twice, and he said, "The Emperor is so kind to the lower officials. The lower officials can never lose to Wang Xuan. HMPH, you just choose this mouth to show off." Xiaoming didn't look up. Li San was still smiling. Xiaoming now betrothed Liu Lai to him, and the Empress Dowager took Liu Lai as a righteous daughter. He is now in King Zhu for a while. But for the topic, Li San's face became serious, and he said to Xiaoming, "I wonder if the Emperor knows a school called the Fa Society, the Fa Academy?" Xiaoming's movements froze for a while. Because of the experience of later generations, he has always been sensitive to this kind of things. What does this Fa Academy do? Seeing that Xiaoming didn't understand this at all, Li San said, "This law society was founded by a student named Miao Owen of Bowen College. This Miao Owen used to study in the School of Political Affairs in Bowen College and has always respected legalists. The classics. This law society is also the revitalization of legalism." Miao Owen. The name Xiaoming is somewhat familiar, he said. Pang Shufu mentioned this person's name with me. Li San continued, "That's right. This Fa Academy is correct. It was established with the support of Pang Shufu. Whether it is Confucianism or legalism, this is a method used by rulers to govern the world. In the contemporary period from the Han Dynasty to the Qing Dynasty, the respect is Confucianism within the law. As the name implies, this Confucianism within and outside the law respects Confucianism on the surface, but it also relies on the ideas of legalism in practice. However, the legalist thought here is definitely not that the gentleman commits the same crime with the common people, but regards the monarch as the law. The monarch is the core of everything. The words the monarch speaks are the law. The essence of the rule of law is to obey the monarch's instructions. This is the internal law and external Confucianism. The true meaning of? Thinking of this, Xiaoming said, "Do you think of a way to put an eyeliner in and see what law the Fa Academy actually promotes?" For him, it would be acceptable if the law society wanted to strengthen his rights, because it was a safeguard of the imperial power. If this Fa Academy came up with a moth or a Western one, he would have to intervene. Chapter 674 Naf. Yes. The Emperor. Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. He was loyal to Xiaoming. In his opinion, everything he had was given by Xiaoming. The two spoke for a while, and Xiaoming asked Li San to strengthen the supervision of King Zhu, which made him leave. Sending away Li San, Xiaoming fell into contemplation. It is easy to fight the country and the country is difficult. Now the north is not unified, and the moths are one after another. First, Yiming opposed the abolition of scholars, farmers, industry, and commerce, and then the law society, and this was supported by Pan Yukun. As a king, Xiaoming believed in all the ministers, and at the same time he was wary of all the ministers. This contradictory mentality immediately made him realize what it means to be alone. Now he is no longer a political novice. He understands that when he sits in this position, he and the bureaucracy have formed a relationship between one and the other. A cruel fact is that in order to establish his unique position, the emperor will inevitably attack bureaucrats and dignitaries, and prevent people from threatening him in this class. At the same time, bureaucrats and dignitaries are worried that the king will put a knife on their neck at any time, and they will try to restrict the king's rights. Therefore, the result of this confrontation was the emergence of parliaments in the West, and the formation of a constitutional monarchy. The power of the monarch was emptied, and the powerful finally won. And the situation of this kind of contradiction in the history of Daewoo is treason and rebellion. Therefore, even though he believed in Pang Yu-kun, he still had a little leeway in his heart. Pang Yu-kun was a supporter of this Fa Institute, and no one knew what ideas this Fa Institute would eventually promote, and he could not help but guard. However, the establishment of the Fa Association also proves that the ideological trend of 100 schools of thought is recovering, and thinking is a double-edged sword, and he needs timely guidance. Because of these incidents, Xiaoming didn't have any interest in reviewing the memorial. He stretched his waist and walked towards the Hall of Mercy. As the saying goes, it is dangerous to always use modern thinking to consider the ideas of the ancients. This kind of barrier is not conducive to the rule of the country, so he likes to directly ask the Empress Dowager, because the Empress Dowager's ideas are often the ideas of these ministers. Only when he understands the nature of the minister's ideas can he choose the method and way to implement change. When he went to the Hall of Mercy, Qian Defu arrived at the Hall of Evidence, facing Yu Ming, who was still kneeling in the Hall of Discussion. Qian Defu said, "Yu Ming, the Shangshu of the Household Department, takes the order." The minister leads the decree. Yu Ming was startled, and suddenly had an unknown premonition. The Household Secretary Yu Ming does not think about government affairs and disrupts the affairs of the government. His morals are not worthy of the Household Secretary's responsibilities. From today on, he will be dismissed from his post and wait for it. Qian Defu said loudly, "Thank the Emperor for grace." Yu Ming bowed deeply. At this time, Qian Defu handed over the imperial decree to Yu Ming, and said with all his heart, "Yu Shangshu, why is this?" Yu Ming took over the imperial decree. His expression still stubborn, he said, "The abolition of scholars, peasants, industry and commerce is to move the country's roots, to indulge the businessmen to gain power, and the future will prevail." Qian Defu sighed and said, "How can the emperor not think of the things you have considered?" Hey! After all, Qian Defu turned and left. When Qian Defu left, the ministers who followed Yu Ming immediately panicked. Yu Ming, the household minister, said that he was dismissed from his post. If they continued to quarrel, the end may be even worse than Yu Ming. They helped Yu Ming up from the ground, and an official said, "Yu Shangshu, it seems that the emperor has eaten the weight of the weight, and this matter should not be confronted with the emperor." Yu Ming looked sad. He glanced at the frightened official. The emperor's trick was really ruthless, and he immediately dismantled his multi-day effort. For these officials, the official uniforms on their bodies are naturally more important than those of farmers, commerce and industry. With a sigh, Yu Ming got up and walked outside the Yixing Hall tremblingly. At this moment, he was lost in his heart. His proposal was rejected, and at the same time he lost his official position. The excitement of coming to Kingsu from Cheyenne suddenly disappeared. Here, Defu Qian quickly returned to the line, and after inquiring, he went straight to the Hall of Mercy. "The Emperor, this decree has already been announced," and looking at the looks of the other officials in fear, after Yu Ming's dismissal, no one will oppose the Emperor anymore. Seeing Xiaoming in the Hall of Mercy, Qian Defu said to himself, "Dismissal, dismissal. These ministers are really outrageous. The Emperor has only been on the throne for a few days, so he has learned how to persecute the Emperor in the past. Now Zen concubine is the Empress Dowager, and her tone is more majestic." Xiaoming naturally talked to the Empress Dowager about this matter. He said, when the first emperor was still there, Yu Ming was a few rare and clean officials in Cheyenne City, including Eldaf, who also appreciated him. "I have always been optimistic about him. Even deliberately let him enter the cabinet. But Yu Ming has a stubborn temper and likes to be stubborn. It won't work if you don't polish it." The Empress Dowager nodded. The emperor said, "Let Yu Ming live as a commoner in Kingsu for a period of time. Naturally, he will understand the pros and cons of this farmer, industry, and commerce. If he can see through, Let him come back. If you can't see through, there is no need for this person to keep it." Xiaoming nodded. Still the Empress Dowager knew him best. Qiandafu flattered and said, "What the Queen Mother said was really sharp." The Empress Dowager put down the Buddhist scriptures in her hand. She said, "I don't bother to care about these things up front. What I care most about is the Emperor's continuous as the Emperor. It takes Kui Xiu to King Zhu for some time. Now, it's time to let her into the palace." Different from the Queen's Ming media who is getting married, the Emperor does not need any etiquette to accept the concubine, as long as the Queen Mother and the preside over and send the concubine into the palace. On the second day after the concubine entered the palace, they would let the Emperor turn over the sign. If the Emperor was interested in the concubine, he would turn over the sign. The mother and concubine can be the master in this matter. Like Fuya, Kui Xiu is also the result of a political marriage. This type of marriage is more about respecting each other as guests, and the emotional foundation is not even as good as that of Luluo and Asta. Xiaoming looked indifferent, and the Queen Mother said, "Since Kui Xiu has entered the palace, let's do some things together. Luluo and Zixuan have been by your side for a long time. It is always inappropriate for them to be maids. And how to say they are also yours? It is more inappropriate to go out of the palace. In that case, let's be canonized together this time." But the identities of these two girls are lower after all. It is better to give them the status of nobles. Xiaoming had always wanted to talk about this with concubine Zen. Since the queen and the imperial concubine were both politically married, it seemed that it was not too much to give the two girls a noble position. After all, this noble was already the lowest of the concubines. Chapter 675 Husband and Wife. What the Queen Mother said is that Luluo and Asta are both sensible girls, and it's perfect to serve the Emperor's side. Qiandafu still likes Luluo and Asta very much, but this order from the Empress Dowager made him quite satisfied. Xiaoming naturally had no reason to refuse. He said, "If this is the case, I have decreed that Asta and Luluo are nobles." The Queen Mother nodded, and he said to Xiaoming, "You can breathe with the Queen again in this matter, so as not to make the Queen feel uncomfortable. After all, this Queen is the Lord of the Sixth House. Whether the Sixth House can be harmonious in the future depends on the Queen." "Yes, Mother Concubine," Xiaoming said. The two talked again, and Xiaoming left the Hall of Mercy and went straight back to the bedroom. At this time, Fuya, accompanied by Xiaohan, was feeding the fish in the pond on the stone bridge. Seeing Xiaoming coming, Fuya wanted to salute her. Xiaoming immediately supported her and said, "The Queen has been pregnant for 8 months, so now you don't need to care about these polite gifts." Since being pregnant, Fuya has been able to eat a lot more than before, and the food in this dining room is always insufficient. Now that the dining room is already proficient in cooking, Xiaoming naturally moved all kinds of modern dishes into the dining room. It can be said that what Fuya eats every day will never be the same. Fuya has a smile on her face. Since she came to King Zhu, Xiaoming, she has always respected and cared for him. As a woman who can be cared for in this way, she is naturally full of joy in her heart, and she has become more and more aware of Xiaoming. Gently stopping Xiaoming's arm, Fuya asked, "The Emperor must have something to do with his concubines at this time, right? The Emperor is in the Imperial study room at this time on weekdays." After a pause, Fuya blinked. She was ice and snow smart, and soon thought of the possibility of a clock, so she asked, "The Emperor, it's not about Kui Xiu entering the palace." "The Queen is smart. I just came back from the Empress Dowager. The Empress and I mentioned this matter, saying that it is time for Kui Xiu to enter the palace." Fuya's complexion remained unchanged. In her opinion, it was normal to buy some concubines for Xiaoming. These court officials still had 4 or 5 concubines in their homes. Moreover, Xiaoming was the king of a country. She said, "Chen concubines. I also want to see this sister Xiu. I heard that Kui Xiu was born with a fair complexion and a little beauty. With her company, his concubines will not be boring." Nodded. Xiaoming continued, "Except for this Kui Xiu matter, The concubine let me designate Luluo and Zixuan as nobles. I wonder what the queen wants? Lulu and Asta, Fue repeated with a smile. She knew the relationship between Xiaoming and the two people a long time ago, so she didn't use them as maids, but vaguely guessed that there will be today, so he said, Luluo and Asta is loyal to the emperor, and both are cold-hearted and skillful. They also take care of some government affairs for the emperor. They are two good internal helpers. The concubines have long deliberately let them serve the emperor. Now that the queen mother has spoken, he will avoid the concubines. Go ahead. Xiaoming carefully observed Fue's expression. Xiaoming could not see any strange emotions on her face. It seemed that she was prepared for all this. Because of being from modern times, Xiaoming was only able to experience the terrible feudal ethics at this time. This kind of thinking made ancient women just vassals of men. The emperor, what are you thinking? Fue asked, seeing Xiaoming stunned. After returning to his senses, Xiaoming asked, Queen, do you really feel uncomfortable in your heart? Why do you feel uncomfortable in your concubine's heart? If you are born with this idea, wouldn't your concubine become a jealous woman? Fue said, smiling, and she continued, the concubine has read some books given by His Highness. There are also some novel ideas in this book, but in the eyes of the concubine, some ideas are not suitable for the country. Hearing this, Xiaoming showed an expression of interest. He had forgotten that Fue was also a female middle-aged woman. Through her understanding of his reading experience of his books is better than guessing the thoughts of other ministers. The queen might as well talk to me. While talking, Xiaoming helped Fue to sit down in the pavilion. Fue first said, one of the emperors must have doubts because of this monogamy, right? Xiaoming nodded. The emperor said that some books have ideas from Western countries, so in the eyes of his concubines, this kind of thinking is not in line with the current situation in the country. The number of men in the country has dropped sharply because of years of wars, while the number of women is more than men because they do not participate in the war. After the war, the population in the north has dropped sharply. If the emperor wants to recuperate, he must give birth to more heirs to restore the population. If so, why should the emperor change his previous customs? Fue said. Xiaoming nodded. It seems that the queen has not just tasted the books, but has read these books in depth. I think so too. The decree should be formulated according to the current situation of the Great Yu country, rather than copying other countries' models. Fue laughed. The emperor already has cares in his heart, but his concubines are showing their ugliness. The queen's words are different. As long as the queen can understand my painstaking effort, I will feel at ease. Xiaoming said. As a person with modern thinking, he and the ancients sometimes have no common topics. If Fue can accept modern values, he really has a person to talk to. Fue also heard about Yu Ming, and knew that Xiaoming was inspired by this matter. She said, the emperor's ideas are different from ordinary people, but they are often beneficial to the Great Yu country. Many ministers have a simple vision. If there is no long-term benefit, why should the emperor care about the opinions of these ministers at this time? Just do it according to his own ideas. Xiaoming became more happy, and Fue understood more and more that this is a good thing for him. He said, so I also figured it out, and this has dismissed Yu Ming, and the Buddha's future government orders will continue to be blocked. With a slight smile on Fue's face, she is very happy to be able to help Xiaoming solve problems. The two chatted for a while. It was getting late, and Luluo and Asta came back together. Now the division of labor between the two is very clear. One is in charge of the theater and the other is in charge of textiles. With more and more people watching theaters, the textile industry is gradually prospering, and the two are now busy all day long without seeing anyone. Seeing the two, Fue recruited Luluo and Zixuan. Of course, this canonization requires her to speak in person. After all, this is related to the future harmony. See the Emperor, Empress. Luluo and Zi were full of smiles. Now they are busy, and Xiaoming is also busy, but they haven't seen Xiaoming for a while. At this time, they are naturally happy to see Xiaoming. Fue let the two of them be exempted and said, in the future, you can be called the sister of the palace. The Queen Mother has a will. Starting today, You two will be nobles. Asta and Luluo suddenly looked astonished. Chapter 676 Percussion Drug Niang Niang. Don't tease the slaves. How can I wait for the humble person, Hida, to wait by the emperor's side? The air seemed to be stagnant for a while, and Asta reacted first, panicking. Luluo was also a little flustered. Since Xiaoming became the throne, this distinction between respect and inferiority has become more and more insurmountable. At this time, few Ear's words meant to them and drive them away. Seeing the two of them pale, Xiaoming smiled helplessly. I testify for the queen, this is absolutely true. Xiaoming spoke, Asta and Luluo believed, and the panic gradually turned into joy. The two have followed Xiaoming for 5 years, and they have had a deep relationship with Xiaoming. If they leave here one day, they don't know how to live. In countless nights, they have also had such extravagant hopes, but they did not expect such extravagant hopes to become reality one day. Thank you, the Emperor. Thank you, Empress. Asta and Luluo saluted with joy. Xiaoming and Fue also showed smiles, and he said to the two of them, if you want to thank you, you have to thank the Queen Mother. Are you not going now? Yes. The Emperor. Luluo and Asta went to Siren Palace happily. Seeing the two walking away, Fue glanced at Xiaoming grotesquely and said, now the Emperor doesn't have to go for a tryst with the two people in the few short intervals. The Emperor can turn over the sign tonight. Xiaoming was suddenly a little embarrassed. Some things really couldn't hide the woman's golden eyes. During the period of Fue's pregnancy, he really often met with two girls. After all, Xiaoming is a normal man, with some physical needs. He laughed twice. Xiaoming said, I don't turn anyone's brand, the queen is pregnant, and I want to stay with the queen. Fue heard the words and laughed while covering her mouth. The next day, the canonization of Gui Xiu as the imperial concubine, and the will of Luluo and Asta as nobles were delivered to the three people. On that day, Gui Xiu entered the corridor and temporarily lived in the Chunhua Pavilion. This Chunhua Pavilion is behind the dormitory of Xiaoming and Fue. Xiaoming can reach it by bypassing the small road from the dormitory. After finishing this matter, Xiaoming could be regarded as having troubles. During the Northern War, King Huainan was very active. Not only did he succeed in destroying Yanyan, he also took the initiative to participate in the attack on King Zhao. Xiaoming knew very well that the reason why King Huainan did this was to enable Xiaoming to treat her daughter better. But now that the war in the north has reached a critical juncture, Xiaoming's decision to let Gui Xiu enter the palace was also a reassurance for King Huainan, so that he could fight the enemy bravely on the battlefield. Congratulations to the Emperor for holding a beautiful woman this time. The first thing Gui Xiu did after entering the palace was to go to the temple of Siren to greet the Empress Dowager, and then she, Asta, and Luluo went to the dormitory to greet Fue. He had already met Gui Xiu earlier. Fue talked to him about Gui Xiu as soon as he came back from the conference hall. I don't believe that there are women who are more beautiful than the queen in this world. Xiaoming's slick tongue, deeply influenced by contemporary culture. He is very skilled in coaxing his wife. These words made Fue feel sweet, and she said, I'm afraid that the Emperor will forget these words when he saw this Gui Xiu. The two were talking when Qian Defu suddenly walked over to Xiaoming and said, Emperor, Lu Tong, please. Lu Tong? Let him in. Xiaoming said lightly that Lu Tong has been busy with various chemical experiments during this time, and one of the experiments he ordered Lu Tong to do, which is the preparation of mercury fulminate. After nearly 5 years of teaching, he now has a group of basic talents in his hands, but although these people have mastered some skills, sometimes they don't know where to start or what to study first. So after Xiaoming ascended the throne, he drew up a and D plan, allowing technical talents such as Lu Tong, Lin Wenyao, Song Chengping, Chen Qi to produce various scientific and technological items one by one according to the plan he listed. In Lin Wentao it is a steam engine and a steam locomotive, while in Lu Tong it is mercury fulminate, the most basic firing medicine. After all, smokeless gunpowder is just that. If you upgrade your firearm to a firing gun, you must use this firing powder. When it comes to government affairs, Xiaoming no longer meets Lu Tong near the bedroom, but waits for him in the main hall. After a while, Lu Chong appeared outside the main hall and walked towards Xiaoming. "See the emperor." When he got closer, Lu Tong said with a bow. Xiaoming looked at Lu Tong. "Is there any progress when you come to see me this time?" "The emperor has a brilliant plan. The next official is talking about mercury fulminate. This kind of firing drug has been successfully synthesized in the laboratory," Lu Tong said excitedly. Xiaoming smiled satisfied when he heard this. In 1799, Howard produced mercury fulminate, which was used to make flash hiders in 1814. At this time, the flash hider is not used for metal fixed-load ammunition, but a separate flash hider to replace flint. But even so, this also increases the firing speed of the gun a lot, because it eliminates the step of pouring gunpowder into the gunpowder pool. And after the birth of the flash hider was the birth of the firing device and the birth of the post-loading gun, followed by the production of metal fixed-load bullets. Now that Lu Tong has made it, for Xiaoming, he can make a flash hider and a firing device to upgrade the flintlock rifle into the most primitive firing rifle, and increase the rate of fire of the flintlock. It's just that the metal fixed-load ammunition is not possible for him, because even in contemporary countries that can produce bullets and artillery shells, it is said that there are only 13. It is conceivable that the production of bullets and shells requires a strong enough industrial system. For Xiaoming, King Zhu's industry has just started, and the production of metal fixed-loaded ammunition is as difficult as the sky. "Yes, not bad." Xiaoming smiled. Although the firing device can only increase the rate of fire and cannot change the range and power, it is also a huge improvement for him, because on the battlefield it is often because of being able to shoot 2 more shots and win. Lu Tong's expression was relaxed. This was the task that Xiaoming gave him. Now that he had finished, a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The emperor, although the mercury fulminate is synthesized, it is only in the eyes of the lower officials that the mercury fulminate is a bit unstable and easy to explode. If you use this kind of thing on a gun, you need to pay attention to it. Xiaoming nodded, and he said, "Don't think your business is over." This mercury fulminate was developed, but you will have to help Song Qingping to make a flash hat with mercury sulfate. Flash hat? Lu Tong scratched his head. He didn't know anything about this kind of thing. After all, he was only responsible for synthesizing various things. At this time, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to bring paper and pen, and began to draw the structure of the flash hider on the paper stroke by stroke. At the same time, under the influence of the technology spa, Lu Tong gradually became clear about what a flash hider is. Chapter 677 Take Hu Lao past the Emperor. The next official understands, then go to discuss this with Song Qingping. Lu Tong looked a little excited, but this kind of flash hider was also very interesting. Xiaoming nodded. Generally speaking, King Zhu's current firearm level is basically no different from Europe. Both sides use flintlock, small batch rifled guns, field guns and other firearms. If he uses the same weapons to fight against the Western armies, Xiaoming basically has no advantage and is likely to fall into a protracted battle that consumes each other. Therefore, any progress is needed at this time. If the flash hider is successfully manufactured this time, he will be able to slightly outperform Europe in firearms. Just as Lu Tong was about to leave, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. He said, "By the way, you and Lin Wentao, Song Qingping, Chen Qi and others must communicate frequently so that you can communicate with others. Maybe Lin Wentao made things. It is also what you need, and what you make is what Lin Wentao needs, so that King Zhu's technology can rise as a whole, instead of you beating your drums and he beating his gongs." "Yes, the Emperor." The lower official remembered. Lu Tong bowed. Having said this, Xiaoming asked Lu Tong about the chemical industry again, which made him leave. Now the North is about to unify, and after this unification is the stage of recuperation and industrial upgrading. Now he is already preparing for this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of New Ben and others. Now the war in the North is in their hands. He only hopes to end it soon. After all, the situation is constantly changing, and the longer the delay, the more disadvantaged they will be. After the Battle of Jueongguan, Nu Ben concentrated most of his forces in Gyeonggu. At the same time, he asked King Huainan and Chen Xinren to leave 20,000 horses to station at Jueongguan, and the Western army also left 20,000 horses to fight with them. On the day that Zhao Jun was defeated, the barbarians chose to retreat. The barbarians were not fools, and they would only suffer more casualties if they stayed. Zhao Jun's vitality was severely injured in the Jueongguan battle. He can no longer fight with us in the field. He can only stop us by relying on natural dangers. Generally speaking, the offensive and defensive trend has changed. Now we should take the initiative to solve King Zhao completely. Nu Ben said in the camp. King Huainan nodded. General Nu said that the Jueongguan barbarians and Zhao Jun went together on that day. It can be seen that the barbarians are willing to take advantage of this opportunity. If this war continues, it will be even more difficult for the barbarians to intervene. General Nu, please give the order. The soldiers are very fast. As long as you take Hulaguan and Chang'an, the world of Great Yu is set. Chen Xinren said, and now the only rebellion left in Great Yu is King Zhao. Although the king of Chu still occupies the south of the Yangtze River, he has already honored Xiaoming. Nu Ben nodded when he heard the words. This is also the reason why Ben will gather you to come today. Starting from today, the army will be deployed and will definitely take down Hulao Pass and Chang'an in one fell swoop, and pacify the north. Yes, General. The generals looked excited, and they waited for the day to ride their horses in Chang'an. King Huainan and Chen Xinren looked at each other and asked the generals to gather soldiers to prepare to leave the city. 3 days later, the coalition forces appeared in front of Hulao Pass. This Hulao Pass is a great pass in the east of Liuoyang. If you overcome this pass, you will be able to occupy Liuoyang, and if you use the Liuoyang stronghold, you will be able to directly take Chang'an if you conquer Trong Pass. Coming with the determination to attack Chang'an this time, Nu rushed to Hulao Pass and then relentlessly shelled the walls and gates of Hulao Pass. In the Battle of Jueongguan, King Zhao almost overwhelmed all the elite of Zhao Jun. The defender left by Hulaguan was just to surrender who loyal to him when Chang'an was breached. The generals of Hulao Pass had never seen such a battle before, and his legs trembling immediately by the artillery. Being able to beg for King Zhao, the guard at Hulao Pass can naturally beg for Nu Ben. During the 4th round of shelling, the guard at Hulao Pass ordered someone to open the city gate and personally go out of the city gate to meet Nu Ben. Chen Guodong, you're pretty good at it. Liu Hong is also familiar with the generals of Hulaguan, and can't help but sarcastically said at this time. Chen Guodong is a man of medium build and dark complexion. When he saw Liu Hong and Nu Ben, he immediately bowed and said, General Nu, General Liu, although the junior officer is in Zaoying, his heart is always with the emperor. Here, because of this, the subordinate will take the initiative to go out and be surrendered. I still hope that the general will learn from him. When Nu Ben and Liu Hong learned that the guard at Hulao Pass was still Chen Guodong, they decided to bombard and scare him. They all knew Chen Guodong and knew very well that this person was very knowledgeable about current affairs. Leave aside this matter, I will only ask you how many people and soldiers are there in Liuoyang city? Nu Ben asked. Mentioning this, Chen Guodong sighed and said to Nu Ben, General Nu doesn't know anything about it. Liuoyang is now an empty city. Empty city? Nu Ben was shocked. Chen Guodong nodded. Just 10 days ago, King Zhao suddenly ordered the people in Liuoyang city to be driven into Tongguan, and the whole Liuoyang city was torched. All the people who refused to leave were slaughtered, and King Zhao let out his words. If the general attacked Tongguan, he would burn Chang'an and drive all the people back to Zhao state. Unreasonable. Nu Ben was furious, and he cursed. What is the difference between this servant and Dong Zhao? Chen Guodong had a sad look. He said, the general. It is precisely because he is unwilling to be in the same foul play with King Zhao that he refused to go to Tongguan and waited here for the general to arrive. Fart. It must be that King Zhao looks down on you, leaving you in this Hulao Pass to do his life for him. You speak beautifully." Liu Hong snorted. Chen Guodong's words also made him angry. This Qing'an city has his relatives. Chen Guodong dared not say any more when Liu Hong was scolded, and his body was shaking with fear. Lu Fu said to Nu Ben at this time, "General, King Zhao is forcing us to retreat if we are caught in his tricks. I am afraid that this war will be difficult when the barbarians come. At least we have to take Xiatong Pass is the only one, so the barbarians must break the pass if they want to enter." Nu Ben's gaze gradually became more determined. He said, "You are right. At this time, you can't mess up the righteousness because of Xiran." He looked at Chen Guodong and said, "If you want to save your life, you have to listen to the general now. Now you immediately let your soldier general uniform take off." "Take her off the military uniform?" Chen Guodong asked in confusion. "Stop talking nonsense," Liu Hong scolded. Chen Guodong seemed to be a little afraid of Liu Hong, and immediately asked his soldiers to take off the armor. At this time, Nu Ben ordered the King Zhou army to take off his military uniform and replace it with Chen Guodong's soldier uniform. "Chen Guodong, this is your chance to survive. If you can help Ben General to take Tongguan Pass unconsciously, Ben General will say a few good words for you in front of the Emperor." Nu Ben groaned and said, he already had cares in his heart. Chapter 678 Surprise attack. The cold wind from the north blew the flags closed by Hu Lao and hunted. Chen Guodong's heart was even colder than the wind at this time. He looked at the murderous Nu Ben and had to let his subordinates take off all the armor. Because Chen Guodong took the initiative to surrender, Hu Lao Pass was easily taken down. But Nu Ben didn't think it was just because of Chen Guodong's two-sided swordsman. Chen Guodong has always seen the wind make the rudder. At this time, he chose to surrender, indicating that the situation of King Zhao is gone, and those who once called King Zhao are reduced to the dog of the family. But even so, Nu Ben will not completely trust Chen Guodong. "Soldiers, the country's major event. If the tiger prison is handed over to the soldiers of Chen Guodong, if there is an accident, their back will be cut off and become trapped beasts in the cage. Let the soldiers of the King's Zhou army put on the traditional armor of the country of Dau," and Nu Ben temporarily took the soldiers in Hu Lao Pass into custody. In Nu Ben's view, King Zhao is already struggling to death, because anyone who wants to get the world will not do such a frantic thing at this time. The more delay for him, the more likely King Zhao would do crazy things. So he was prepared to let Chen Guodong lead soldiers pretending to be the defenders of Hu Lao Pass to sneak into Tongguan to take down Tongguan in one fell swoop and block the news that Tongguan was broken. In this way, they could quickly reach Qing'an City and be caught off guard against King Zhao. After a rest for the night, Nu Ben led the army directly to Liaoyang the next day, and they arrived in Liaoyang in the evening. Just as Chen Guodong said, Liaoyang at this time was already an empty city, and there were no traces of the people in this city. Some were just burnt down private buildings and messy streets. This Liaoyang was also a prosperous city second only to Qing'an, but now it has become like this. Liu Hong was a little bit distressed. Lu Fu said, "This area around Qing'an and Liaoyang will probably be completely wiped out by King Zhao. It's a pity that the former prosperous place has become like this now." Yi Qianyan looked at the empty Liaoyang city with emotion, but he continued, "Qing'an and Liaoyang are densely populated, while Dengzhou is sparsely populated. To save the people, it's okay to move some of the past." Nu Ben frowned. "This is the business of the emperor and ministers. I only need to execute the emperor's orders." After all, Nu Ben asked the army to be stationed in Liaoyang city to light a fire and cook. Because Liango and Yango were taken, the route from Yanzhou to Qing'an is now safe, and the grain and grass can be delivered smoothly. It can be said that they have the right time and place to occupy them, and all of them. If they fail, it is really difficult for him to meet Xiaoming. The next day, the army set off from Liaoyang to Tongguan. At this time, the army led by Liang Guodong walked in front, and Nu Ben led the follow-up army behind. This time their strategy was to allow Chen Guodong to deceive the gate of Tongguan. The disguised King Zhou army immediately attacked the gate after entering the city. After receiving the signal, the subsequent troops will quickly attack and control Tongguan, and then use Tongguan as a stronghold to directly reach Chang'an City. 3 days later, Chen Guodong and Yi Qinian arrived under Tongguan. In order to prevent Chen Guodong from coming out of moths, Nu Ben ordered Yi Qinian to enter the city with Chen Guodong, so that if Chen Guodong dared to play tricks, Yi Qinian should be able to kill Chen Guodong. Yo, isn't this General Chen? When Chen Guodong and Yi Qinian arrived at Tongguan, a guardian figure appeared on the wall. Seeing this person, Chen Guodong laughed. This person is a close friend of King Zhao, named Sun Lirong. He flatly said, "It turns out that it is General Sunday. Please trouble General Sun to open the gate to let the little brother in." With a condescending look, Sun Lirong said, "General Chen, aren't you in Hulao Pass? Why are you back?" Your Highness said that in order to prevent spies from entering Tong Pass, none of these are allowed to enter the city. Brother Sun, this King Chi's army is really powerful. The little brother resisted for a day and it was too low to stop. Only then led the army to come here, hoping to fight the Chi army here. Sun Lirong's face changed when he heard the words, "So Hulao Pass is lost." Brother Sun, it's lost. Chen Guodong told the truth. It only takes 1 day for King Chi's army to attack the city. This is not a false report. Sun Lirong's face became more and more ugly. He glanced at the soldiers under the city and said, "If this were the case, I wouldn't be able to let you in." "Why is this? You and I both work for King Zhao. Why did Brother Sun treat me like this?" Chen Guodong was a little anxious, and at the same time he began to curse King Zhao in his heart. Now he understands that he is just an abandoned son. The Zhao Wang kept him in the prison for the sake of death. Thinking of this, his teeth tickled with hatred, and he wanted to kill King Zhao himself. Sun Lirong said lazily, "It's just because Zhao Wang doesn't trust you at all." The conversation between the two made Yi Qinian frown. Using this method to win Tongguan was their first plan. The second plan is to attack as if attacking Hulao Pass, but in this way, it will inevitably be horrified. However, based on the current situation, it seems that only a second plan can be adopted. Chen Guodong noticed Yi Qinian's look. He gave Yi Qinian a reassuring look. Turning his head, he said to Sun Lirong, "Brother Sun, it doesn't matter how little brother, it's just a pity that the money that the little brother grabbed can't be brought back." After all, Chen Guodong pointed to the box carried by the soldier and said, "When he was in Liuoyang, Chen Guodong and Nu Ben talked about the Tongguan guard Sun Lirong." According to Chen Guodong, this Sun Lirong was an extremely greedy person, and he often had the disadvantage of deducting military pay in the army. Therefore, he asked to bring the Yinlian from Hulao Pass, also to lure Sun Lirong to switch. Sure enough, Sun Lirong showed greed when he learned that the box was silver. The news of Zhu Yongguan's defeat has spread. The Zhaojin Ruai suffered serious losses in this battle, and many people understand that Chang'an cannot be protected. Because of this, King Zhao ordered the army to ransack Liuoyang and entrained the people of Liuoyang to go to the kingdom of Zhao. If King Chi's army still attacked Tongguan, this Chang'an would be the next target of the Zhao army. So in Sun Lirong's view, this will only be withdrawn sooner or later. In that case, it is better to make more money and go back. Turning his eyes, Sun Lirong said, "How much silver is there in total?" "There are still more than 1 million pils." Chen Guodong knew that Sun Lirong was tempted. After hesitating, he glanced at more than 5,000 soldiers under the city. Sun Lirong realized that this person could not pose a threat to the 30,000 horses in the pass. He finally nodded and said, "Switch." A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qinian's mouth. Under Sun Lirong's order, the gate of Tongguan slowly opened. As long as the gate was captured, Tongguan belonged to them. Chapter 678. Bing Linqing and the soldiers entered Tongguan in neat steps. In the Guan, Sun Lirong had come down from the city wall and looked at the soldiers of Chen Guodong who had been punished in military discipline. Sun Lirong suddenly felt a little strange. But this strange feeling was quickly replaced by the desire for silver. "General Chen, King Zhao will certainly reward you for sending him so much silver." Sun Lirong laughed, but in his heart he thought about how to occupy the silver. Chen Guodong and Yi Qinian had entered the pass. Chen Guodong still smiled flatly, but Yi Qinian's eyes flashed cold. The King Zhou soldiers who came with him this time were all elite veterans, although there were only 5,000, but it was enough to seize the city gate. At this time, Sun Lirong hadn't noticed the danger. He and Chen Guodong were greeting each other as they walked to the box. Just when Sun Lirong stretched out his hand to open the box, Yi Qinyan suddenly attacked, drew the sabre around his waist and pierced Sun Lirong's heart from behind. This sword was so deadly that Sun Lirong fell to the ground without even screaming. The other Zhao Jun soldiers were shocked when they saw it and rushed towards Yi Qinyan and Chen Guodong. Kill! The soldiers of the King Zhou army who entered the city rushed to the soldiers of Zhao Jun at the same time. Although they have been killing the enemy with firearms, their melee ability has never been reduced. Moreover, the tempering of the war made them rich in experience, and every one of them lacked useless tricks. But every one of them was fatal. Sun Lirong was dead. This made the soldiers at the gate of the city a little confused. After fighting with the King Zhou army, they were beaten back again and again. The soldiers of Zhao Jun were shocked and kept retreating into the pass. At this moment, Yi Qinyan lit the fireworks, and with a loud explosion, colorful flames exploded in the sky. It was almost dusk, and in a forest 5 miles away from Tongguan, Nu Ben saw the fireworks in the direction of Tongguan. At this time, he said to Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu, "You lead the cavalry to help immediately, and this general will lead you." "Yes, General." Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu said that the two of them led the cavalry on their horses and came to Tongguan. Nu Ben immediately led the army to follow. When he arrived, Yi Qinyan had successfully controlled the city gate and the city wall, while Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu quickly controlled other city gates by relying on the advantages of the cavalry. "General, Tongguan defender Sun Lirong is dead. The defending army in the city without a leader is not our opponent at all, and has been defeated now," Yi Qinyan said. Nu Ben nodded. Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu led more cavalry than this defender, and there was no reason why they could not be captured. He asked Lu Fu to lead the soldiers into the city to further destroy the Zhao Jun in the pass. At the same time, he said to King Huainan and Chen Xinren, "His Royal Highness, General Chen, if you win Tongguan, Qing'an is right in front of you. I hope the two can help each other and take Qing'an in one fell swoop." King Huainan and Chen Xinren now admire the Western Expedition Army, and in their eyes this is really an elite division. The two arched their hands at Nu Ben, and said in unison, "Only the general's orders." Nu Ben nodded. This time Tongguan was able to be taken down so easily because their plan was successful, but the most important point was the problem of the defenders of Tongguan. If it was before, this Tongguan could be stationed at least 100,000 soldiers, but now the huge Tongguan only has 30,000 soldiers. First at Hulao Pass and then at Tong Pass, Wang Zhao's weakness was seen in his eyes, and now it was the opportunity to destroy Wang Zhao in one fell swoop. The army entered the city, and the remaining defenders in the city were quickly cleaned up. That night Nu Ben once again concentrated his generals to make plans for attacking Qing'an. Unlike usual, Nu Ben's offensive plan was quite bold. He ordered Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu to lead the cavalry to Qing'an first. If Qing'an's defenses were weak, he would take the opportunity to harass. At the same time, he asked Qi Guanyi and Bai Mu to get in touch with the Qing'an tycoons. By now, if these tycoons could not see the situation clearly, they could only say they were too stupid. But in Nu Ben's view, as long as Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu's cavalry arrive, this will be the last straw to crush King Zhao. Because when the time comes, the Qing'an wealthy clan will inevitably face them unanimously against this rebellion. Qing'an. The sudden increase of soldiers on the street made the people a little uneasy, and the peaceful atmosphere in Qing'an gradually became a little weird in the past month. And the looting of Liaoyang city by Zhao Jun made them very worried, for fear that they would end up with the people of Liaoyang. "Father, the Qi army is coming in fiercely, and the children always feel that this Qing'an is not a place to stay for a long time. It is better to loot the money and take the people back." Zhao Yuanliang persuaded him in the palace study. Wang Zhao was obsessed with stroking the exquisite ceramics in the study. This is an official kiln porcelain that only emperors can enjoy. But now he wants to abandon all this. He is not reconciled. If it weren't for Deng Yuan and Wang Zai's incompetence, Why would this king be so embarrassed now? Zhao Wang was furious. Zhao Yuanliang naturally shirked the defeat of Zhu Yongguan. In fact, he was the main commander of Zhu Yongguan. But he was greedy for life and fear of death, so he never went to this battlefield and stayed in Wanzhou. Although he hated Xiaoming very much, he was a bit afraid of Xiaoming's army in his heart. He had been lingering fears during his last trip to Qingzhou. Further, Wang said that it's just that Wang Zai is in prison. Deng Yuan is still useful. I hope my father will think twice. Zhao Wangwin nodded. You have some truth, so let Deng Yuan stay in the army to make atonement. Zhao Yuanliang breathed a sigh of relief, and he continued, is it just that the father is still going to stay here in Chang'an? After all, this is not a place to stay for long. Wang Zhao already had the intention to withdraw from Chang'an in his heart, and Chang'an's treasury was looted by him, except for this palace. He has nothing to miss. It's just that there is still a trace of luck in his heart. If King Qi does not move westward, he may not have to withdraw here. After all, who wants to leave this place of flowers? Now I'm only waiting for news from Tongguan. But you have to be prepared. If the news is unfavorable, you will immediately burn Chang'an and force the people to move to Yuanzhou. There was a fierce flash in Zhao Wang's eyes. He doesn't care about the rise and fall of the Great Yu Kingdom. In his eyes, he only has his own kingship. For this reason, he can destroy everything or betray everything. Yes, father, my son and minister will prepare now. Zhao Yuanliang was delighted, and like Zhao Wang, even if he could not obtain the imperial power of the Great Yu, he still wanted to enjoy the glory and wealth in his own country. After a pause, he remembered something and suddenly asked, Father, what about the 13th princes? Leave the 13 princes to Xiaoming. This king wants to see how he treats a 2-year-old prince. Zhao Wang sneered. Zhao Yuanliang laughed at the same time. Then he retired and left the palace, but his and Zhao Wang's pride came to an abrupt end the next day. Qi Guangyi and Bai Imu led a large number of cavalry outside the city of Chang'an. Chapter 679 Crazy. This outsider is really Xiaoming's? In the Jefu of Chang'an city, Jiren eagerly asked the butler. Master, it's true. The old slave heard about it from the leader of the general. This cavalry went outside Chang'an and declared that he was from Qingzhou, and he went to many big clans outside of the city with new general's greeting card. Visit at home, the butler said. Jiren looked complicated when he heard the words. He said, so Tongguan has been lost. There are 2 other people beside Jiren. This is Yuzong and Nikyuang. They came to Jiren's house to discuss countermeasures when they learned that cavalry appeared outside Chang'an. Master King Zhao was defeated in the Zhuangguan battle. What was lost in this battle was King Zhao's elite. The current King Zhao is just the end of the crossbow. Now Xiaoming's soldiers and horses have arrived. In Hyungguan, if you still watch from the sidelines at this time and wait for New Ben to take Chang'an, we will be a criminal minister who surrendered to the enemy and traitorously. Yuzong was a little worried. Nikyuang said, yes. Not to mention that Zhao Wang is crazy. He ransacked Liaoyang and drove the people into Zhao's land. Now he has the same thoughts about Chang'an. Master, this Chang'an is the foundation of my family. If we lose you and me, it's the dog of the morning family. Nikyuang said. Yuzong and Nikyuang were anxious. But Jiren was not anxious at all, because he had already passed a secret letter to Nu Ben during the Battle of Zhuangguan. But this is not enough for him. If you want to join Xiaoming's court in the future, it must bring merits. So he said, I understand the thoughts of the 2. Zhao Wang is innocent, and it has caused anger and resentment. How can we be such a tyrant? If we continue to serve him, we should join forces with the current sage to fight against him. Yuzong and Nikyuang were suddenly excited. This is the first time that Jiren has directly expressed his intention to deal with Zhao Wang. Jiren glanced at the 2 of them and continued, it should not be too late. We are now mobilizing the trilogy of the family and contacting the tribe in the Forbidden Army. Master, if this is the case, we will go back to make preparations. The 2 arched their hands and turned away. Watching the 2 leave, Jiren said to the butler, you now concentrate on the trilogy that sneaked into the city, and let them wait for my order to open the city gate at any time. Yes, sir. The housekeeper looked solemn. These trilogy were arranged by the J family in the city. If they were exposed, their J family would have no way to go. When the officials were looking for their own way out, the news of the cavalry also reached Wang Zhao, which made Wang Zhao disappointed. Tongwen was lost. Why didn't Sun Lirong send someone to send the news? Zhao Wang paced back and forth. The sudden appearance of this cavalry completely broke his plan. Zhao Yuanliang said, "Father, I am afraid that Sun Lirong either surrendered or died. None of them is used at critical times." Wang Zhao fiercely knocked the memorial before him to the ground. In the past 2 years, he has actually felt that he is in control. It's just that now all of this will leave him. He is really unwilling. Now Xiaoming's cavalry is outside the city, and the musketeers will arrive one after another. He can't win the coalition with more than 200,000 troops. But it is too late for him to evacuate Qing'an. There are no more than 30,000 trusted soldiers in the city of Qing'an. This number of soldiers is obviously not the opponent of this cavalry. Zhao Yuanliang was also thinking about this issue. He said, "Father, let's withdraw. It will be too late if you don't leave." Zhao Wang has been on the battlefield for a long time. He is much calmer than Zhao Yuanliang, and now this situation is left with desperate resistance, and they can't escape at all. He believed that those who had bowed down to him are now sharpening their swords, and Huo is ready to do it against him. A vicious flash flashes in his eyes. He said to Zhao Yuanliang, "I can't escape, but this king will not leave Xiaoming with a rich Qing'an. You immediately mobilize the army to slaughter the city." Tucking, Zhao Yuanliang said in horror. He couldn't believe it. "Father, this Yuanliang, Xiaoming won't let us go. Our state of Zhao will be destroyed." There was a trace of desolation in Zhao Wang's voice. Zhao Yuanliang's heart is sad. What a beauty he has been in the past 2 years, countless gold and silver treasures, endless beauties, and now all this will be deprived. Like King Zhao, in despair, Zhao Yuanliang's heart suddenly surged with crazy thoughts. "Xiaoming, what you get will only be a piece of scorched earth." He nodded heavily. Zhao Yuanliang turned and left, and then, there was a sudden scream in the palace. King Zhao's guards turned from protectors of the palace to destroyers at this moment, and the guards who were ordered raised butcher knives to the eunuchs and maids in the palace. The once beautiful and peaceful palace suddenly became sure a hell, and the soldiers burned, killed, looted, and committed no evil. At the same time, another forbidden army entered the city. They raised their butcher knives to the people and killed people when they saw them, some officials and people. Whenever they slaughtered a house, they would set the house on fire, and for a while, Qing'an city was full of smoke. Zhao Jun's atrocities spread quickly in the city. The people and officials in Qing'an were frightened and fled, but some officials were very calm. They immediately assembled the trilogy in the city, distributed weapons and armor to them, and went directly to the city gate. The only thing that can stop King Zhao now is the army outside the city. The strangeness in Qing'an city also caught the attention of Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu, and the rising smoke made them very confused. "What's the matter?" Qi Guanyi asked. At this time, 8,000 tyrant tribes had been assembled around them, and these tribes were all supported by the great clans outside the city. As Nu Ben said, when they arrived outside Qing'an city, these tycoons were very interesting and accepted their request to attack King Zhao together. Baima said, "This smoke one after another, I'm afraid there is a big problem in Qing'an." Qi Guanyi rolled his eyes, and he said, "Could it be that the rich tribe in the city fought with King Zhao first?" "It shouldn't be. The war is a war, but in this way it is burning a house." "Could it be that King Zhao is slaughtering the city?" Bai Imu exclaimed. Qi Guanyi just thought of this. He said, "It is very possible that Wang Zhao has always been vicious, and he did it." After a pause, he said, "Can't wait any longer. I'm afraid this Qing'an city will become a ruin if I wait any longer." Baima looked at the army formed by the sons of the wealthy family. At this time, a son of the wealthy family said, "The 2 generals are not in a hurry. My family chief has laid ambush in the city. This time they will definitely open the city gate to meet us." As soon as his words fell, a cavalry came and said, "General Qi, the north gate of Qing'an has opened." Qi Guanyi and Bai Imu were overjoyed, and immediately led the cavalry to the city of Chang'an. This was a good time to make merit. Chapter 680. Winter flames and heavy smoke obscured the sky in Chang'an. The screams, howls, and the desperate shouts before dying all became the background music of Chang'an City at this time. The brutality of human nature was vividly manifested by Zhao Jun's soldiers at this moment. In their eyes, the Chang'an people were no longer humans, but pigs and sheep allowed to be slaughtered. Kill. Soldiers of Zhao Jun sprang from one civic square and got into another civic square. The streets were full of blood footprints left by soldiers of Zhao Jun. The old man and the child on the street were hacked and killed by Zhao Jun soldiers before they came to escape. From time to time, women's hysterical cries came from the dark corners. An atmosphere of horror enveloped Chang'an City. But the tiger wolf like Zhao Jun encountered resistance when he continued to slaughter Nanqing. At this time, some powerful tribes suddenly appeared on the street to fight with them. This situation prevented the massacre of Zhao Jun soldiers, and they continued to suffer casualties as they advanced. The King Zhao murdered the first emperor, framed the former prince, and threatened Queen Zhao and the 13 princes. These rebellious people can be killed. Now King Zhao is trying to slaughter the city. If he doesn't resist, no one can live. Let us kill. Enemy. Jiren was shocked when he learned that Zhao Jun was in the massacre. He understood that King Zhao was completely crazy. Making a decisive decision, he immediately sent a part of the trilogy to Beijing to seize the city gate, and at the same time, Nikuang and Chuzong took another trilogy to organize the people to prevent Zhao Jun from slaughtering Chang'an. Kill this dog thief. With Jiren taking the lead, a group of people without a leader were organized partly, and facing death. These people were unwilling to get caught. Kill King Zhao, help the royal family. Kill King Zhao, help the royal family. The people were so angry that they rushed to the soldiers of Zhao Jun who raised their butcher knife at them. It's just that the relatively experienced Zhao Jun soldiers from the rich tribe and the people lacked combat experience. After a series of charges, they were defeated by the Zhao Jun soldiers. The three of Jiren saw this scene in their eyes. This situation had long been expected for them, but if they did not resist them, they would die. Between waiting to be killed and being killed after resistance, the three chose the latter. The resistance of the common people and the rich tribes became fewer and fewer. Jiren was anxious, and he looked in the direction of the north gate from time to time. Just as their resistance was about to collapse, a sound of horseshoes suddenly approached them like thunder. When this voice sounded like it was in his ears, Jiren saw the cavalry wearing a silver-white breastplate riding a war horse. Each of these cavalrymen was strong, and the saber made of stainless steel in their hands was shining with a cold light. In an instant, these cavalrymen rushed directly into the Zhao Jun soldiers who were slaughtering from the Suzaku Avenue. Zhao Jun, who was immersed in the massacre, didn't react at all. When they turned around, they only saw the saber cut down on them. The fighting sounded, and Zhao Jun, who was in contact with the cavalry, was cut through the middle by the King's Zhu cavalry as if running water met a hard rock. Part of Zhao Jun thought that this was still a trilogy of the rich family, and they rushed to these cavalry with contempt in their hearts. Just the moment they met, they understood that this was an army that was more fierce than them. These cavalry were very skilled at manipulating horses, and their ability to kill enemies was more skilled than riding horses. The cavalry rushing into the pile of people can still protect each other and cooperate with each other. What frightens them most is the fierceness of this cavalry. In front of them, they suddenly became slaughtered lambs. The most rare thing on the battlefield is morale. In the face of the cowardly people, the morale of these Zhao troops is high, and the pleasure brought by the plunder makes them extremely fierce. But an army with will is not what they can compare. More and more cavalry poured in from the northern city, and Zhao Jun soldiers who slaughtered the people were driven by the cavalry to flee to the southern city. After the cavalry gained a firm foothold, the Hao tribe came from outside the city, and the number continued to increase. They cooperated with the cavalry to continuously charge. When Jiren saw these cavalry soldiers, a stone fell on the ground, and then he found Qi Guangyai. General Jiren Enxia. When he reached Qi Guangyai, Jiren directly reported his name. Qi Guanyi was going to the palace to capture King Zhao. He stopped and said, when he heard the name, "You are the Jiren who sent us information." Jiren was overjoyed. He nodded fiercely. "It's under." Yuzong and Nikuang looked at each other, only to realize that Jiren was an old fox, and he had secretly connected with King Qi's army. Qi Guanyi's expression eased, and he said, "It turns out to be Lord General Nu asked me to greet him. When I saw him, General Nu is really polite." Jiren was born with a laugh. After the greeting, Qi Guanyi asked directly, "Thank you, Lord. How many soldiers and horses are there in this city?" "General, there are only 60,000 soldiers and horses of King Zhao in this city. Most of King Zhao's soldiers and horses have gone to Wanzhou, but they have been defeated at Zhuangguan. In addition to King Zhao's soldiers and horses, there are 50,000 forbidden troops in the city. These forbidden troops were repelled by the Emperor Zhao following King Zhao." Jiren said. 100,000 people. Qi Guanyi frowned. A total of 40,000 people came this time. If Zhao Jun recovers to attack again, they may not be able to resist it. As if seeing Qi Guanyi's concern, Jiren said, "General Qi, an old and talented man, is willing to go to the Forbidden Army camp to persuade him to surrender, as long as the general can save their lives." Qi Guanyi was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "If this is the case, when the general comes, I will appeal to the general for Master." Jiren became more and more happy. He went on to say, "The old man is quite prestigious among the Chang'an tycoons at this time. We can add some helpers to the general." Yuzong and Nikuang said eagerly at this time, "General, I can also summon the troop to fight for the general." The smile in Qi Guanyi's eyes grew thicker. He knew that these people saw that King Zhao had gone, and they were eager to vote for another new master to establish merits. Now King Zhao is right in front of him. As long as King Zhao is destroyed, the North Convenience will be unified from then on, and it doesn't matter if these people have a credit. He said, "So rely on 3 people to help me fight rebellion." The 3 bowed. Jiren went to the Forbidden Army camp by himself, and Yuzong and Nikuang went to convene the trilogy. At this moment, more and more tycoons learned that Xiaoming's soldiers had arrived, and they brought the tycoon tribes to help. The war lasted from noon to night. In the early morning of the next morning, there were 25,000 people from the tribe of the rich and powerful, and Jiren also brought news of the surrender of the Forbidden Army. Qi Guanyi was not in a hurry to attack at this time. He ordered people to surround the city gate and waited for Nu Ben to come. Chapter 681. The overall situation is set when there was a hint of white belly. Soldiers wearing dark green uniforms and carrying flintlocks appeared on the official road outside Chang'an. After learning that King Zhao was trapped in Chang'an, Nu Ben led the army on the way that night and finally arrived under Chang'an this morning. Chang'an. The moment Luo Hong and Luo Xin saw Chang'an City, tears filled their eyes. This is where they were born and where they have lived for more than 20 years. Thinking that they had to withdraw from Chang'an 2 years ago and seek refuge in Kingzhou, 2 years have passed, and they have stood under Chang'an again. However, unlike the first embarrassment, they came back as victors this time. "General, the remaining soldiers of King Zhao in the inner palace are still stubbornly resisting in the inner palace with artillery. Just come, and you can blast the inner palace directly with artillery." Qi Guanyi came to the horse. Nu Ben said, "Wang Zhao is just a turtle in the urn now. This is not anxious. The most important thing now is to take the nearby states and counties so as not to suffer from the enemy." Speaking of this, Qi Guanyi said with a smile, "The general has been overwhelmed. Now the wealthy families in Chang'an can't wait to be subordinate to the emperor. The states and counties surrounding Chang'an have long since surrendered to the end." "That's all right." Nu Ben nodded, and he said again, "The current King Zhao is already a betrayal of his relatives. Such a wolf-hearted person deserves retribution." Along the way, Nu Ben witnessed the people living in hardship. In order to start wars and make firearms, King Zhao kept levying high taxes on the people, causing the people to lose their livelihood. And this is not the most terrible. On the route of the migration of Liuoyang people, what he sees is a lot of bones. For his kingship, Zhao Wang is already frantic. Before coming to Chang'an, He was already full of hatred for King Zhao. The general said that before the general came, Zhao Wang actually ordered the slaughter of the city. If it weren't for Jiren and other tycoons to lead the tribe in the city, as the inner city should open the gates, the people in Chang'an City would probably not have raised a fist. Liu Hong and Liu Oxin were even more angry when they heard this. Liu Hong said, "It is a beast, General. Please give this battle to the inner palace to the final general. There are many relatives of the firearms soldiers in the Chang'an minister. They take revenge." Nu Ben nodded slowly, and said, "Then let King Zhao pay the debt." The group spoke for a while at the gate of the city. Nu Ben led the army into the city. King Huainan and Chen Xianren looked at each other. They also had some relief in their eyes. After this battle, they could return to their domain. The expedition was very long. Unlike the Nu Ben army, they were already exhausted. As soon as they entered the city, a large group of people swarmed in. They picked up the noodles, brought the clear water, and distributed the food and water to the soldiers. This scene really shocked Nu Ben, and he couldn't help looking at Qi Guanyi. He laughed twice, and Qi Guanyi said, "General, this is not the idea of the Enid general. It is the people who insisted on coming. They said that we saved their lives. I hope we can kill the rebellion as soon as possible and give Chang'an peace and safety." When Nu Ben heard the words, his serious face eased. He looked at the people and said, "The emperor said that the people are the foundation of the world. As long as the people are focused on us, we have a source of troops and food wherever we go." Not worth it. The other generals all smiled upon hearing what they said, and they became more and more firm in their belief in the unification of the North, because only with unification can the common people have a stable life. In the past 2 years, they have fought from north to south, and from east to west. They have seen too many tragedies along the way. Because of the war, the vassal princes robbed the people by ingenuity. Bandits rampaged the village to kill the people, cut off production, and the people went hungry. Once a prosperous world was abruptly beaten to shreds because of the war, and the population also suffered huge losses in the war. Nowadays, people's bodies can be seen everywhere on the road. They were either killed by soldiers or died of hunger and cold. And when they entered Chang'an, the civil strife that swept across the country finally came to an end. After more than 100,000 troops entered the city, the empty camp of Chang'an City was immediately filled. After the soldiers were placed, Liu Hong and Liu Oxin led 40,000 people towards the inner palace. They prepared artillery and muskets to bury King Zhao's men. This King Zhao really installed a lot of artillery in the inner palace. Liu Oxin put down his binoculars 500 meters away. Knowing the range of the export-type artillery, he was not at all worried that he would be hit. This time, Nu Ben let Liu Hong and Liu Oxin be responsible for the siege of the city. At the same time, soldiers from the former firearms camp followed them. This time they were the same enemy, and couldn't wait to kill King Zhao in their hearts. "How are you going to attack the city?" Liu Hong asked. Liu Oxin said lazily, "How else can you attack the city? Do you still need to be polite to deal with King Zhao?" Turning around he shouted, "Blam me the gate of the city, fire it!" Under his order, the field artillery fired at the same time, with a continuous roar. Although the inner palace's city wall was solid, it couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of so many artillery. After another 20 minutes, the front tower collapsed directly. Liu Oxin hadn't stopped at this time, but continued to shell the walls on both sides, expanding the opening of the cave, until he appeared in front of him in a collapsed area of 100 meters. He ordered the shelling to stop this time. "Kill!" The sound of the artillery went out, and Liu Hong rushed into the inner palace by himself. The soldiers who once belonged to the firearms battalion followed closely behind him. They followed Liu Hong crazy with their bayonets. Nu Ben did not take command this time. According to Nu Ben's words, if Liu Hong couldn't even attack the inner palace at this time, he didn't have to go back to see him. The gap was opened, and the rest became simple. More and more soldiers rushed into the inner palace. "Papa!" Liu Hong, the soldier who encountered King Zhao, commanded the soldiers to complete a volley, and then raise the bayonet to fight Zhao Jun. In the battle with Qi Guanyi, The soldiers of the Zhao army had been defeated and their morale dropped greatly. Now a group of musketeers with higher morale than the cavalry rushed in, and they couldn't stand it. Although they carried Zhao Jun's sturdy style, they were equally fiercely fighting, but the advantages of firearms and regular bayonet killing techniques made their casualties continue to increase. After more and more musketeers poured into the inner palace, the Zhao army who resisted began to disintegrate. Liu Hong noticed this and attacked Zhao army more and more fiercely. The battle lasted from morning to evening, and under the expanding advantages, Liu Hong successfully led the soldiers to seize the inner palace. In the former Chengqing Hall, they found King Zhao sitting on the dragon chair, while Zhao Yuanliang was kneeling on the ground and shivering. Chapter 682 Journey. The blood gathered into a stream, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhao Jun's body was stilted, piled up in the open space in front of the Chengqing Hall. Liu Hong was covered in blood, as if a murderer broke into Chengqing Hall, looked at King Zhao on the throne. He went straight up, and threw King Zhao up from the dragon chair. King Zhao was old. He staggered and rolled down the steps. His forehead was hit by the steps, bleeding out. Ha ha ha! Zhao Wang was humiliated by Liu Hong, and instead of anger, he laughed wildly. He just smiled, and there was a sudden bleak in his voice. Liu Hong drew his sword and pointed at King Zhao and cursed, "Rebellious courtiers and thieves, I want to see when you can laugh," he said to his opponent, all tied up. The two soldiers immediately King Zhao and Yuanliang Zhao. When they heard this, Liu Xin also walked in at this time. He reminded, "Brother, there are also Queen Zhao and the 13th prince." Liu Hong nodded with a sullen face. He immediately led the other soldiers to the harem, and handed the matter to Liu Xin. On the road leading to the harem, the corpses of court ladies were everywhere. Seeing this scene, Liu Hong's heart became more and more gloomy. He didn't dare to delay it just to get things ahead. The 13 princes were supported by the king of Zhao, but the people in Qing'an who did not know the truth thought that the 13 princes were the emperors of the present-day Great Yu country, so the 13 princes now have a very special identity. "General, look." While Liu Hong was thinking about it, suddenly a soldier pointed to a well in the palace. The one beside the well was not someone else, but Empress Zhao. Upon seeing this, Liu Hong immediately ran over with the soldiers. Niang. Liu Hong stopped 3 meters away from Empress Zhao, and when she saw them coming, Empress Zhao made a move that shocked them, and she stood by the well. Empress Zhao was in a trance, and she didn't know when there was a crow's feet on her peerless face. She looked at Liu Hong sluggishly and said, "It seems that King Qi's soldiers and horses have really come here." "Let me ask you, is King Zhao dead?" Empress Zhao is the legacy of the first emperor, and now Xiaoming ascended the throne. According to reason, Empress Zhao should also be one of the queen mothers. Out of his loyalty to the first emperor, Liu Hong was still dissatisfied with neglecting Queen Zhao. He said, "Wang Zhao has been arrested, but the teachers and students are dead but waiting for the emperor to let go." "The emperor? Has Xiaoming ascended the throne?" Empress Zhao's eyes fluctuated slightly. "Yes. The first emperor left his edict to let His Royal Highness Qi ascend the throne." Speaking of Xiaowen, Empress Zhao's emotional fluctuations became more and more obvious. She couldn't help sobbing softly and muttering to herself, "The emperor, it's the concubine. I can't help you, it's the concubine that made this great country of Chongqing become this painting. Looks like a damned concubine." The Empress Zhao was so sad that Liu Hong couldn't bear it. He said, "Sorrow for the Empress, the saying goes, it's not broken nor standing." Now the North is unified, and there is no need to worry about the threat of the prince. Empress Zhao stopped crying when she heard this. She gently touched the 13th prince, who was only 2 years old, in her arms, and was silent for a long time. He said to Liu Hong, "This palace knows why you found this place. It must be the 13th prince. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and the world cannot accommodate 2 masters. Did Xiaoming want you to kill the 13 princes?" With despair in her eyes, Queen Zhao took another step towards Jingguqi. She said, "Go back and tell Xiaoming that it is my palace that cannot help him, and my palace will not cause him any trouble." Liu Hong was shocked. He hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Niang Niang 3 or 4, the 13th prince is just a 2-year-old baby." "What's wrong? The emperor will not kill the 13 princes, as long as the empire will rebel in Qing'an. By making it public, the empress and the 13 princes can continue to enjoy the glory and wealth." Empress Zhao just gave a wry smile upon hearing this. Rebellion is a serious crime, and this palace cannot escape. After all, she was about to jump into the well, but at this moment the 13th prince suddenly began to cry, and Empress Zhao's body suddenly stagnated. Liu Hong's eyes rolled. He immediately strode forward, grabbed Empress Zhao and dragged her and the 13th prince from the well. Offended, "Niang Niang," Liu Hong said to the soldiers, "protect Niang Niang." There was a trace of sorrow in Queen Zhao's eyes, but she did not continue to struggle at this time. There were no more people in the palace to be arrested. Liu Hong took Zhao Wang, father and son, and Empress Zhao mother and son to the camp. They dare not live in the imperial palace. Although the imperial palace is now in Qingzhou, it is still disrespectful to live here. Returning to Daying, Liu Hong reported the results of the battle to Nu Ben, and then explained the affairs of King Zhao and Queen Zhao. "General, what should I do with the father and son of King Zhao, and the mother and son of Queen Zhao?" Liu Hong asked. After pondering for a while, Nu Ben said, "The identities of Zhao Wang, father and son, and Empress Zhao, mother and son are all very sensitive, and it is inconvenient for me to deal with it. Now I can only send them to Qingzhou and wait for the emperor to send off." Liu Hong nodded. It was indeed not something he could participate in. He arched his hand. He was about to leave. At this moment, Nu Ben's words sounded again, "Wait a minute. There will be something to tell you." "Only the general's orders." "Qing'an has been taken by us, and King Zhao has been captured by us again. Zhao is dead in name. But even so, there are still many things we need to do. The emperor will receive the emperor's order a few days ago. The emperor let us take advantage of the victory and pursue. In one fell swoop, we won the city of Zhao State and completely cut off the possibility of going south. I was thinking about it and decided to let you independently lead the army to regain Zhao State and stay to guard the natural dangers. What do you think?" Liu Hong was overjoyed when he heard this. Nu Ben's arrangement was his trust in him, and he preferred Qing'an to Qingzhou. "Thank you for the general cultivation." Liu Hong thanked. Nu Ben smiled and said, "Your father is the best friend of the general. It is also necessary to take care of your brothers. If you don't know lose it, otherwise you wouldn't be able to hold it in front of the emperor." "The general is a tease. The general will definitely work hard and diligently in the end," Liu Hong said. Nu Ben nodded, and he let Liu Hong go back. Watching Liu Hong go back, he recast his gaze on the map in front of him. King Zhao was captured. This Zhao country was in their pocket, and this also heralded the end of the war in the north. Only then they will face the real enemy, the Golden Horde. In his will, Xiaoming said very clearly that the Golden Horde is withdrawing troops from Goryeo. It goes without saying that the purpose of this withdrawal is to concentrate on dealing with the Great Yu Kingdom. In his opinion, the Golden Horde is definitely not as easy to deal with as these vassals in the country. It is a very barbaric race, and the most important thing is that everyone in this race is a soldier. If the Golden Horde rebelled against the Great Yu Kingdom, it would be more difficult than dealing with these vassals. Chapter 683 On the Surface 1 System. When the weather got colder, the dew on the trees gradually changed into hoarfrost, and saw the long winter coming again. The battle report from Qing'an reached Qingzhou via the post yesterday, and the news that King Zhao was captured caused a wave of waves. The people cheered, not only to celebrate the victory of the war, but also to look forward to the return of their sons and husbands. The officials naturally think much more than the common people. Zhao Wang was captured, and the fragmented Great Yu state was once again condensed into one piece. Basically, the Great Yu state was unified on the surface. And this unified situation is more powerful than when Xiao Wenxian was there. After all, King Wei, King Yan, and King Liang are all dead, and King Zhao will not escape in the end. In this way, the only remaining vassal kings were Chu, Huainan, Yong, Ruiyang and Shu. In the eyes of the ministers, in the eyes of these vassal kings, except for the king of Chu, which can be called a threat, the other vassal kings are no longer a concern. The emperor, The army is at a great cost abroad. Now the war is going smoothly. Just leave Liu Hong and the first one to attack Saudi, and the remaining army will return to their respective garrisons as soon as possible." Pang Yukan said loudly in the hall of discussion. Xiaoming nodded. During the period of the Western expedition, the army that had been fighting abroad almost emptied the treasury, and now Xiaoming truly realized that the so-called war was really for money. In addition, in this war, he recruited 390,000 strong men to transport grain, grass and ammunition, and these stronger men also needed to eat and drink. And because of their participation in the war, this year's food production in each state has also been somewhat affected. There are no strong men in their homes, which has caused many people to reduce their arable land, and even some people can only waste land. However, this was only one of the negative effects brought about by the Northern War. The things that gave Xiaoming the most headache were the former Yandi, Liangdai, and the royal land west of Yunzhu. Not only were these captured cities unable to bring him any taxes, the plundering and wars of the three kings caused the displacement of the people in these areas. Instead, the governors in various states and counties asked him to allocate money to help the victims. In the past, King Zhu Mansion was relatively rich, but now that the rule is extended to the entire north, it is really like water entering the sea. Quick play. Xiaoming uttered two words. In addition to Nu Ben, let the armies of King Huainan and King Yong return to their respective feudal states, otherwise our treasury will be eaten up by them. All the officials showed helpless smiles when they heard the words. This time King Yong and King Huainan were very active in the war, which made the court very satisfied. It's just that the royal court is responsible for the food and grass for these two army expeditions. King Yong, needless to say, Yongdai is now clanging poorly. If there is no money and food, his soldiers would have been mutinous. When King Huainan attacked Yingzhou at his own expense, he only asked the court to provide food and grass after he marched towards Chang'an. King Huainan didn't take the opportunity to blackmail. This Huainan country was originally a second-class state, with limited talents and financial resources. Yingzhou was very close to King Huainan and could supply enough grain, but he could not maintain the supply of grain and grass during the expedition to Chang'an. On the whole, he was self-sufficient in the first half of the war, and was eaten by the court after the Zhuangguan War. The fact that nearly 200,000 more troops will be able to eat is naturally a heavy pressure on King Zhu's treasury. After all, he has also spent a lot of money to buy various mineral resources to make firearms and ammunition. At the same time, the north was broken and the business chain in the north was also broken, which reduced the profits of the Chamber of Commerce a lot. At present, the profit of the Chamber of Commerce basically depends on trade with the King of Chu and the Dutch. Speaking of the withdrawal of the army, Pang Yukan continued, "Your Majesty, this time General Nu has been smashed all the way. 7 of them have captured Shangzhou, 15 in Zhongzhou, and 36 in Xiazhou. The total number of counties under the state is 163, so many states and counties need a huge number of officials, large and small, and King Zhu currently does not have enough officials sent to these places. As the saying goes, it is easy to fight the country and it is difficult to defend the country." Xiaoming's army laid down so much land, and then faced management problems. He said, as Pang Shufu said, "There are indeed not so many officials in King Zhu. We urgently need a group of experienced officials to manage these places for me and restore people's livelihood. Moreover, I have received news that the barbarians have withdrawn their troops from Korea. Attacks on the front-line pass of the Great Wall. If the border troops cannot be supplied in time due to lack of officials, this will be a disaster for Great Chongqing. Now Great Chongqing has more defenses but insufficient defenses, and it will take some time to recuperate. The Emperor, in fact, it is very simple to solve this problem. There are many officials in this city of Chang'an, and there are also many local tycoons to assist when General Nu attacked various counties. If the Emperor can appoint them, the management of these states is not a problem. Naturally, I have thought about this question. But can these officials and the wealthy people trust it? He was thinking about this issue when he received the battle report. and found that appointing old officials from various states and counties was the only way. Now he finally understood why when Cao Cao fought Su Cao in the Three Kingdoms period, the councillors shouted surrender one by one, because they know very well that if they change the master, this master still needs them to help manage the land they have taken. It's just that even so, this official has to choose one, try to keep the outstanding officials, and let the officials with bad temperaments go home. The emperor. The lower officials knew a little bit about the officials from all parts of the country when they were in Qing'an, and the lower officials are willing to take on the appointment as the emperor and select the officials who can be used. Fiji said positively. Seeing this, Pang Yukun suddenly laughed at, Old Fch has always been arrogant and hung up on everything, so how can he care about the appointment of this official now? Pang Shufu's words are not correct, and it is the duty of a minister to share worries for the emperor. Fiji said with a smile. Pang Yukun is wary that the appointment of this official is an extremely sensitive matter. If Fiji is left alone, he might gather a lot of officials for himself. Now that the conservatives have more and more right to speak in the court, he is becoming more and more uneasy, so he said to Xiaoming, the emperor, Fch is very old, and I am afraid that some things may not be able to do so. Old Fch shared this matter. Xiaoming's eyes patrolled around the two of them, and he said, in this case, the selection and appointment of officials will be jointly drafted by you and will be handed over to me for review after the decision is made. Yes, the emperor. The two said simultaneously. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, I have felt the rebellion of the vassal kings. I am determined to learn to strengthen the Qin reform to strengthen the country. Officials are the top priority in implementing the New Deal. I thought about it all night yesterday and prepared to split the Bowen Academy. Chapter 684 Political Reform split up Bowen Academy. Pang Yukun and the officials were greatly surprised. Xiaoming nodded. Since we captured Wei, Yan, and Liang, scholars from the three places flocked to the school. The number of scholars trying to enter the academy has increased several times. The original intention of Bowen Academy was in order to provide talents for the original feudal state, now including the scholars of Dau. This college is not enough. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming continued, there is a specialization in the art industry. The Bowen Academy brings together the best of many families, and it is not conducive to the secrecy of secret technology. Pang Yukun nodded. He said, the emperor, in general, the country now lacks effective governance of Bowen College and various schools. When it comes to this, Fiji and the others can't speak up. Compared to Pang Yukun, they don't know much about these things. Pang Shufu is right. I'm still the king of Qi who will close the elementary school. It needs fewer talents. It doesn't matter if the Bowen Academy is casual. Now that the world is unified and there are many talents needed, this matter should be put on the agenda. The second item of the reform is the establishment of the Ministry of Culture and Education. The Ministry of Culture and Education. The officials talked a lot, but they were familiar with the book. This is the official office that controls confidentiality and issues the emperor's edict. However, despite the discussion, there was no fierce opposition from officials this time. Since the last time Xiaoming dismissed Yu Ming, the officials in the court knew that the emperor was determined to change the law. This is the first item to cancel the people, farmers, industry and commerce, and now there is a second item. Fiji did not object, but he needed to ask some questions clearly, so he said, does the emperor want to cancel the imperial examination? The imperial examination does not need to be cancelled, but it has to be changed. Xiaoming said, after the establishment of the Ministry of Culture and Education, all schools in the country will be governed. This reform of the imperial examination will also be implemented by the Ministry of Culture and Education. After studying at Bowen College for a period of time, officials have actually been mentally prepared for this. In the future, the imperial examinations will no longer test the 4 books and 5 classics, but will be replaced by all kinds of peculiar knowledge. After clearing his throat, Xiaoming continued, the position of the chief official of this province of culture and education is called Xing, and King Zhu, the province of culture and education will be responsible for the leadership of other provinces of culture and education. Fu. This time not only Fiji was shocked, even Pang Yukan was also a little surprised. This was something they had never heard of. The emperor, what is this mansion? Pang Yukan asked. Xiaoming smiled lightly, and he said, this is the third item of the reform, to withdraw the vassal and build a mansion, and to strengthen the court's governance of the states and counties. Although Xiaoming has captured the Huaidi, Yandi, Liangdi and other areas, the people in these places still retain the living habits of the vassal state, just like Qin Shi Huang's destruction of the Six Kingdoms. This is naturally unbearable for Xiaoming. His purpose in killing these vassals is to establish a centralized power. How can he tolerate the people in these areas claiming to be from Wei and Yan? Therefore, under consideration, he decided to withdraw the feudal clan and build a government. The former Wei state was set as Jinling Prefecture, and Jinling Prefecture governed the 13 Huaidi prefectures, and then the state governed the counties. In the old land of Yan state, Bozu was established, with Bozu as the center to govern the 10 states of Yan, followed by Kaifeng, Chang'an, Qingzhou, Yaozhou, and finally his Qingzhou. In this way, he divided the land occupied in front of him into 7 houses, which greatly strengthened the management of the place. After speaking out his thoughts, Xiaoming looked at the officials and waited for their opinions. At this time, both Pang Yukan and Fiji became silent. This time Xiaoming's reforms were too great. Pang Yukan said, the lower officials know that the emperor is eager to reform, but the north has not yet stabilized. If it is implemented rashly, not only will it not be effective, but it will cause confusion. I have considered this a long time ago, so this reform is not implemented in all parts of the Great Yu country. I also know that Peking is suspicious of the reform. As the saying goes, black cats and white cats catch mice are good cats. For you seeing is believing to prove that the reform is correct, so I decided to take the lead in implementing the reform in Qingzhou Prefecture. The success or failure depends only on the rise and fall of Qingzhou Prefecture. There are a lot of things, because the country of Dau has not been beaten by advanced civilization. Now officials lack enthusiasm for reforms. The lack of external factors makes it difficult for a country to change independently. In Europe, if the invasion of the Whip of God had not opened a door for Europe, Europe would not seek reforms to get out of the Middle Ages. Similarly, if it were not for the advanced civilization brought about by the invasion of the West, the feudal dynasty would continue to cycle. Great Yu country needs enemies. Sometimes Xiaoming suddenly thought so. He gradually understood why contemporary countries continue to create international contradictions and choose imaginary enemies, because all these are the reasons why countries continue to be strong. However, the kingdom of Great Yu has an enemy, and everyone agrees with this enemy. This is the Golden Horde. It's just that the Golden Horde is a country with a lower level of civilization than the Great Chongqing. If the Golden Horde is replaced by a country with a higher level of civilization than the Great Chongqing, the current Great Chongqing will inevitably reform and follow suit. Of course, an invader with a higher level of civilization than the Great Yu has already arrived. This is what Xiaoming is about to catch. He is about to invite the Dutch army stationed in Ryukyu to visit Qingzhou. He believes this will give those officials who are opposed to the reform have a clear understanding. While he was thinking about it, Pang Yukan said loudly, the emperor is wise, and the lower officials think it is appropriate to implement the reform in the 6 states. Fiji and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Xiaoming would make a big deal. They said at the same time, the emperor is wise. Looking at the officials, Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. This time his plan was implemented smoothly. In fact, his purpose this time is to set up a pilot area, which is similar to the steps of contemporary reform and opening up. First, draw some areas for pilot projects. If it succeeds, it will be simpler for the reform to be implemented in other places, and at the same time, the regions where the reform first becomes richer can also drive the development of other places. And because the area of reform is small, this is conducive to key supervision, and at the same time this place must have a basis for reform. After thinking about it, His former state closure is no more suitable. If the reform is successful, he will implement it in Yaozu Mansion, Jinling Mansion and other coastal areas. The law reform involves a lot of government orders, so I won't talk about it anymore. Xiaoming motioned to Qian Defu at this time. Taking a step forward, Qian Defu shouted, "If you have something to do early, you will retreat if nothing happens." The officials chanted "Long live" when they heard the words. They dare not say much now. Today, the emperor throws out too many unthinkable things, and they need to go back and discuss it carefully. After the dynasty was over, Xiaoming and Qian Defu left the side entrance of the Yixing Hall. They did not return to the palace, but were going to check the production of the railroad tracks. Chapter 685 Mining Equipment. The tumbling heat waves roared in the steel workshop. Although the weather turned cold, the craftsmen were still working with their bare arms. Sweat mixed with rust made them look dirty, but each of them seemed full of energy. Since the steam locomotive was built, Xiaoming has ordered the production of railroad tracks to be upgraded for no other reason. One is to speed up the transportation of mineral resources, and the other is to improve the efficiency of the mining industry. Because in addition to steam locomotives requiring rails, mines also need rails for miner carts to provide rails for miner carts. Now that King Zhao has been destroyed, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom of Zhao is conquered. In a short period of more than a month, or a few months, the Great Yu state will basically be unified. Although King Chu in the south actually violated yin and yang, he had no reason to use troops at this time. After all, King Chu had suppressed all his sons in King Zhu, and he also regarded him as a courtier, with an obedient appearance. The most helpless thing is that he is powerless now. The Northern War has almost beaten his 5-year accumulation of capital. Now he is facing the threat of the barbarians. Under consideration, he decided to maintain the status quo and plunder the king of Chu through commercial trade. Wealth. Therefore, the most important thing for him now is to establish an industrial system. Only when the industrial system is complete can powerful industrial capabilities be able to create a more powerful war machine to help him conquer cities and seize resources from the Western powers. This time he proposed to implement the reform on the basis of the 6 states, with the purpose of quickly establishing a commercial and industrial system. After all, the people of the 6 states in the past 5 years are no longer ideologically comparable to the people in other places under the propaganda of newspapers day after day. Moreover, these 6 states are under his nose. Once the 6 states develop, it will not be too late for him to promote it to other places. The lower officials see the emperor. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, a middle-aged man in a blue robe came over. His blue gown was embroidered with the words Weapons Division. This is the craftsman who came from the Weapons Division to guide rail production. This craftsman, Xiaoming, is also very familiar with it. He belongs to the old qualifications in the Department of Machinery. After entering the Bowen Academy, he and Lin Wentao specialized in mechanical production. Free gift. Xiaoming waved his hand. Now every time he travels, he will be protected by a large number of guards. It is impossible not to be noticed. Looking at the busy craftsman, Xiaoming asked, "Lan Li, how is the production line for this railroad track?" Lan Li said, "The emperor. The rail production line for mines has been established, and the rail production line for the steam locomotive has been placed behind according to the emperor's orders." Xiaoming nodded. Although he wanted to spread the railway to the country, ore is still a big problem now. Therefore, in order to be able to mass-produce steam locomotive rails, the problems he must solve now are the mining and metallurgical industries. Only when the output of these 2 industries increases, can he not worry about raw materials. "Let me go over and take a look." Xiaoming said that he had to participate in the reform now, or let these geese make a lot of detours. These 5 years of independence gave Lin Wentao and others a certain amount of knowledge and practical ability. Under his guidance, he believed that establishing an industrial system step by step was not a problem. After Lan Li entered the workshop, Lan Li took Xiaoming directly to the next door to the original production workshop. After the expansion of production, The steel workshop added a converter. The steel produced by this converter is used exclusively for the production of rails. When he arrived at the rail production workshop, Xiaoming saw the converter that was producing steel. Below the converter were the grooves for conveying molten steel. The molten steel passed through these grooves directly into the eye-shaped iron mold. In fact, the essence of the rail is eye-shaped steel, which is supplemented by the iron die forging technology for the production of artillery, which constitutes the current rail production line. Emperor, now we have produced 6,000 meter rails, and a miner cart has been produced. Lan Li truthfully reported to Xiaoming. Qian Defu used to be in charge of mining and building mines, but now even the around Xiaoming hasn't completely abandoned the mine. He said excitedly, "The Emperor, these railroad tracks and mine carts are about to be sent to Liwu County." The prospecting team discovered a large open-pit iron mine 130 miles southwest of Qingzhou. If you build a mine here, Qingzhou will not lack of iron ore. Xiaoming nodded. The prospecting team has not stopped exploring the minerals in Luzhu, and the long-awaited Liwu County finally discovered iron ore. This Liwu is known as a steel city in contemporary times, and it is definitely a treasure. According to the records of Scientific and Technological Spa, Liwu area has 55 kinds of minerals, mainly iron, coal, copper, gold, granite, limestone, dolomite, rare earth, diabase rock, basalt, building stone, natural quartz sand, mineral water and other minerals. Among them, the proved coal reserves are 431.1136 million tons, which is an important coal base in contemporary Shandong province, and the proven iron ore reserves are 463.9319 million tons, ranking first in East China. Liwu County is a very inconspicuous place in Dayu country. It is sparsely populated. Qian Defu has visited this place many times, but found nothing. Now this treasure land has finally been excavated. For Xiaoming, there are coal mines and iron mines in this area, and the reserves are very large, which can fully support him to establish a modern mine. The mine will lay railroad tracks, use mine carts to transport ore, use steam engines as power to extract groundwater, and tow mine carts. I think so too. Your nephew named Qian Gai is more blue than blue. Xiaoming smiled. Qian Defu laughed, and he said, "The Emperor, money is expensive and courageous and can endure hardship. He has never been afraid of this place where the old slave dared not go, and at this point, the old slave is also inferior." For Qian Defu, now this money is his only sustenance. You reading www.yuukanzu.com. After all, he only has a relative, Qian Gai. Xiaoming said, "This money is not bad, and it is a seedling worthy of promotion. If you let him continue to work hard, I will give him your seat in a few years." Qian Defu was laughing and laughing. Of course, what Xiaoming said was not the position of eunuch, but that Qian Gui was in charge of mines and prospecting. Lan Li smiled. If Liwu County really has so much coal and iron, it's better to build a railway. Well, it's not just Liwu. This railway will lead from Qingzhou to Dengzhou and Yaozhou, connecting the mines of the 6 states and commerce together. In Xiaoming's eyes, there is already a blueprint. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you must first build roads. As long as this is done, the overall surpassing of Western countries will be greatly accelerated. After inspecting the production process of the railroad tracks, Xiaoming felt calm. The presence of the French on the land of the country made him vaguely uneasy, because it meant that the West began to intervene in the affairs of the country. This is not good news, but also his crisis. The reason for the increasing sense: there are many external enemies, and his industry and commerce have only faltered. Chapter 686 Enemies in the Thick Fog. In the thick fog, a 3-tier sailing warship belonging to the Great U State Navy was cruising the sea. Since reaching an agreement with the Dutch to retake the coastal routes of Great Chongqing, the Navy's warships have been responsible for ensuring the safety of the maritime routes and combating pirates' plundering of merchant ships. It's just that the ocean is vast and infinite. Even so, sometimes merchant ships cannot be prevented from being looted, but for merchants this is already a rare occurrence. This sudden fog is really rare. The third-tier battleship named Dreadnought was commanded by Captain Xi Yuan. After being resupplied in Gerinja 2 days ago, he directed the battleship to the Kingdom of Three Mountains, which was exactly their cruising route. First Officer Ding Chang heard the words and said, "Yes, basically nothing can be seen from 50 meters away." Xi Yuan frowned. He said, "Let the soldiers cheer up and stay vigilant. It will be very detrimental to us if we are attacked by pirates at this time." "Yes, Captain," Ding Chang said, and then shouted to the soldiers on board, "Be vigilant. All the gunners are in the cabin and ready to fight." The soldiers were ordered to enter their positions in an orderly manner. After cruising the sea for a year, they knew that the sea was like a child, and their expressions would change. It might have been a clear sky just now, and a storm might come in an instant. The same was true for the heavy fog this time. The sea was calm and the waves suddenly covered the battleship like a cloud wall. After setting up precautions, Xi Yuan looked at the chart on the ship. They were still 100 miles away from the dock of the Three Mountain Kingdom. After confirming his position, Xi Yuan turned the hourglass upside down, and they used this thing to record time at sea. While he was performing daily tasks according to regulations, suddenly a musical bell came from the sea. Hearing this voice, Xi Yuan immediately went from the cabin to the deck, and he asked Ding Chang, "Did you hear it?" "I heard it. It was a rapid bell." Ding Chang's face was solemn, and various terrifying legends suddenly poured into his mind, making him uneasy. He had never seen such a weird situation in the sea for a year. Who would ring the bell in the vast ocean? Like Ding Chang, the soldiers on the ship were also uneasy. The theory of ghosts and gods was not so easy to eradicate, and this strange fog made them more and more afraid. When everyone was concentrating, suddenly the soldier on the mast observation platform shouted, "Is there an abnormal situation ahead?" Xi Yuan immediately picked up the binoculars and looked at the thick fog ahead. "I saw that the sea water at this time was not blue, and it appeared cloudy and gloomy under the thick fog." At the moment Xi Yuan looked towards the thick fog, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the thick fog. Without waiting for Xi Yuan's reaction, the black shadow suddenly noticed a burst of yellow light. Xi Yuan was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As soon as his voice fell, the roar of artillery came from the shadows, and the black shells flew toward the Intrepid like lightning. Boom! The sound of shells penetrating the hull sounded, and the battleship was suddenly messed up. Xi Yuan was a little undecided at this time. Only their navy was equipped with artillery in this area. Judging from the shadows, the opponent's warship looked very similar to them. He very much suspected that this was the mistake of other naval warships treating them as enemies, but now he couldn't see the enemy clearly and he couldn't confirm it. "Captain, what should I do?" Ding Chang asked. This round of shooting made the warship very embarrassed. Sawdust was flying everywhere. He roared, "Fire the gun first." Ding Chang responded and immediately passed the order to fire the cannon. At this time, a round of cannon sounded from the bottom of the ship's bilge. After the sound of the cannon, the approaching black shadow seemed to fall into silence, and Xi Yuan had a glimmer of hope in his heart. When he was about to scold the captain who was not long-eyed who hit them by mistake, suddenly the black shadow lit up again. "Firelight, get down!" Xi Yuan pressed Ding Chang directly on the deck. At this time, his face was gloomy. "This time, no matter who it is, he will fight back." Boom! The cannonball hit the battleship again. Xi Yuan endured the pain of the sawdust hitting him and said, "I immediately counterattack, fight back, fight back." After this round of volley, he also exploded a bit, and if he didn't counterattack the dreadnought, he would be sunk. Dew began to appear in the cabin where the shell hit, and the carpenter immediately repaired the hull pierced by the shell with wooden planks and nails. The artillery who had been ordered to reload at this time began to fight back against the black shadow in the sea. Boom boom boom! The artillery roared, and the shells flew towards the shadow. Xi Yuan watched nervously on the deck. As the two sides got closer and closer, he finally saw the opponent's warship clearly when the two sides were 50 meters apart. This is a warship somewhat similar to the Intrepid, except that the flag hung on the warship has a rice pattern. On the battleship stood a group of soldiers wearing red tuxedos, black leather shoes, white leggings and black hats on their cuffs. This scene made Xi Yuan a little dumbfounded. He had seen some information about countries around the world at Bowen Academy. If the information is correct, they are now encountering a British warship. Xi Yuan's heart sank. He knew very well how powerful this country's navy was, and Yun sometimes talked about his experience of going south after drinking. Although he was talking and laughing, they could hear the seriousness. At the moment he was stunned. The red-shirt army on the opposite side suddenly raised his flintlock and pointed it to this side. After confirming that the opponent was coming with hostility, Xi Yuan immediately calmed down and once again let the soldiers lie down and hide. After they got down, the battleship on the opposite side burst into flames, and flintlock bullets made a crackling sound on the battleship. "Fucking, it's bullying on your father." Xi Yuan was angry, and he said to Ding Chang, "Beat me hard." Ding Chang was almost hit by a bullet and was also enraged. He cursed, "I'm still stupefied about what I'm doing and don't fight back." This is not a pirate, but a red-haired ghost. The soldiers lying on the deck immediately got up. They picked up the flintlocks and fired at the opposite side. At this moment, there was another salvo of artillery on the opposite side, and the Intrepid was also still in color. The two sides passed by in the shelling of the warships. At this time, the British warships disappeared into the dense fog again. Xi Yuan stared at the surrounding sea intently. After waiting for a while, the British warship still disappeared. "Captain, what should I do now?" Ding Chang asked. Xi Yuan furrowed his brows, and the British appeared in this sea area very strange. After hesitating, he said, "Go back to Dengzhou immediately. We need to report this situation to General Yun." Ding Chang nodded when he heard the words and immediately ordered to return. At this moment, the British three-tier battleship Duke was heading for the country, and the Captain Wilson on the deck looked at the dense fog behind him and thought. Chapter 687 The Dung Stick in History. Captain Wilson, there seems to be nothing wrong with the news we got from the Dutch merchant. In the thick fog, the Duke headed towards the country. A middle-aged man in a black tuxedo and a white wig stood beside Wilson on the deck. Wilson had a humble attitude towards the middle-aged. He said, "Earl Kerry, it is true. A few years ago, our warships in India chased 3 unknown warships. It is said that these 3 warships are very similar to our warships. It seems that these 3 warships also come from this Great Yu country." Earl Kerry frowned. "This Great Yu country is really strange. According to our understanding, this place should be as ignorant as the natives on other continents. Why would there be a place that can interact with us in just a few years?" The British battleship, "It seems that we did not take advantage of the shooting." This is also what Wilson worries about. He said, "Lord Earl, the Dutch businessman said that Daewoo has a fleet, and this fleet is not small. Our attack on their warships at sea this time will only put us at a disadvantage. After all, it's too far from the British mainland, and too close to the country." Meeting in the fog, it is a normal thing to be accidentally injured when you can't distinguish between the enemy and us. This matter only needs to be explained to the Emperor of the country of Daewoo, and then we will give a gift to the vanity. The Emperor will not pursue it anymore. Master Earl is right. These indigenous people are very arrogant and face-conscious, and they are very indifferent to their generals. Wilson said with a smile, "At least the monarchs of India, Annan, and Burma are like this." Kerry nodded. "Anyway, don't worry. The most important thing now is to establish diplomatic relations with the Japanese country. The Dutch and French have already taken the lead. The East Asian pie is huge, and we cannot fall behind." This time Kerry went to the war country was appointed by the British Prime Minister Robert, and now the Dutch lost the East Asian route and established foreign trade relations with Great Chongqing. It has spread in Europe. The goods shipped by Dutch merchants from Great Chongqing are even more envious of European countries. This is because the porcelain, tea, and silk of Great Chongqing have always been favored by European nobles, will be sold out in Europe. The selling of goods has allowed the Dutch to obtain huge profits in the past 2 years. The declining maritime trade in the Netherlands is also showing signs of resurgence. It is just that the British Empire, which has suffered from the red-eye disease, will not let the once powerful naval enemy regain strength. So the Dutch chose the King Chi in the north of Great Chongqing, and they chose the Japanese country for them. A powerful Great Chongqing is not in their interests, because once Great Chongqing becomes stronger, their interests in East Asia will be damaged. This is unacceptable to any European country. Even if the Dutch severed diplomatic relations with the Japanese country under the pressure of the King of Qi, they still hope that there will be a country in East Asia that can counterbalance the country of Chongqing. A troubled area can bring more benefits to them. This is the common value of European countries. As for the encounter at sea, Kerry was deliberate. His purpose was to let the Great Yu country understand their strength as the maritime hegemon. The diplomatic implementation is only a carrot-and-stick strategy, and then they will give the country a little sweetness to resolve this crisis. After all, in his opinion, a mature monarch would not be hostile to a country because of an accidental friction. Thinking of this, Kerry smiled. He believed that the next market in Europe would be here. After sailing for 2 days at sea, Xi Yuan brought the messy Intrepid battleship to Dengzhou military port. Soon after fighting with the British warships, they encountered the Yaozi, who was patrolling the same area. This time, he was nervous and almost ordered the order shelling. Fortunately, the fog had almost dissipated at this time, and the observation deck knew in time that this was his warship. The miserable appearance of the Intrepid quickly attracted the attention of the Navy soldiers on the dock, and some generals came to ask about the situation. Go, go, go. Xi Yuan's face was decadent, and this time he was caught off guard by the opponent, which made Yan, who had always been unwilling to suffer, definitely furious. Thinking of Yan's rigid face, he was a little scared. He just stretched out his head and slashed his head. He could only go straight to the Navy Bureau in the military port with the first officer. British. Xi Yuan's narration almost made Yan's hair straighten up angrily. He slapped the table hard and cursed, Xi Yuan, you are really embarrassing to Ben General. If you let the Emperor know, Ben General, where to put his face. Xi Yuan shrugged his head. He said, General, I thought it was the Yaozu, so he didn't dare to open fire casually, otherwise he would be his own person hitting his own person. But fortunately, no one of us was injured this time. Yan was hunted down by British warships in his early years, and his memory is still fresh, so he is instinctively hostile to the British. This hostility comes from the hatred of the British on the one hand, and the British warships are indeed difficult to deal with. If one-on-one at sea, no Navy warship would be an opponent of British warships. After all, the British Navy has rich experience in combat. Weapons and equipment are the same thing in naval battles. This experience and command are also very important, but he is not afraid of British warships, because this sea area is right in front of the Gate of Dayu. It can be repeated after several failures, and if the United Kingdom is in the defeat in this place means to withdraw from this area. HMPH, this can't conceal your mistakes in this naval battle. You go find this British warship, otherwise you would have let the warship wipe the deck. Xi Yuan shrank his head, and said, Yes, General. When the final general finds him, he must be beaten severely and throw these red-haired ghosts into the miners' coolies. Yan stared again at Xi Yuan. Then it was not fast to go. This incident would have been reported to the Emperor immediately. The British appeared in this sea area not for fishing. Xi Yuan nodded, turned and left. At this time, Yan picked up a pen and wrote a memorial, and sent his guards to the post to King Zhu. 3 days later, the memorial went to the imperial study room in Xinyuan. King Zhu. Seeing Yan's memorial, Xiaoming frowned. A fire burst out of his heart. He comes from modern times and he knows that Britain has always played the role of a shitcutter in history. Wherever there is war, there will be Englishmen. And this Englishman is not only good at destroying a country from the inside, but also good at fostering agents who think they are thugs. Contemporary Britain once vigorously supported Japan against Russia, and there was no shortage of British figures in the Russo-Japanese War. At the same time, the British have always called themselves Anglo-Saxons and were extremely white supremacists during this period. Chapter 888. To serve as an example, lying on the seat, the sunlight outside the window made Xiaoming squint his eyes slightly. Out of intuition, he instinctively believed that this time the British would inevitably play a disgraceful role again, and the country that is likely to benefit is the Japanese country. After all, the dung stick is the dung stick. Britain has always been good at creating national contradictions. In contemporary times, as the former British Empire, before the collapse of this worldwide colony, Britain deliberately left a lot of areas around the world. The hidden danger of conflict. For example, in contemporary India, India and Pakistan originally planned to govern separately, but he left the Kashmir area, which led to several conflicts between India and Pakistan. At the same time, Britain separately delineated the McMahon Line in southern Tibet of China, and assigned a large area of Chinese territory to India. This is the origin of the territorial disputes between China and India. In the Middle East, Britain turned Kuwait from an Iraqi province into a British protectorate. Later the two countries became independent, but they still gave Iraq an excuse to launch the Gulf War. The most important thing is that Britain, as an island country outside the European continent, has long pursued a policy of glorious isolation. In order to prevent the emergence of a powerful power on the European continent and its hegemony, it will wear a small shoe to France today, and beat Germany tomorrow to make Europe no peace. Although the contradictions between the countries of the European continent are the main factor, they cannot escape the relationship with the British. Xiaoming is naturally disgusted with such a country with its own halo of dung sticks. Of course, other European countries are not good birds, and they have always looked discriminatory towards other races. Putting down the memorials, Xiaoming fell into contemplation. This time the British warship shelling the dreadnought was no less than an act of war. He was not the sixy who would rather have friends than family slaves, nor would he measure the material resources of China and tie up with the country. Since he came to this world, he was destined to end the Western dominance in the world, but now the border troubles of Dau have not been resolved, and Aoli and Wago are eyeing each other. He has no energy to clean up these foreign visitors. However, it was impossible for him to swallow his anger, so he picked up the pen and replied in the memorial, "Once the British warship is found, immediately sink it." After finishing writing, Xiaoming handed the memorial to Qian Defu and asked him to send it back to King Zhu at the inn. Just as Qian Defu left, Pang Yukan hurried over and arrived at the imperial study room. He said to Xiaoming, "The Emperor, General Nu Ben is back." Xiaoming was overjoyed when he heard this. Most of the troops in the battle were drawn away. This King Zhu is basically no different from an empty city. Xiaoming is also a little uneasy about this. Now that the army came back, he was relieved. After a pause, Pang Yukan continued, "The Emperor, this time General Nu Ben brought Zhao Wang and his son, Zhao Zhao and the 13th prince back to King Zhu." When he said this, Pang Yukan stared at Xiaoming. After all, this matter was a bit sensitive. Queen Zhao and the 13th princes? Xiaoming sighed suddenly, "You will really leave me with problems." After all, Xiaoming walked out of the imperial study room to the Yixing Hall. Since Nu Ben had brought people back, he naturally had to deal with it. When they arrived at the hall of discussion, Nu Ben and others were already waiting. Xiaoming sat down on the dragon chair and said, "General Nu Ben is tired. It is a great achievement to stick to Juong Pass and conquer the capital of Qing'an. This time, I will definitely have many rewards." Luf, Qi Guanyi, Bai Imu and other generals all smiled when they heard the words, while Nu Ben looked calm. He said, "The Emperor, this time the general will have mixed results. I am ashamed of the Emperor and dare not receive any credit." Xiaoming was stunned. He once accused Nu Ben of delaying the war and that he hadn't breached Jiyeongyu for a long time. At this time, Nu Ben must have said so because of this incident. But for Xiaoming, there is another meaning in this Nu Ben's remarks. That is, He is worried about the master of his high merits. The current Nu Ben is no longer the old Nu Ben. After the work of the mine, the current Nu Ben has worn off his spirit. Now, what he wants most is to be able to spend the rest of his life in peace. So in Xiaoming's view, Nu Ben deliberately made some small mistakes and left it to Xiaoming to achieve the goal of not continuing to be appointed. After all, Nu Ben is almost irresistible. At this time, Xiaoming glanced at Pang Yukun, and Pang Yukun nodded to Xiaoming. Obviously, he meant to make Xiaoming offset his merits and demerits this time, and he would no longer be named Nu Ben. He nodded and said, "Even so, General Nu Ben has done more than he has done. It is just to stop the official's leisurely mouth, so I will no longer have another canonization. This time I will reward 3,000 kils of silver." Nu Ben breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, "Xi Huang Shang Longjun." After pondering for a while, Xiaoming asked, "Where are the fathers and sons of King Zhao? Where are the Queen Zhao and the 13th prince?" Returning to the emperor, Zhao Wang and his son have been sent to King Zhou prison. Empress Zhao and the 13 princes are both rebellious and sent to King Zhou prison. Fiji was also in the temple. He was a little quick-eyed and said, "It's absurd. How can Empress Zhao and the 13 princes be put in prison? Empress Zhao is nominally the mother of the emperor. Don't you let the people of the world point to the emperor's backbone?" Pang Yukun frowned. This filial piety was the foundation of being a minister and a king in the past dynasties. Nu Ben did deal with it improperly. He said, "The emperor, Empress Zhao cannot be the same as King Zhao." When he came, he was thinking about Empress Zhao's problem. After 5 years in this world, he naturally understood the importance of filial piety. Because of this, he said that Nu Ben left him a big problem. After a pause, he said, "Old Fch, you immediately go to King Zhou prison to bring Empress Zhao and the 3rd prince out to find a house for her to settle temporarily." "Yes." The emperor. Fiji nodded and turned to go out. Seeing Fiji's departure, Pang Yukun said bluntly, "The emperor is ready to deal with Empress Zhao and the 13th princes." Even if Empress Zhao did not allow the 13th prince to ascend the throne, she indirectly killed the first emperor. "I can only degrade her and the 13th princes to common people." "What do you think?" "The minister thinks so too, but the emperor, even so, can't let Queen Zhao and the 13 princes leave King Zhou, lest those who care about it will use it in the future." Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming understood what Pang Yukun meant, and some people might use the names of Empress Zhao and the 13 princes to rebel. After all, the country of Diau is currently in his hands. "I understand your thoughts, so I am going to behead the father and son of King Zhao in the East Market, in order to curb your example and let some unruly people see the fate of rebellion." Pang Yukun smiled. He seemed to unintentionally said, "The emperor actually wanted to show it to the Prince of Chu, right? Besides, is the emperor really not going to take back his military power from Emperor Yong?" Chapter 689 Humiliation Letter. The rest of the Yezing Hall are all veterans of the state. As soon as Pang Yukun's words fell, everyone looked towards Xiaoming. King Yong and King Huainan contributed to the smooth victory this time. At this time, Pang Yukun's proposal to withdraw the military power of the prince made the generals a little surprised. Most of them were straightforward. This time, the King of Yong had nothing to do with them. It's just that they cannot participate in government affairs as generals. After all, this is the iron law set by Xiaoming for the army. Pang Shufu, I know that you are dedicated to your country, but sometimes haste is not enough. The affairs of King Yong are royal affairs. I will solve them in a royal way," Xiaoming said euphemistically. Pang Yukun nodded when he heard the words. He was indeed a little anxious. After King Zhao was arrested, he was thinking about the strategy of cutting the feudal clan. For him, the feudal clan of the Great Yu Kingdom is immortal, and the country is only one. Day is not peaceful. After prevaricating this matter, Xiaoming stood up and said, "I see the merits of all of you on the Western expedition. I have drawn up a list of awards, and I will read it personally in a few days." This matter. Luf and the other generals were overjoyed. They were a bit worried about Nu Ben just now, and they were relieved immediately when Xiaoming said that. Having said this, Xiaoming was about to leave, when Nu Ben suddenly said, "The emperor, There will be one more thing to do at the end. Say. The Mojiang received a report from Thunder as soon as he returned to King Zhu. According to Ming, the frequency of appearance of barbarian scouts in the past 2 days was much higher than in the past, and the barbarian scouts even sent a letter to Shanhai Aiguan at night. Nu Ben. The look became a little angry. The barbarians are now withdrawing troops from Goryeo to concentrate on dealing with the Great Yu Kingdom. After all, we have taken King Liang and King Zhao one after another in a thunderous manner. This completely disrupted their plan and prevented them from taking advantage of the opportunity. Thinking of the letter Nu Ben said, he asked, "What letter?" Nu Ben seemed a little hard to speak, so he said with difficulty, "The Emperor, I dare not say anything." "Is there anything I dare not say?" Xiaoming frowned. "When did you become such a mother-in-law?" Not only Nu Ben, but Luf and others' expressions were also very strange. After hesitating, Nu Ben took out a cloth strip full of words from his arms. The barbarian scout said this was requested by their Khan to pass it on to the Emperor. Nu Ben presented the strip to Xiaoming. Picking up the cloth, Xiaoming took a look, and his chest was almost burst in anger. He threw the cloth strip out and cursed. "The barbarians are cheap, comparable to livestock, and I'm sure to let them die." Pang Yukun was a little puzzled. He picked up the cloth strip and glanced at it, only to see that it read, "Dau, a humble country, from the emperor to the liman but not the rat. It is not brave to seize the city by the danger of the city. How dare you claim to go to the country? Don't call yourself the emperor to Ben Khan, so as not to fight together and kill you. It's really arrogant." The emperor, the minister, is willing to send troops with General Nu Ben to fight against the barbarians. Pang Yukun trembled with anger, and Xiaoming's position in his heart was special. Anyone who dared to humiliate Xiaoming in front of him would fight him desperately. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming said, "This is a trick of the barbarians, in order to provoke me and let me attack the grasslands rashly. This kind of trick has been encountered by the emperor for decades. This barbarian still did not grow." Pang Yukun sighed and said, "The incompetent ministers have caused the emperor to suffer such humiliation." Although Xiaoming was angry, he knew that the impulse was the devil. The more the barbarians were unscrupulous, the more proof that the barbarians were anxious now. Only unconfident enemies will use this kind of indiscriminate means, and for him who is gradually gaining the upper hand, he only needs to wait for the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow. "You aching don't have to blame yourself. Guli's country is already alive and dead. Why don't you avoid it because of misfortune and good luck? I am so wronged by this. I only hope that you can work with me to rejuvenate the Great Yu country and bring the insult of today to others. Go back." When he said this, Xiaoming had a magnificent appearance. Pang Yukun showed shame when he saw this. He suddenly knelt down and said to Xiaoming, "The emperor, the minister, is guilty." "What does Pang Shufu mean?" Xiaoming was puzzled. Pang Yukun cried loudly. "Since the emperor became the king, the selfishness of the ministers has flourished every day. For their own benefit, the ministers have constantly rejected the old ministers of Qing'an, and used their own people in the appointment of officials. The government decree ignores the benefits of this country, such as all sorts of crimes. The minister deserves 10,000 deaths. Guligo is dead. Why don't you avoid it because of good or bad luck?" Pang Yukun said. When Xiaoming said this sentence in a righteous manner, a feeling he had forgotten for a long time stirred in his heart. This sentence is it exactly what he once pursued? But now his eyes are blinded by interests, completely ignoring his original aspirations. Not only Pang Yukun, but also the generals in the Palace of Councillors bowed their heads in shame. Luf said, "The emperor, the Enid general, is also guilty. In the past, the Enid general was fighting for the country and the people. Now he is fighting for his military merits. The Enid general is really ashamed. The final general is also guilty. The final general is also guilty." The generals knelt down behind Pang Yukun one by one. Xiaoming was stunned. What worries him most these days is the change in the mentality of these people. Sometimes in court he saw Pang Yukun as if he was going to be a replica of Fiji. His original purpose of reusing Fiji was not to check and balance Pang Yukun, but to stabilize the wealthy family and the old officials. It was just that Pang Yukan's performance made him more and more disappointed, and he had 2 hands to prepare after all. He least wanted to see it. The only thing is that the officials they trained are eventually assimilated. A person who is not a sage can have no faults, and a sage can change, and there is nothing good. Xiaoming smiled. He still remembers what Pang Yukan said to him 5 years ago. He is willing to go through fire and water for the country, as long as Pang Shufu can help me vigorously in the future. That's it. Today, his words made Pang Yukan realize that it was something he did not expect. However, he has always only looked at the curative effect and not the advertisement. If Pang Yukan and the officials and generals tied their hearts to him again, it would be great. Because for him he does not need the reformists, nor the conservatives, because no matter who wins, the court will be controlled by one party. For example, at the end of the Ming Dynasty, the eunuch party fell, and the Donglan party that came to power was equally fatal. His ultimate goal is to let the ministers perform their duties, and there is no partisanship in the court. Pang Yukan stood up. He bowed and said, "The emperor, the minister is here to make a military order. In the future, if the minister confuses the emperor's reforms for his own benefit, the minister will take off the government and go home to farm." Chapter 690 Proton Mind. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter came from Xiaoming's mouth, and he said to Pang Yukan, "Okay, I am relieved with your words." He looked at Nu Ben and other generals and said, "It is my fault for merits to fail, but don't forget your original intentions, and don't betray my trust in you." "Yes, the Emperor." Nu Ben and the others said in unison. "This time I came here to discuss the affairs of King Zhao and Queen Zhao's mother and son, but I never thought that there would be another gain." Pang Yukan's posture made him very gratified. In this way, the reforms in the 6 states will at least be unimpeded, but he will believe in a person's age after a few sentences, and eventually Pang Yukan will lead this official team to pay back. It depends on actual actions. After a few more words, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukan to leave. At this time, he looked at the humiliation letter on the ground, and he hesitated to pick it up. Today's shame made him feel a wave of desolation and anger in his heart. The kind and hard-working Han people have been as meek as a sheep for thousands of years, but they have been repeatedly bullied by foreigners. Now he is the prince of a country, and in this era when the country is the prince, the humiliation of the barbarians to him is the humiliation of the country of Dau. Coming into this world, does he still want to let Dau country live like a lamb? No, he wants to raise this lamb into a lion that can eat wolves, and to achieve this goal, Dau will develop a martial atmosphere and even move towards militarism. After all, the Western countries in the Great Voyage era are actually no different from militarism. Militarism refers to the advocacy of force and military expansion, and the use of militarism and aggression and expansion as the foundation of the country. Isn't this the essence of the Western powers now? Of course, there is still a truly militaristic country in front of the Great Yu Kingdom. This is the Golden Horde. Compared with the Western powers, the Golden Horde is no more than a compromise. Therefore, in such an environment full of robbers, he must adopt a more radical decree at the convenience of the military, so as to preserve the wealth of the Great Yu country and the stability of the country. He was thinking. Fiji turned back at this time. The Emperor, Empress Zhao and the 13th princes are all settled, and the minister has asked the guards to guard the courtyard strictly and no one is allowed to approach. Xiaoming nodded. Let Empress Zhao and the 13 princes live in this courtyard in the future, and all the expenses for eating and drinking will be provided by the government. Fiji had a hunch for a long time, so that Queen Zhao and the 13th princes would be imprisoned for life, but this is undoubtedly the best result for the two. If the two lived outside, they might suffer all kinds of humiliation, which is not good for the royal reputation. Settling the affairs of Empress Zhao and the 13th princes, Xiaoming continued, Wang Zhao and his son are very sinful. You will be responsible for the execution this time. Fiji's eyes flickered, and he said, Yes. The emperor. After talking about this, Xiaoming waved his hand to let Fiji go back. It was not unreasonable that he let Fiji supervise King Zhao, in order to complete the unification of Dau as soon as possible. he did adopt the method of boiling frogs in warm water on the issue of the rich. But since then, Fiji has become a representative of the voice of the wealthy. Sometimes the words of Fiji in the court represent the interests of the wealthy. Although Fiji speaks for the wealthy family in order to avoid aggravating the conflicts among the people, he has to remind Fiji so that he will not completely merge with the wealthy family. The supervision of King Zhao this time is a reminder to Fiji, because King Zhao is a rich family, and the rich family may also become King Zhao. He wants Fiji to understand his attitude. After Fiji left, Xiaoming threw the barbarian's humiliation letter into the brazier and turned him into ashes, but remembered the words in his heart. Today's shame is the driving force for him. The next day, the news of the beheading of King Zhao and his son in Dongxi was published in the Kingzhou newspaper, and it became a hot topic among the people. In room number 1 on the 4th floor of the Waijia restaurant, Li Qian is eating the food provided by the restaurant with relish. Compared with the time when he first came to Kingzhou, he was a bit fatter. Waiting by his side was Wang Cheng, his housekeeper from Chu, and lying in his arms was the Oran who destroyed the Red Building in Kingzhou. His Royal Highness, it is stated in this newspaper that Wang Zhao and the elder Zhao Yuanliang will be beheaded in 3 days. Elder Fj asked people to speak so that the elder son would also observe that day. Li Qian was drinking wine and playing with no one in his arms. He changed his face when he heard that. HMPH, why did Zhao Wang and Zhao Yuanliang call me when they were beheaded? Not to kill the chicken for the monkey to see. Wang Cheng laughed and said, the son is joking. This King Zhao is not a chicken, and His Royal Highness is not a monkey. Since Elderf had sent someone here, His Royal Highness should go, so as not to make the Emperor unhappy. His Royal Highness looks at the Emperor. The knuckles of Li Qian's hand holding the wine glass suddenly turned white, and he let the woman in his arms go out, and then said to Wang Cheng, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor. It's easy for you to call the Emperor one by one. Wang Cheng was his steward in the name of Wang Cheng, but he was actually sent to supervise him by the King of Chu, in order to fear that his willfulness would spoil him for a while. At the same time, Wang Cheng was also responsible for the collection of intelligence on Kingzhou. Wang Cheng said with a smile, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. If our country of Chu has the ability to sweep, we don't need to look at Xiaoming's face now. Li Qian slapped the table sullenly. Hey, it's been 2 or 3 months since Kingzhou, but now I still don't understand why Kingzhou can make so many kinds of firearms. So this is what it is. The real horror of Xiaoming, but His Royal Highness does not have to worry. According to Xiaoming, this artillery knowledge is only from Western missionaries. Now the French have sent a large number of missionaries to Linen, and it will probably not take us a few years. There will be these things too. Li Qian nodded, and he suddenly remembered something and said, I heard that the royal father now trusts the French missionary Richard very much, but this is the case. This Richard knows astronomy at the top and geography at the bottom. His Royal Highness really trusts him. After all, the only French people we can count on now are the fate of King Zhao and his son. If we can't keep the rivers and mountains of Chu, we end up just like them. Li Qian sighed slightly, and he said, it's just that the longer I live in Kingzhou, the more I feel the uniqueness of Kingzhou. You look at the things in the guest room, each piece is wonderfully crafted. How can this be compared to our Chu country? Also, the food is so delicious, it is a wonderful product in the world. It is no wonder that Wise restaurant is able to make money every day. Wang Cheng's expression became serious. His Royal Highness, this is not a time for greed. Although His Highness is a proton, he should also shoulder the heavy responsibility of rejuvenating Chu. Chapter 691 Industrial Power, Business Rich. This country of Chu will be mine in the future, so I naturally know it in my heart. Li Qian glanced at Wang Cheng, with deep meaning in his words. Wang Cheng arched his body immediately after hearing the words. Li Qian was obviously reminding him to pay attention to the measure. Even if he was a proton, he could not be blamed by a courtier. Picking up the chopsticks, Li Qian sandwiched a piece of braised pork and said, since Fch invited me, I will take a look. After all, this knife was not cut on my body. In the princess mansion, Princess Pinyin was reading the King Zhou daily. She frowned when she saw the news that King Zhou was about to be beheaded, and then she sighed suddenly. Hey, I think that there was a turmoil in Qian City in the past and the main palace would know it for the first time, but now the main palace can only be seen from this newspaper. The guest of the princess mansion today is Song Guogong's wife Liu, she said, who said no. The emperor is keeping an eye on us, relatives of the emperor, and no one dares to step beyond the Thunder Pond. Princess Pinyin pursed her lips and laughed. After the imperial relatives in Qing'an fled to King Zhou, Xiaoming irrespectively did not give the imperial relatives a monthly payment, which made many imperial clans dissatisfied. Privately criticized Xiaoming. Naturally, this Thunder Pond cannot be overtaken. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will fall to pieces. It is safer for us to walk on the shore safely. After all, this emperor is different from the first emperor. This prince dare to kill. Who else is he? I dare not kill. Princess Pinyin smiled intentionally or unintentionally. Liu's face was red and white. She understood the secret words. Among the royal family members in King Zhou, only Princess Pinyin had the highest prestige, so they would come to Princess Pinyin to complain. This Liu family is no exception. Although Xiaoming did not issue any silver to these royal family members, Xiaoming once issued a large amount of silver to these royal family members according to their titles to let them do business. He also ordered Li Kaiyuan to set up a special royal merchant team for these royal relatives. As long as these royal family members are willing to do business, the Chamber of Commerce will open the door to convenience. It's just that some royal family members think this is a shame and just refuse to do business, such as Song Guogong. I took the 8,002 sons given by Xiaoming to gamble, and the result was a total loss. If it hadn't been for the relief of Princess Pinyin, this Song State public meal would not be enough. Being secretly accused by Princess Pinyin, the Liu family can only suffer. She said, what the princess said is reasonable, but not everyone has the business talents of the princess. It is said that the princess now earns tens of thousands of kills of silver per month. Your Royal Highness can mention something. It was Song Guogong who asked you to come again. Princess Pinyin snorted softly. It's no wonder that the emperor is angry. One is not a weapon. How does this make the emperor trust you? Liu stopped speaking, so she could only complain and complain. With a slight sigh, she said to the Liu family, even so, the emperor is too negligent towards the royal family members now. It won't work if these people stabbed Luzi that day. This will give him Pan Yukan and the officials who blame us. Excuse me. After all, she asked Yang Mu to get 50 tals of silver from Liu's family. Now Xiaoming has to take care of her. These people really made her a little headache. The Liu family gratefully left, and Yang Mu said at this time, His Royal Highness, this is no way to go on like this. Although the business of the Princess Mansion is quite profitable, this Song Guogong will be the Tang Guogong. Sooner or later they have to be hollowed out, not to mention that they are generous one by one, and there are too many people in the family, and there is not enough money. I don't know this palace. Because of this, the emperor gave us a sum of money and sent us the royal clan members. When the first emperor was here, it was just this example of silver that accounted for the bulk of the national treasury expenditure. This emperor is good at it. But however, the emperor was somewhat wishful thinking about this matter, letting it go for fear of trouble. Today, Liu's words are full of dissatisfaction with the emperor, and the grievances are high. This is not accidental. It must be that they often talk about it. After a pause, she said, it seems that this palace needs to go to the palace to see the emperor. By the way, I will ask about the reform, saying that I can't get close to the water and get the moon first. Yang Mu gave a wry smile. Although the Pinyin princess took care of these royal family kinsfolk, she didn't even go to the palace to find the emperor. Her real intention was to reform the law. Princess Pinyin was extremely intelligent, and she was already prepared after the reforms showed signs. Asking Yang Mu to prepare, she went directly to Xinyuan, and after a briefing, she saw Xiaoming, who had been criticizing memorials in Zheng Yu's study. The emperor, it's right to be diligent in government affairs, but you shouldn't be exhausted. Princess Pinying said slightly affectionately. Xiaoming smiled, having to say that Princess Pinying is very good at life. No wonder Xiao Wenxuan loves this sister so much. After she lived in King's Zhu, the Pinying princess would come here from time to time to chat with the Empress Dowager and at the same time send him some weird things. It can be said that he can see Princess Pinying after a short distance. However, there are not many cases where Princess Pinying came to him directly, so he said, "The princess must not be here to care about my body." In the past, Xiaoming was able to call Princess Pinying aunt when he was the king of Qi, but after he became the throne, he could only call her the eldest princess. Pinying has long been accustomed to Xiaoming's straightforward way of speaking. In her opinion, her nephew, the prince and nephew, doesn't like cumbersomeness, but only likes simplicity. So she said, "Don't hide from the emperor. This time I am here for the royal family's kinsman. I think the emperor knows about Song Guogong. I know not only Song Guogong, but now many princes and children are very dissatisfied with me," Xiaoming said lightly. Princess Pinying said with a serious face, "Why should the emperor care about them? As long as it is beneficial to the country, why should he care about them? If the royal family is gone, they will not starve to death one by one. The eldest princess is righteous." Xiaoming laughed. "It's not appropriate to just let them keep looking for the eldest father's money. Doesn't it mean that I am unkind?" Princess Pinying didn't change her face. She said, "The emperor has been worrying too much. My money is also given by the emperor." This is 1,000 words, and they thanked the emperor. In fact, there is no need for Princess Pinying to say that this matter. He is also prepared to deal with these royal family members, because these imperial family members who are accustomed to domineering in Qing have caused a lot of trouble for him in King's Zhu. This will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people for a long time, because they represent the royal family. So he said, "I can give them another chance. This time I decided to encourage private business and workshops. If they actively participate, they will be able to eat and drink without worries. If they are still following the rules, they will complain to me when they run out of money. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 692 Capital Monster Private Business Open Workshop. Princess Pinying looked happy. She came for this. Xiaoming clearly understood her thoughts. However, she has always had doubts about Xiaoming's enthusiasm for business, so she asked, "Why does the emperor have a soft spot for business?" Xiaoming smiled. "The eldest princess is wrong. Industry is the backbone of commerce, so for me, I value industry more than commerce." After pondering for a while, he said, "The strength of a country depends on the wealth of the people. The wealth of the people depends on the number of properties, which in turn result from industry." Princess Pinying frowned slightly. Although her vision was not as broad as Xiaoming, she understood what Xiaoming said. So he said, "The emperor is going to let merchants build a lot of workshops this time?" Xiaoming nodded. The fundamental of this reform was to revitalize industry. The lack of materials for the Northern War made him deeply realize that King Zhu's industrial capacity was insufficient. If he wants to build an industrial system similar to that of Western countries, he must encourage people and businessmen to participate in industrial construction. With more workshops, the products of Dayu will be enriched. Once the products are rich, they can be sold to other places. Then the people will have money again and the country will become prosperous and strong. Yes. This time I will not only encourage the construction of workshops, but also plan to sell steam engines to merchants so that they can build workshops in the 6 states. This is something that Xiaoming hesitated for a long time. The steam engine can't be hidden. As a kind of driving force, he must be popularized among the people to be able to exert its maximum value. With the sale of steam engines, he will open up textile and other industries to businessmen. And after ensuring that the people have food to eat, he will ensure that the people have clothes to wear. Steam engine? Princess Pinying was shocked. This steam engine has always been a very mysterious thing, and she has never seen its true face after hearing it. Now Xiaoming bluntly said that she would sell the steam engine, which made her unable to react at all. Xiaoming thought that this was what the Princess Pinying said. He said, "Princess, You tell them this is a rare opportunity. It's up to them if they don't catch it. Princess Pingyang nodded. The Emperor, after I go back, I will summon them to talk about this, and also beat them for the Emperor. I am naturally happy with this Xiaoming. The Imperial clan guards have been very strict in the past dynasties, so they are not allowed to engage in business or politics, and raise them like pigs. Princess Pingyang said something about industry and commerce. Princess Pingyang left, and Xiaoming continued to write the Imperial Edict. This Imperial Edict was the beginning of the rise of Lusu's industry. The next morning, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to read the Imperial Decree and formally established the support and protection of the establishment of private workshops. At the same time, he proposed 3 new terms in the Imperial Edict. The first is capital, the second is industry, and the third is company. The main purpose of this Imperial Edict is to use the power of the court to support the development of private capital. For this reason, 4 policies are proposed in the Imperial Edict. The first policy is to abolish the checkpoints in all parts of the north, so that the north is connected to the city, and the goods can be sold freely in the north. At the same time, it will take over the mines of rebellious vassals and rebellious lords, transform and expand them to form a mining enterprise controlled by the imperial court. Modern mines, smelting workshops. The second is to open up advanced technologies and machinery such as steam engines and textile machines to the private sector, while at the same time transforming previously outdated technologies and equipment. Article 3 is to open up textile, white sugar, soap and other industries to the private sector. Article 4 is to require Qingzhou Bank to provide individual support to individuals. At the same time, the court should also use silver to encourage private capital development. As soon as this policy came out, the court was in an uproar. In their opinion, the emperor's reforms were too far. The emperor, the merchants do not think about production or farming, and this farming is the foundation of the country. If this is the case for a long time, there will be problems with this food. Fiji said. The emperor think twice. The ministers are not against the emperor, but hope that the emperor can consider agriculture. The ministers said one after another. When productivity is insufficient, Xiaoming will naturally not die to abandon agriculture, so he said, there is no contradiction between promoting business and persuading agriculture. After all, there are few people who can do business. Machinery, steam pumps and other equipment are used in farming. Fiji and others were whispering, and Xiaoming's words made them feel at ease. Pang Yukan did not raise any objections this time, because it was within his expectation. Xiaoming had encouraged commercial development before, but this time it was only more thorough. In his opinion, the fundamental reason for Xiaoming's determination this time is that the north is basically stable now and can make big strides, so that in the future they can have sufficient supplies to defeat the barbarians. Seeing that all the ministers had no objection, he said, if you have something to say in the court today, the content of this imperial decree will be implemented in the 6 states after this early dynasty. If there are people who are in the way, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, the emperor. The ministers bowed and said. After experiencing the Yuming incident, these ministers were obviously more honest. Now that Xiaoming is in power and his position is unshakable, they have to be honest in front of Xiaoming. Nodded. Xiaoming looked at Pang Yukan, Pang Shufu. How much money is left in the treasury? Back to the emperor. Now there are only 13 million taels of silver. Pang Yukan said simply, knowing the treasury best. Xiaoming had a headache. This time the long war made himself poor. He said, 6 million taels of silver were used to support and encourage the development of private workshops. 6 million taels. The minister in the court took a deep breath, and this time Xiaoming was cruel. The expressions of all the ministers were seen by Xiaoming. He said to the courtiers, after talking about the support and encouragement of the development of private capital, I will talk about you. So much money is put in the private sector. If you dare to stretch out your hand, I will chop off your hand. At the same time, no official is allowed to engage in business and seek personal gain, or he will be dismissed immediately and punished as a guilty one. In the Western world, The official is the business, and the business is the official, so the state always serves the capital. But now Dayu is still an official. He does not want officials and businessmen to collude to harm Dayu's interests, so he reminds them in advance. He knew very well that when he let go of this capital evil beast, a double-edged sword hung over his head. He doesn't know exactly when this double-edged sword will fall, but at least one thing is clear to him. After this meeting, the Great Chongqing Congress burst out with sparks of capital like Western countries. Chapter 693 State-owned capital. There was no sound in the hall. This series of decrees caught the officials by surprise. At this time, a minister came out and asked the emperor, "Officials are not allowed to do business. Can the relatives of this official do business?" "No," Xiaoming said categorically. In his opinion, once allowing officials to do business, it is tantamount to letting officials do business in disguise, because officials will inevitably use their rights for personal gains. The ministers fell silent for a while, and the emperor wanted to completely eliminate the opportunity for their private use of public weapons. Looking around at the ministers in the court, Xiaoming continued at this time, in addition to supporting the establishment of private workshops, the court should focus on establishing a number of government-run workshops to control the lifeline of the country. I asked Pang Shufu to allocate these 6 million taels of silver. Most of them will be used to build official workshops, which involve ordnance, shipbuilding, salt, and tea operations. Pang Yukan asked the emperor, if there are such official workshops, there will be no small number of them. Who will manage these official workshops? Should officials be appointed? The establishment of a state-owned workshop this time was a plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Xiaoming. The development of private capital will inevitably bring great changes to Great Chongqing. If Xiaoming completely handed over the commerce of Great Chongqing to private capital, he would be passive in the future, and even the lifeblood of the country would be controlled by businessmen just like the West. Therefore, since we vigorously develop capital, it is better to produce our own national capital at the same time, so that he can represent both the official and capital. He is the emperor and the largest capitalist at the same time. The government will not change due to the interference of the merchants. Even he can use state-owned capital to control the market. Merchants are chasing profits. In the contemporary country where he lives, many merchants have taken the opportunity to make money. For example, the spread of a certain disease has caused salt prices to rise sharply due to false transmissions, and private salt is hoarded by merchants and sold at high prices. In this case, if the salt industry does not control the state, this situation will inevitably worsen. It is precisely because of these personal experiences that while encouraging capital, he also tied a chain to capital. At the same time, the second purpose of this government-run workshop was to help him digest the royal clan. This time Xiaoming's so-called opportunity for the royal clan was to completely eliminate the imperial clan's aspirations to enter politics. According to statistics from Pang Yukan a few days ago, there are currently 470,000 royal family members in Dayu Kingdom. This is the data after many royal families were slaughtered by the vassals after the Northern War. Such a large number of people really shocked Xiaoming. Only then did he truly understand why the royal family was called the largest family. According to Xiaoming's understanding, the Great Yu Kingdom and the Ming Dynasty made the same mistake, which is to provide for the royal family for free. After only a few hundred years of reproduction, this has gradually become a serious problem in the country of Dau, and now this problem has fallen into his hands. If he is not a royal, he would naturally not care about these people from scratch, but he would inherit the throne. If he is not handled properly, it will inevitably cause a turmoil between the royal families. During this period of time, Li San has been paying close attention to the dynamics of these royal family members, and now these imperial families who are unable to make a living seem to be making trouble with him soon. So he took this opportunity to solve this problem completely, incorporating these royals into the government-run workshops, making them employees in the government-run workshops, giving them the treatment of an iron rice bowl, and exchanging labor for money and food. Of course, This iron rice bowl is only in their 2 generations, and the 3rd generation will no longer receive such treatment, thus completely resolving this big problem. Of course, this is only for the ordinary royal family, because the relationship between these royal families and the royal family has been very distant, infinitely close to ordinary people. They will be happy to enjoy this treatment, and their number is also the largest. For people like Song Guogong, they would naturally not be willing to be ordinary craftsmen, so this time Xiaoming planned to include Princess Pinying in the ranks of official businessmen, and no longer let her engage in private business among the people, so as to prevent the royal family from doing business privately. The reason is very simple. In fact, it is to turn the pig raising model into a part-time job model, and at the same time, the Princess of Pinying and others will become interest binders with him. With the status of official businessmen, they can still get profit dividends. They can only enjoy all this if they support Xiaoming. If they are still unsatisfied, he can only use a knife. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said his thoughts. Fiji and Pang Yukan listened quietly. The two of them became more excited as they listened. As soon as Xiaoming's voice fell, Fiji said loudly, "The Emperor is wise. This will completely solve the problem of the royal family." Since the treasury has been reduced, a huge expenditure also avoided the dissatisfaction of the royal family. Pang Yukan nodded, but he raised some concerns. "The Emperor, I am sorry for the disrespect of the officials." According to the officials' understanding, the royal relatives like Song Guogong are just idiots. What if they are allowed to enter the official workshop? I let them enter the government-run workshop, but I did not say to let them be in power. The position in this government-run workshop is naturally occupied by the capable. I believe that most of the royal families are still willing to change. As for the stubborn, I will not cover it. When the time comes, the law will be handled by law, Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan nodded, and now he was relieved. Just as he thought, Xiaoming's real purpose was to resolve the problem of the royal family. Some of these royal families are lazy and diligent, and some are diligent and motivated. This time, the official workshop is like a sieve to separate the good from the bad. Those who are virtuous and useful are naturally more trustworthy than outsiders, and those who are pedantic and useless can be kicked out. And the most important point is that these people will remain under their supervision at any time. The main task of the early dynasty was completed today, and Qian Defu announced his withdrawal from the dynasty under the signal of Xiaoming. Xiaoming was very satisfied with the reaction of the hundreds of officials in the court. I have to say that after he became the throne, he felt that these officials looked down on him. After all, he is young. These old foxes think they can influence his decision by playing tricks. But after Yu Ming was dismissed, these officials suddenly realized that the emperor in front of them was also a ruthless character. Only then did they put away their contemptuous minds and face up to the distinction between monarchs and ministers. If you have something to play early, nothing to leave the court. As Qian Defu's shrill voice sounded, the early court ended. Baiguan shouted long live and got up to leave, when Xiaoming left Fiji and Pang Yukan behind. What's the emperor's order? Fiji bowed. The most taboo of reforms is that officials violate the rules of the government and do not leave the palace. This is also the reason why Xiaoming left Fiji and Pang Yukan. After he became the throne, his mentality has gradually changed. 5 years ago, he was just a modern ordinary young man. 5 years later, he became the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. His psychology has gradually changed in the past 5 years. Now that he is the emperor, he must be the emperor and do what he says. The chaotic political affairs of Xiao Wenzhuan's period cannot be repeated on him. Chapter 693 Beat what I left you for is this law reform. You two are the heads of the 100 officials. I don't want to see the decree change in the hands of some officials. With his hands on his back, Xiaoming's tone is beyond doubt. Fiji's heart rushed, and Xiaoming's tone was firm. In his opinion, this new monarch has gradually adapted to the status of the 9th 5-year lord. He did not dare to neglect, and solemnly said, "Yes, the emperor and the lower officials must personally supervise their execution." "So is the official," Pang Yukan said. Nodded. Xiaoming said unintentionally, "Old Fch, I know that you are wary of Pang Shufu and the officials of the original state. Sometimes, regardless of right or wrong, it is for opposition. The war was urgent some time ago. Just close one eye, but if this happens in the future, I will never tolerate it, whether it is you Fiji or Pang Yukon. If you dare to engage in party disputes in my court, I will not spare you. As soon as this word came out, Fiji's fine sweat appeared on his forehead, and he knelt down with a plop. The emperor, the old ministers did care for the old ministers of Chian in some places, but the old ministers never engaged in party disputes. I hope the emperor will observe them. There is no best. Xiaoming looked at Pang Yukon. You two are cabinet ministers, and you should cooperate with each other for the rejuvenation of the great Yu country. Don't focus on internal fighting all day long. I can't rub the sand in my eyes. The misty atmosphere in the court should also be changed. Pang Yukon said nervously. Yes. The lower official remembers the emperor's teachings. Okay, I should have said that. As for the future, you can weigh it yourself, Xiaoming said lightly. The two looked at each other and withdrew from the Palace of Parliament. Qian Defu smiled at this moment. The emperor is really awe-inspiring today. The old slave looked at this old man and Pang Shufu very scared. I just want to remind them that I couldn't move during the Western expedition. Now that the North is stable, it is time to get rid of the ills in the officialdom of Dayu state. This is also part of the reform, Xiaoming said with a faint smile on his mouth. Qian Defu said, what the emperor said is that the ministers of the court have focused on attacking each other, who has the intention to assist the emperor in governing the country. What you see is thorough. This is the purpose of my individual summoning of the two. Different political views are okay, but if we engage in party disputes, we must deal with them. Xiaoming's eyes were firm. For him, he inherited the same mess as Emperor Chongzhen. The only fortunate thing is that he established a country within a country centered on 6 states early, and trained a group of officials who were different from relying on imperial examinations. It was because of this that he dared to reform drastically. When the two were talking, Fiji and Pang Yukon were already outside the Palace of Parliament. Stopped in front of the door, Fiji and Pang Yukon stopped at the same time and stretched out their sleeves to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Feeling the actions of each other, the two turned around and looked a little embarrassed. Pang Yukon first said, Old F, I hope you can forgive me for offending things before. Pang Shufu is polite, and I have something wrong. The words of the emperor really gave me a sense of empowerment. I was indeed a little confused during this time. Fiji said. His daughter is now a queen, and he seems to be the head of 100 officials, which makes him touted by some officials a little unaware. It was only when Xiaoming awakened him that he woke up. Today, he knew that everything was only given by the emperor. If the emperor is not happy, he can take it away at any time. If this is the case, I hope Eldaf will be able to assist me in the implementation of the decree. Otherwise, you and I may not be able to protect this government. It is said that the emperor said that the 3-legged toad is hard to find when dealing with Yuming. 2-legged officials are everywhere. Eldaj, don't forget, there are many ministers looking forward to joining the cabinet. Fiji nodded. This is natural. I will never shield any officials this time. Pang Yukon smiled secretly. The double reeds he sang with the emperor were still effective. After a while, Fiji and Pang Yukon talked and laughed to the government office. The next day, the conspicuous title of King Zhu daily appeared in the content of court discussion. The decree on encouraging the development of private capital and establishing government-run workshops detonated the entire King Zhu. Among them, the happiest ones are naturally the businessmen in King Zhu, which means that they can enter more industries, and they can also get support with the convenience of policies. Some of the common people who want to do business are equally excited, because many of the decrees are biased towards them. Just as the people of King Zhu cheered, the decree against the royal family also quietly spread to the ears of the various royal clans living in King Zhu. In the princess mansion, the Princess Pinying who received the news was very calm, because Xiaoming had already mentioned this to her when she was in the study. After the decree was implemented, she turned her into an official business, and her first task was to work with officials to establish the railway department. She also knew something about the railway and the steam locomotive, and she accepted it with pleasure. Compared with doing nothing before, she was excluded from Xiaoming's circle. She suddenly became a member of the circle. This change in position made her she was completely on the side of the emperor's nephew. After all, she did not receive such generous treatment even when the emperor was there. Although she is not in the court, but now she is also working for the emperor. She was secretly happy when Ouyang Mu suddenly came over, and he said, "Your Royal Highness, Song Yuogong is here." "It's him again." Princess Pinyin frowned. She didn't want to see him, but after hesitating, she decided to see why Song Yuogong came in person. Let Ouyang Mu let Song Yuogong come in, and soon the drunk Song Yuogong appeared in front of Pinyin staggeringly. Seeing Princess Pinyin, Song Yuogong sat on the ground and wailed loudly. "Your Royal Highness, you have to be the master of my royal family members. The Emperor's decree yesterday is to completely cut off the way of our royal family members." Holding her nose, Princess Pinyin was a little bored. She said, "Song Yuogong's words are different. The Emperor is waiting for a way for me to survive." Song Yuogong burst into tears. "His Royal Highness, the royal family enjoyed the royal family's support for generations when the first emperor was here. The Emperor has cancelled the order, and he asked me to wait in some workshop. This is not clear. Humiliate us? Which royal clan would do such a humble thing?" Princess Pinying's face changed. "My palace has been doing business. Is Song Yuogong saying my palace is humble?" Song Yuogong has a strong sense of wine, and he said, "The dignified man mainly depends on business to support himself." "This is a joke." HMPH. "In that case, Song Yuogong will not come to this palace to borrow money in the future. As for this decree, Song Yuogong has the courage to find the emperor. Why come to this palace and cry?" Princess Pinying's face became more and more ugly. "So the princess doesn't care about us?" Song Yuogong said with his drunkenness. "In that case, I will go to Pang Yukan and Fiji. These two traitors, these bad ideas must be theirs." After all, Song Yuogong turned around and left. Chapter 694. Not His Royal Highness. "Do you want to stop Song Yuogong?" Ouyang Mu worried. Princess Pinying was angry, and she said to Ouyang Mu, "You don't have to stop him. This Song Yuogong is leaning on the old and selling old, and it is time for the emperor to clean up him." Ouyang Mu nodded and said, "This time the emperor's decree may be right. If the kingdom of Diau still raises these delicious and lazy royal family members, they will have to be eaten by these people sooner or later." "Hey, who said no?" "This Xiaoming seems to be a ZTE prince in this palace. With him, at least there is no need to worry about being hit by the barbarians again." When the two were talking, Song Yuogong, who was drunk and took his servants, went directly to the mansion. Before reaching the gate of the mansion, he met Fiji and Pang Yukan who were about to leave. This Song Yuogong was angry and drunk. He punched Pang Yukan with his fist and cursed, "Dog thief, if you didn't make noise in front of the emperor all day, how could the emperor order the cancellation royal clan?" Pang Yukan hadn't expected Song Yuogong to beat people at all. How did a weak scholar react to him? He received a punch on his nose, and he fell to the ground while clutching his nose. Fiji was shocked. He immediately stopped Song Yuogong, and said angrily, "Song Yuosong, Pang Yukan is the chief minister of the cabinet. How can you hit someone?" "Bah, what happened to the beating?" "The first emperor was very respectful when he saw me." "Here's what a thing." Song Yuogong pushed Fiji away and cursed, "I will not only beat him, but I will beat you." "You are ashamed." "The emperor, if you can stop, can the emperor be so nonsense?" Fiji's face was pale. He had some sympathy for these people, the emperor and nobles, but now he fully understands it. So many emperors are simply too right. These people can't let them be officials, and they can't let them do business on their own, otherwise they won't be wrong because they are the royal family. The guards at the gate of the palace immediately ran over when they saw Song Yuogong. The guard leader asked, "Pang Shufu, do you want to catch him?" "Dare you?" Song Yuogong suddenly pulled out his sword. Pang Yukan and Fiji already knew why the Song State Association made trouble. It was nothing more than the end of the days of eating and drinking for nothing, and wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. It's just that Song Yuogong's status is respected, and they didn't dare to mess around, so the guards went to inform Xiaoming of the matter, and he and Fiji would deal with him again, lest Song Yuogong went crazy and did anything extraordinary. The guard had to make a turn to the line where Xiaoming was. At this time, Xiaoming was looking for the currently achievable technology through the technology spa in the study. This search is sometimes similar to the feeling of looking for a book in a library. The only difference is that he searches for materials quickly. But even so, the vast knowledge in the technology spa sometimes makes him a little crazy. But sometimes he also likes to be immersed in the joy of searching, because there are always surprises in the technology spa. Since the technology spa comes from prehistoric civilization, it naturally includes many amazing theories, among which the theory of parallel universes is the same as contemporary theories, and moreover, this theory believes that other universes that are both similar and different exist in parallel in the original universe. In these universes, there are also universes that were born under the same conditions as the original universe, and there may also exist the same planets as humans live, or it is a planet with the same history, and there may be people who are exactly the same as humans. At the same time, in these different universes, the development of things will have different results. Species that have been extinct in the original universe may be evolving continuously in another universe. When Xiaoming came across, he naturally proved this theory in person. In fact, many contemporary scientists believe in the existence of parallel universes and have conducted many experiments to verify it. The only question is what caused history to start to change after the Three Kingdoms? With regard to this issue, Xiaoming read a large number of documents of the Great Yu Kingdom, but he did not find any peculiarities, and this is also his heart not. While he was thinking, Qian Defu suddenly arrived at the door and said anxiously, "The Emperor, something happened. Song Yuogong beat Pang Shufu." Xiaoming returned to his senses and said angrily, "Song Yuogong?" "No." The guards of the government office said that Song Yuogong had drawn his sword in front of Pang Shufu. It would be broken if it killed people. Bang! Xiaoming slapped the table fiercely. "I didn't have time to clean up them before. They just pushed their noses to their faces. Let's go. I want to see what kind of waves this Song Yuogong can make." At the gate of the mansion, Song Yuogong was still splashing with his drunkenness, and soon Xiaoming and Qian Defu arrived at the mansion under the protection of the guard. Seeing Xiaoming, Pang Yukun walked over with his bleeding nose. "The Emperor, Song Yuogong is too silly." Fiji also helped. "The Emperor, look at Song Yuogong, gambling and drinking all day, and drunk. He comes to make trouble." This is simply embarrassing to the royal family. At this time, Song Yuogong turned his back to Xiaoming, holding the saber in his hand and slashing at himself. Anxious in his heart, Xiaoming said to the guard who was standing, "Come here, take Song Yuogong." The guard soldier heard the words and rushed up with the flintlock on the bayonet. One of the soldiers skillfully used the bayonet to pick up the sword in Song Yuogong's hand, while the other soldier directly pressed Song Yuogong to the ground. "Who are you?" "Bold. You dare to do something to me?" Song Yuogong struggled. "I made them do it." Xiaoming's stern voice sounded. Hearing this sound, Song Yuogong gave a shock all over his body, and he woke up half of his drunkenness. He looked at Xiaoming's angry face, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his body. "The Emperor Lord Songo trembles involuntarily." Xiaoming snorted, "Song Yuogong is so capable, and my cabinet chief dare to fight the Emperor. The minister dare not." The minister beat him just because he bewitched the Emperor. "He is a minister," Song Yuogong cried. Xiaoming already knew the purpose of Song Yuogong's trouble. He said, "It is my idea to cancel the royal worship and it has nothing to do with Pang Shufu." "Then are you going to beat me now?" When Song Yuogong heard the words, his face was ashamed. Xiaoming had been staring at this Song Yuogong for a long time, and because of this, he was firm in his decision not to let these rice bugs continue to harm the country. And today Song Yuogong is so domineering, he has an excuse to kill the chickens, otherwise these people think they are living in the era of Xiao Wenxian. He said in a loud voice, "Song Yuogong has no king's law, and he beat the imperial order officer. The crime is unforgivable. The people who come will drag Song Yuogong to the East Market and hit 50 slabs again, in order to follow your example. Chapter 695 University Way 50 boards. Fiji and Pang Yukun exclaimed at the same time. Pang Yukun rubbed his painful nose and said, "The Emperor, Song Yuogong is very old. Wouldn't it be his life if he went down with these 50 slabs?" Song Yuogong suddenly understood the seriousness of the matter at this time. His body could not stop shaking slightly, his eyes were full of fear. The Emperor, the minister had just drunk, and he was confused at the time. The Emperor is forgiving, and the Emperor is forgiving. Song Yuogong knocked his head like garlic. Even if he was young, he would not get out of bed for 3 months. If he is on him, there is no difference between killing him. Xiaoming's eyes were cold. If 5 years ago, he might have been benevolent, but now he gradually understands that the benevolence of a king's woman is inhumanity to the world, and his unkindness is sometimes a benevolence to the world. For example, if he forgave Song Yuogong in this matter, the royal clan would become more unscrupulous. Punishing Song Yuogong would not only benefit the court, but also the people. These privileged classes are in the rampant dominance of King Zhu City is a serious constraint on development. Therefore, he ignored Song Yuogong, and said to the surrounding officials and the people onlookers, "Since I became the throne, I have issued edicts to govern the country according to law. From the people of Li to the Emperor, offenders are treated equally. Today, Yuogong Song drinks and makes troubles and beats the court members. The sin is unforgivable. Come, drag to the East Market to take responsibility." The guard got the order and immediately carried Song Yuogong to the East Market, and Song Yuogong's voice begging for mercy was heard continuously along the way. Fiji and Pang Yukun looked at each other. At this moment, Xiaoming's image in their hearts became more and more different. In their opinion, compared with the first emperor, this new emperor possessed a kind of courage and killing. After disposing of Song Yuogong, Xiaoming said to Fiji and Pang Yukun, "You are still cabinet ministers. Have I forgotten everything I said?" In the future, there will be royal family members who will make trouble in the royal family and follow the law. Yes, the emperor. Fiji and Pang Yukun bowed and said, they used to dare not say anything, but now Xiaoming has given them a sword of Fang Fang. After a pause, Xiaoming said to the two of them, "I trust you in entrusting the government affairs of the country to you. You only need to be responsible to me. Anyone who dares to obstruct you and deal with it according to law." Yes, the emperor has the world in his heart, and the people are treated equally. The sage of the Emperor of Great Yu State will definitely be able to prosper in the future. Fiji was moved and praised. Xiaoming smiled, and he said, "Should be flattering or not. This time the court order that you two should spare no effort to implement it. During this time, I am afraid I will personally go to the students to teach." The Emperor wants to go personally again? Pang Yukun hesitated for a moment. Before, Xiaoming was a feudal lord, but now Xiaoming is the emperor. There hasn't been an emperor who taught the profession in person. However, Xiaoming used to go to Bowen Academy often, and he was not too surprised. Compared with Pang Yukun, Fiji can't keep calm. He persuaded, "The emperor is already busy with government affairs. If you add these tedious things, the minister is afraid that the emperor will be tired, and he hopes that the emperor will take the dragon body as the most important thing." Xiaoming had already made up his mind. He would not compromise with the two on this matter. Now the North has finally entered a period of peaceful development. This is when he makes full use of the technology spa. Although the firearms aspect is believed to have been on the same level as the West, or even slightly one, the overall social level of the country is still far behind the West. So he is going to go to battle in person this time. In the past 5 years, he has cultivated a group of talents with a solid foundation through learning and practice. Now these people need his guidance to go further. The two elders don't have to worry. I have my own mind. These things are just lip service, and I am not tired. The implementation of this reform requires the two to visit the people in time. The emperor has worked hard, and the ministers waited for this bit of hardship. Pang Yukun said sincerely. Xiaoming nodded. It is true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. There are treacherous ministers under the faint king. Xiaoming is not as good as himself when he speaks 10,000 times. The officials saw it in their eyes and naturally remembered it in their hearts. After talking to the two again, Xiaoming and Qian Defu walked to Bowen College. Last time the Ministry of Culture and Education was formally established, and the chief official of the Ministry of Culture and Education was also elected. This person's name is Zhao Wenwen, a native of Qingzhou, who is 36 years old, and used to be a private school. After the Bowen Academy was established 5 years ago, he entered the academy and has been unknown because he did not study government affairs or technology, but culture and education. Later, the Qingzhou Daily was created. This Zhao text submitted his own manuscripts to the newspaper office from time to time, which gradually attracted Xiaoming's attention. Because what he contributed was nothing but the current imperial examination problem in Dayu. After reading the books written by Xiaoming, coupled with his understanding of the current world situation, he asserted that the imperial examinations needed reform, and put forward many concrete reform measures. At this time, Xiaoming also had the idea to establish a province of culture and education, so he selected Zhao Wenwen and appointed him as the province of culture and education. When the two arrived at Bowen Academy, Zhao Wenwen, who had been notified, was already waiting in front of the students. At this time the plaque of Bowen College is being removed, a plaque of Qingzhou University. See the Emperor for the text of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Education. Zhao Zhao, free, Xiaoming said to Zhao Wenwen, and he continued, do you know why I changed the name of Bowen College to Qingzhou University? Zhao Wenwen said, the word university comes from Zhengzi's book University. Zhengzi proposes the way of a university in this article. There are 8 items, namely, righteousness, self-cultivation, aligning the family, governing the country, and peace of the world. If the minister did not guess wrong, the emperor changed the college to a university in order for the students of the university to remember that what they have learned is to enrich the country and strengthen the people. Xiaoming nodded. You are right. This is exactly what I meant. The imperial examination is only for one day to enter the room. It is extremely human and the structure is too small. Qingzhou University will be a place where 100 flowers will bloom. You have to adapt to the situation, Zhao Wenwen said. Because of this, the minister proposed the method of cultural and educational reform, abolishing the bad habit of only examining the 4 books and 5 classics in the imperial examination, but listed these 4 books and 5 classics as a subject, similar to physics, chemistry, mathematics, water conservancy, astronomy, etc. To completely get rid of the shortcomings of the officials of Dayu State who only have 4 books and 5 classics. Xiaoming smiled. Zhao Zhengwen was talking about the shortcomings of selecting officials for thousands of years. In Dayu, a county magistrate often has limited skills, but he has assumed the equivalent of a modern mayor, chief of police, chief prosecutor, and chief financial officer. Responsibilities of the Secretary of Construction. This cultural and educational reform will completely eliminate this method of selecting officials. Chapter 696 Sword refers to Korea with a bang. The plaque of Bowen College landed, and the plaque of Qingzhou University officially hung on the door. The 4 shining golden characters symbolize Xiaoming's vision, and the future education of the country will be bright. Because for him, his advantage is education, and education is the foundation of rejuvenating the country. With the technology spa in hand, the technological explosion in Great Yu will be fiercer than in the West. In front of Qingzhou University, the two talked about the reform of pediatric civil examinations for a while. In the end, the title of imperial examinations will continue to be retained, but the content of the examinations has been completely changed. From now on, the titles of Xukei, Chuan, and Jinshai will gradually become the past, and the examination will no longer be divided into the township examination, the general examination, and the palace examination. Generally speaking, the education of the country will be modernized. The emperor, now military, politics, law, and medicine have been separated from the Bowen Academy, and now only subjects such as architecture, water conservancy, machinery, physics, chemistry, commerce, etc. are left. This splitting of Bowen College is an order from Xiaoming. His purpose is to regularize education. For him, King's University will be the first comprehensive university in the country. The military, medicine, and political law are independent schools with relatively strong professionalism and special talents. Well, this university is one aspect. But you have to keep an eye on the schools in all states and counties, especially the character of the teacher. As the so-called man is a teacher, if the teacher is a beast, how can I train me? Abundant and righteous talent, Xiaoming said as he walked into Kyongju University. What the emperor said is that the lower officials must strictly control these teachers and not let them mislead their children. Zhao Wenwen said, but the emperor, the lower officials once proposed to establish a school of culture and education to train teachers. I hope the emperor can agree. The teacher Buddha is really not enough. Zhao Zhengwen's current concept has been modernized. The College of Culture and Education, he said, is similar to a modern normal college, which is dedicated to cultivating teachers. Naturally, he had no opinion on Xiaoming, and Zhao Zhengwen knew it. His real purpose was to reach out and ask Xiaoming for money. This cultural and educational reform also requires money. I will discuss this matter with Pang Shufu, and try to squeeze some silver for you. Xiaoming can only say that. Now there are many places where money is needed, and they must be under unified control, and he can't just let go. After talking about this, the two continued to walk into the courtyard. Generally speaking, he was very satisfied with Zhao Wenwen's reform. The division of subjects has become more detailed, which also means that the country has started to catch up with the West in terms of talent training. But for this, he has to personally participate in teaching and research. Thinking of writing another book, Xiaoming is the first two big ones, and the slow writing tool like the brush is no longer suitable for him. While inspecting King's University, he was thinking about making fountain pens. With the current level of craftsmanship in King's, he could make fountain pens. It's just a pity that he can't make a molten steel that can absorb water. At present, he can only make a pen that is similar to a quill pen and writes a few words with ink. After all, there is no rubber in King's. However, thinking of rubber, Xiaoming thought, this rubber is a strategic material in this era. In the contemporary period until the Republic of China, rubber was a strategic resource of Western countries. Now he can't let go of this scarce resource. After inspecting King's University for a while, explaining the next cultural and educational reform affairs, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan returned to the palace. At this time, Song Guogong was also dragged to the East City. With all the A's in full view, the Yavir slapped Song Guogong fiercely against him in front of the people. After the 50 boards came down, Song Guogong's buttocks were smashed and ripped apart, and when the last board fell, he fainted directly. Upon hearing the news, the government officials cried out, but under the supervision of Fiji and Pang Yukan, the board was getting heavier and harder. After the 50th board was finished, Pang Yukan said, "The emperor has ordered that the offenders, regardless of whether they are the people or the emperor, will be treated equally before the law." When the people heard the words, they nodded frequently. The life in King's was very peaceful, but it has changed since the influx of these royal clans and officials. Some of them began to oppress the people by virtue of their power. The people were daring to speak out about this, so they were happy to hear that Song Guogong was beaten. After punishing Song Guogong, Pang Yukan and Fiji turned and left. For them, Song Guogong asked for him this time. Xiaoming was about to deal with these imperial family members, so Song Guogong himself ran into it. At the same time, the incident of Song Guogong being beaten quickly spread among the royal clan members in King's. Song Guogong has always been their leader, and now that Song Guogong is beaten, they are naturally scared. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoming beat Song Guogong to punish Song Guogong for beating Pang Yukan, but in their view, Xiaoming was killing a chicken to show to the monkeys, telling them clearly that who would dare to make trouble in the future, Song Guogong was their fate. Many people have opinions about the cancellation of royal worship. They are preparing to discuss the matter with Song Guogong. Now that this matter suddenly appears, they are all frightened. For him, this Xiaoming is different from any prince. He was deposed to King Zhu since he was a child. Strictly speaking, he has no intersection with the emperor and noblemen of Qian. And it's still a joke in their mouths. When Xiaoming defeated the barbarians and defeated the three kings, they didn't help anymore. They were just fugitives. It can be said that Xiaoming had to pay attention to them. Although this country was inherited by Xiaoming, it was simply defeated. At this time Xiaoming and Qian Defu have returned to the yard. In the study, Xiaoming faced the map on the wall and looked towards Goryeo. After the reform, the most urgent thing is to find overseas markets, because after the popularization of industry this time, the goods in the 6 states will show explosive growth, and these commodities must be exported to the outside world after they are satisfied. Otherwise the unsaleable commodities will kill the industrial system he has established like poison. The essence of the problem is simple. A merchant cannot maintain the existence of the workshop if he cannot make a profit. Even the official workshop of the imperial court will lose money and eventually become a drag. It can be said that if there is no overseas colony to provide Britain with a place for product promotion, capital will not be able to promote the British Industrial Revolution. In the same way, if Xiaoming cannot find a way out for commodities, his industrial revolution will die. Because of this, he turned his gaze to Goryeo, the first place he wanted to colonize, and at the same time, it was a strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once Goryeo yields, he will directly threaten the barbarians from Goryeo. Chapter 697 Exhort. The rushing water waves in the river slapped against the hull of the warship, making a boom-boom sound, splashing water from time to time, leaving water stains on the deck. The third Prince Xiaozhen stood on the deck, letting Jiang Feng raise his robe. After Qian was captured, he went to Shu and was put on the agenda. When Liu Ben led the army back, he led 20,000 horses to Shu. As Xiaoming said to him at the beginning, if the king of Shu cannot be persuaded to surrender this time, the 20,000 horses will be the king of Hades. If the king of Shu surrenders the rights of the kingdom of Shu, the 2 of them can still survive and become Xiaoming's courtier. Xiaozhen, the city of Yazoo is in front of you. Don't forget the emperor's will. Even if you play tricks now, you will inevitably end up in the future. We can conquer Liangdi and Zhaodi and deal with this Shu kingdom. It's easy. The general who followed Xiaozhen this time was Di Ying. He was a veteran of the King's Zhu army. He was also a general named after Lif and Qi Guanyi and others after many battles. The emperor did not dare to defy what the emperor said. I only hope that the general will allow me to enter Yazoo city to discuss with the king of Shu. If the king of Shu fails, it will not be too late for the general to attack Chengdu. The 3 princes felt bitter. He has already been cut off all the titles, and his identity is just a citizen. If he wants to stay in officialdom, this will be his only chance. Di Ying looked at Xiaozhen vigilantly. Before he set off, Nu Ben had reminded him that Xiaozhen, the third prince, was tricky. He warned, don't do tricks, otherwise the general will carry you and the king of Shu back. The third prince nodded quickly. This time, in order to regain the vassal state, Xiaoming sent 10 warships to Shu with Di Ying, but the fleet was very difficult. Because it was upstream, they had to use trackers to pull the warship forward in some places where the current was rushing. Entering the South River from the main channel of the Yangtze River, the battleship gradually arrived under Chengdu. This South River is the moat of Yazoo. It is precisely because of the protection of this river that King Shu could withstand the attack of King Zhao until King Zhao was destroyed. Before the warship arrived, Xiaoming had already sent a post from the land to Yazoo City. Now that the warship arrived under the city, the general defending the city immediately notified King Shu. The eldest brother is here. In the main hall of the Shu palace, the Shu king, who learned that the 3 princes had arrived, showed joy. Your Majesty, the Yazoo wealthy family who was having a banquet, heard the news and immediately began to whisper. At this time, the king of Shu looked at a group of wealthy people, with excitement in his words. He said, the third brother of this king is resourceful, and with his help, this kingdom of Shu will become more stable. A wealthy family heard the words and said, His Royal Highness, the imperial decree of the past few days said that His Royal Highness should return. These 3 princes must have come as lobbyists. How could he leave Yazoo? King Shu shook his head, and he said, You have misunderstood this king's eldest brother. He must have done it deliberately to deceive Xiaoming. He knows that this king and Xiaoming don't share the same sky, so how can he go? How about helping Xiaoming? Another rich family said, His Royal Highness Shu, now King Yan, King Liang, King Zhao are all defeated. King Chu, King Huainan, King Yong have all professed to Xiaoming, and now only the kingdom of Shu is left alone. I am afraid that we are not Xiaoming's opponents. Instead of doing this, it is better to follow the example of the king of Chu to claim Xiaoming, who is now the sage. Bastard! King Shu suddenly furious, he said, even if this king dies, he will not be a minister to Xiaoming. After hearing the words of the rich family below, look at me and I look at you, with some strange light shining in their eyes. Now that the general situation is over, it is clear that Xiaoming belongs to the world. Can a small kingdom of Shu stop Xiaoming's soldiers? In the past 5 years, they have gradually had enough of the arrogance and self-serving of the Shu king. For them, this Shu country belongs to their rich family. The princes above them come and go, but their family has always lived here. If they were to follow the Shu king this time, they would probably lose their foundation. The Shu king wanted to die, but they didn't want to die with the Shu king. Now that the world is unified, who'll rebel? But even though he thought so in his heart, no one dared to say it face to face. The king of Shu still had his own army, and they didn't want to be in trouble at this time. Seeing that the tycoon stopped talking, King Shu snorted softly, flicked his sleeves and walked out. He was going to see the 3rd prince. Outside the city, the 3 princes who got permission to enter the city came to Yazoo City under the protection of 2 soldiers. Soon after entering Yazoo City, he saw King Shu approaching him. Eldest brother. Seeing the 3 princes, King Shu's face was full of excitement. The 3 princes were also slightly moved. He and Shu Wang, a female compatriot, were true brothers among many princes. Normally, the relationship is also extremely harmonious, and now it is naturally sad when the brothers meet. 5th brother. Xiao Zhen also shouted. When the king of Shu arrived, he pulled the sleeves of the 3 princes. Fool brother has set a banquet for the eldest brother. The eldest brother will go with me now. The enthusiasm of the king of Shu moved the 3 princes' heart for a while, but thought of his purpose this time, and there was another sorrow in his heart. He said, 5th brother, I have something to say to you face to face. When I came here this time, only you and me are needed at this banquet. The eldest brother always likes to be quiet, and the foolish brother doesn't know that. Naturally, it is only you and me at this banquet, King Shu said with a big smile. Xiao Zhen nodded and went to the palace with King Shu. However, King Shu did not go to the main hall, but took Xiao Zhen to a pavilion under the willow tree in the palace. At this time, a table of food was placed on the stone table of the pavilion. When the 2 of them were seated, the king of Shu first said, This place has left the eldest brother such a resourceful person. If the eldest brother arrives, our country will prosper and prosper. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Zhen's mouth, and his younger brother's excited look made him more miserable. But there were some things to say, otherwise the city of Yazoo would soon become a ruin. After pondering for a while, Xiao Zhen said with a serious face, 5th brother, I am here to persuade you to surrender by the emperor's will. King Shu's face changed in an instant. He said, Eldest brother, this joke is not easy. Xiaoming and I have always been at odds with each other. If he returns, can he get around me? 5th brother, the emperor's army is outside. You can come in at any time. Do you think you will have a way to survive? You and Zhao Wang have been fighting for a year. The sergeant is exhausted and the people are dead. Even the firearm that the emperor gave you is now broken. With the supply of shells, what do you use to fight against the army full of firearms outside the city? The 3rd prince sternly said, and even if you are willing to fight, how many of the wealthy families in Yazoo will follow you at this time? Chapter 698 Death of King Shu. A breeze blew by, and the willow leaves fell rustling. King Shu looked at the elder brother in front of him incredibly, Only then did he notice that the elder brother he had worshipped and respected before was no longer the energetic and imposing prince. On the contrary, he saw a lot of vicissitudes and helplessness in his brother. For a moment he didn't know what to say, and there was a brief silence between the two. In the end, the three princes broke the silence and said, "Fifth brother, this is the last chance for you and me to survive. You can still keep the glory and wealth if you claim to the emperor. If you continue to persevere, this Yazoo city will change hands tomorrow." King Shu's chest was ups and downs violently, and he said to the three princes, "Eldest brother, when King Zhao came to attack the kingdom of Shu, the foolish brother did not surrender. How could he choose to surrender? At this time, Xiaoming wanted to take the kingdom of Shu. Step on my corpse." Fifth brother Xiaozhen was anxious. One of his wishes to Xiaoming this time was to save King Shu's life. But he underestimated King Shu's prejudice against Xiaoming. Moreover, during his 5-year career as a feudal lord, he has enjoyed the superiority of self-reliance. How can he give up the power in his hands now? The eldest brother doesn't need to say any more. "I used to listen to you everything. This time you listened to me." King Shu made up his mind when he received the order. This city of Yazoo was sent by Xiaoming. With artillery, 20,000 people couldn't break Yazoo city, and King Zhou was thousands of miles away from Yazoo. After this failure, he no longer sent troops easily. The third prince became more anxious. He said, "Fuzzy, you don't understand Xiaoming at all, and you don't understand firearms at all. The firearms Xiaoming gives you cannot defeat the firearms his army is using." King Shu couldn't hear what the three princes were talking about. He only remembered the grievances between himself and Xiaoming, and he firmly believed that Xiaoming would kill himself. Because of this, he stubbornly refused to surrender. And after Xiaoming ascended the throne, he was even more nervous. The eldest brother doesn't need to persuade anymore. The food at this table is going to be cold soon. "Brother, you should accompany the eldest brother for a few drinks," King Shu said. The third prince said angrily, "It's not the time to drink. General Di Ying outside the city only gave me 1 hour. If there is no result within 1 hour, his battleship will bombard Yazoo city. Everything is late." In the face of his brother's reproach, King Shu still shook his head. He could claim a minister to anyone, but he would not be a minister to Xiaoming. The two in Qing'an didn't deal with each other, and they had fought several times. In his opinion, returning is also dead, and there is still a chance for a battle. At this moment he got up and said to the guards of the palace, "Protect the king's brother." The guard immediately stood behind the three princes when he heard the words, and King Shu continued, "Brother, sit down. Brother Fool will come and go." The third prince got up and wanted to stop him, but the royal guards blocked his way. At this time, he let out a long sigh. Xiaoming had expected everything today, and because of this he sent 20,000 horses to Shu. There is also a man in Qing'an who can support here at any time. Things had reached this point and he seemed to be out of control, and he sat down dejectedly. Di Ying has been waiting on the battleship outside the city. As time passed, his patience was also a little bit used. While he was hesitating whether to let the battleship bombard Yazoo city, he suddenly saw that there were many more soldiers at the head of Yazoo city. These soldiers walked to the cannon on the city wall one by one, and the torches in his hand were ready to ignite at any time. This scene completely caused Li Ying to give up her illusion, and it was clear that King Shu would resist to the end now. After discussing with the captain of the battleship, the battleships in the Prussian lined up immediately, preparing to bombard the city wall. Shu is known as the country of abundance, especially Yazoo is densely covered with water. The South River is very wide, but it is very conducive to the operations of warships. And beside the South River is this Yazoo city. At this time, the warship was docked on the north bank of the South River, and the distance from the north bank to Yazoo city was a full kilometer. Because the guns had a relatively long range, enough to shell Yazoo city from here. After setting up the array, Di Ying motioned to the captain, preparing to launch a warning shot at Yazoo city. If King Shu still persists, the real war will begin. Boom boom boom. As the artillery fired in unison, the battleship's shells directly hit the Yazoo city wall, and several craters were immediately created in the Yazoo city wall as the smoke and dust flew. The loud noise of artillery resounded throughout Yazoo City in an instant. At this time, the wealthy people who were still drinking in the palace were anxious. "Oh, it must be a fight," said a rich family. "The king of Shu insists on going his own way, and now he doesn't pay any attention to us at all. We can't continue to wait like this. The army from King Zhu is the king's division, and the king of Shu is rebellious. If we follow him, this is the same rebellion." One said, "The point is that it shouldn't be too late. We will go back to summon the trilogy to take down the king of Shu. Otherwise this army will not know what it will do when it enters the city." While everyone was talking about it, a slave servant of the palace suddenly arrived in the main hall and said a few words to a rich family sitting down on the left. "Brother Song, what's the matter?" asked the old man on the opposite right. The person called Brother Song said, "The third prince Xiao Zhen is in the palace and was watched by the king of Shu. Now only this Xiao Zhen can save Yazoo City. After all, he is carrying the emperor. There will comes and can stop the army outside the city." The slave servant just now was his eyeliner in the Shu palace. "It should not be too late. We will see the third prince now. Let him preside over the affairs of Yazoo, lest the king of Shu will come here." Everyone reached an agreement and immediately came out of the main hall to the backyard of the palace. The tycoons were aggressive, and the guards of the palace did not dare to stop them for a while. They soon saw the three princes. At this time, the rich family surnamed Song said, "The third prince, Yazoo is in danger." For the people of Yazoo City, I hope that the third prince can stop the king of Shu. Xiao Zhen also heard the sound of the artillery. He knew in his heart that it must be the king of Shu who dispatched troops to anger Di Ying. He sighed. In any case, he could not protect King Shu. If so, he could only protect himself. So he said, "In that case I hope you can help me." After all, under the protection of the rich family, he went straight to the North City, when the king of Shu was commanding soldiers to defend an attack here. The sudden arrival of the three princes caught the king of Shu by surprise. He looked at the wealthy clans again, and he had already thought about it. He smiled sadly. "You all betrayed me." Fifth brother, the one who knows the current affairs, is a good man. "You will only kill more innocent people. I would advise you again, return." The third prince persuaded. King Shu shook his head. His eyes suddenly became indifferent, and he suddenly said to the soldiers behind him, "Kill them." At this moment, the three princes were completely disappointed. He suddenly pulled out a short-barreled musket from the sleeve cage and fired a shot at King Shu. Because the distance between the two sides was only 2 meters, King Shu had no way to dodge, and the bullet instantly sank into King Shu's chest. The blood flowed down the bullet holes, and the king of Shu slowly fell down. Chapter 699. No courtesy, no tribute, no marriage. The king of Shu is dead. Xiao Ming closed the memorial sent by Di Ying. He got the news 1 month after Xiao Zhen led 20,000 people into Shu. Because of this, Fiji and Pang Yukan both went to the Yashu Fang to discuss the matter. Unexpectedly, the old official didn't expect this king of Shu to return. Pang Yukan said. Fiji said, "This last moment of Xiao Zhen's righteous extermination is a high move, which not only made the emperor admire him, but also won the favor of the Yazoo family. But these three princes are also cruel enough. This is his brother," Pang Yukan said seemingly inadvertently. Xiao Ming glanced at him, and Pang Yukan was just reminding him that the third prince was a cruel person, and asked him to beware. "I understand what you mean, so I am going to make an order to withdraw the name of the Kingdom of Shu, and make the Kingdom of Shu a government. The army of the Kingdom of Shu will be commanded by Di Ying for the time being, so the three princes are toothless tigers. If he has any unusual behavior, I can end him at any time," Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukan nodded. "The most taboo thing about the prince is the grasp of military and political power. Now we only need to control the army to control the land. In addition, we will send some more loyal officials over, so that the land of Shu is no different from the land of Wei, and the three princes in the land of Shu are no more than exile," Fiji said. Xiao Ming nodded. He naturally had no pity for the three princes. No one would be pitiful and pitiful. He didn't kill him, just because he won the Shu land without a sword. This is a great achievement, which is enough for him to continue to enjoy the glory and wealth, but it is impossible to continue to enter the political center of the Great Yu country. After talking about the three princes, Xiaoming led the two to the map. In addition to discussing the establishment of Yazoo Mansion, he also sought out the two for the barbarians. During this period of time, the memorials at the frontier pass were one after another, and the contents of the memorials were much the same, and they were all news of the barbarians at the border. It's just that both Shanhai Aiguan and Jiaongguan were guarded to death, and the barbarians seemed to have a headache. They often drove the slave soldiers to retreat after a wave of attacks. However, this situation still caused anxiety among the ruling party and the opposition, and even the talk of marriage came out, which made Xiaoming very angry. The two looked at a few circles on the map. These were all places that were tentatively attacked by the barbarians recently, and they were all important checkpoints on the Great Wall. The Emperor: now there are some heinous remarks about the barbarians in the court. Some officials have weak kneecaps, some want to be ministers, some want to pay tribute, and some want to get married. It's ridiculous. Pang Yukun sneered. Fiji said, when the first emperor was here, he always blamed himself for compromising with the barbarians. If he did not let the barbarians enter the customs, it would not let the Great Yu country decline to this point. The emperor is the master of ambition and roughness. The young people in the hall, the old officials, think that the barbarians are not greedy enough, and only if they are defeated will they take away their claws. When you say this, I feel relieved. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. If you have the same idea with them, this court will be over. After a pause, he said to the two of them, go back and tell them that our three principles will not change. Don't be a minister, don't pay tribute, or make a relationship. Whoever wants to be a minister should take off his official uniform and go to the barbarian. As a courtier, I will not stop him. Those who want to pay tribute will take their silver to give to the barbarians. I will not stop them. As for those who want to make peace, let them send their own daughters. Who dares to send them? A fake. I chopped off his head. Ha ha ha. Pang Yukun laughed. The emperor: if this is the case, I am afraid that none of the ministers would dare to agree. The generosity of this country is easy, but the generosity of oneself is not so easy. Fiji nodded. After I go back, I will tell them what the emperor said. Xiaoming shook his head. Some people can't stand up because of the habit of kneeling. If you ask him to stand up, he will scold you. Now there are such a group of people in the courtroom. He has asked Qian Fu to write down the names of these people, and plans to check whether these people are corrupt in the future. According to convention, people who like to kneel tend to be greedy for money and lust. However, Xiaoming didn't let the two of them look at the map for the barbarians. Now, relying on the Guinai barbarians on the front line of Yanyun, there is no way to enter the northern hinterland for a while. The purpose of both of them is for Korea. So he said, I won't mention this barbarian matter for the time being. Today I want to talk to you about Korea. I think it's time to clean up Korea. Fighting again? The emperor: now there is really no money to fight. Not to mention that this Goryeo is far from the country of Dau, which will surely stimulate the people again. Pang Yukun directly cried poorly. Fiji echoes the road. The emperor: Pang Shufu is telling the truth. The treasury is just a little bit of silver, and the emperor has set aside 6 million to support industry. On weekdays, he has to open mines, build schools, and build roads. I cannot make ends meet. Xiaoming also understands the current situation. He said to the two of them, that's why I want to fight against Goryeo. Naturally, fighting in China is getting poorer and poorer. However, it is a cost-effective business to fight against Korea. Little silver. Now I also want to ask Korea to offer some silver to the country of Dau. After a pause, he continued, furthermore, the fight against Goryeo is also for the merchants to sell goods, and at the same time to cut off the arms of the barbarians. Both of them are smart people. Pang Yukun said. The emperor: in this case, let the merchants pay for the materials and expenses for this attack on Goryeo. Now Fiji and Pang Yukun are surprisingly the same. He said, since the attack on Goryeo is for goods selling, This war was fought for merchants. It is impossible for them to make money. It is better to sell the Korean trade to these merchants in exchange for materials and money. Xiaoming nodded slightly. This was his purpose for finding the two of them. He said, "This is also my idea, so you go to talk with the merchants and let the merchants use money to buy the rights to trade in Korea. How about?" "Yes, the Emperor." The two bowed in response. The solution to the problem of funding is the problem of attacking Goryeo. For Xiaoming, the best way to fight is of course to fend off the enemy outside the country. It's better to smash other people's home than to smash your own. This time he attacked Korea and caused trouble. And it would be even better if the barbarians changed their strategy because of this, so the pressure on Yan Yan's front line would be much less. The three people agreed on this matter, and Xiaoming sent a letter to Yan at this time, asking him to prepare. The main force in the attack on Korea this time was the Navy and Marine Corps. Chapter 700 Korea Trends. The Emperor is so kind to the veteran, and the veteran must repay the Emperor even if he sacrifices his life. Fiji's eyes were red, and the cry of the baby in the dormitory made his hanging heart finally fall. He has always been most worried about this daughter. When Fuya was in the house for 2 years and was not pregnant, he was worried about being awake day and night. After Fuya was pregnant, he began to worry about whether it was a male or a female. Now Fuya is a queen, and in his opinion, the difference is very big. After all, if Fuya gave birth to a boy, Fuya's status would be unshakable from now on. If it was a girl, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her to give birth to a boy first by other concubines. For this reason, he had never wanted to form a gang, and he also made an exception and approached some ministers, fearing that Fuya would be bullied in the future and his father would support him. But now his worries have disappeared. As a queen, Fuya gave birth to a prince. According to the patriarchal system that has been followed for thousands of years, this eldest son is the heir. Now his daughter is not only expensive by mother and son, but also by mother. I will believe your words for the time being. Before, I didn't tell you that it was for you, the head of the country, to save a little face in front of hundreds of officials. As soon as Fiji entered King's, the style of work was a little different from Chien. Xiaoming naturally saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. After a careful analysis, he probably guessed Fiji's mind. He only has such a daughter, and he is extremely fond of Fiji. He is not so deliberate to keep Fiji. Showed embarrassment. He said, "It turns out that the Emperor has already understood everything, and the old minister is ashamed." Xiaoming put on a kind look at this time, and he said, "Do you really think I am blind? Anything in King's can escape my magical eyes, but sometimes I just open my eyes and close my eyes." "That's fine, but the reform is imminent. But I can't leave it alone. Pang Yukan has been reprimanded by me, so you can do it yourself and don't want the queen to be sad." When the voice fell, Fiji's palms suddenly burst into cold sweat, because in his opinion, his previous behavior was beyond the limit Xiaoming could endure. He immediately said, "The old minister must change his past. If this is the case, I will wait and see." Xiaoming's tone eased. "I will have nothing to do in the future so that I can taste walking around. After all, we are also a family." After a meal of sticks and carrots, Fiji was a little dizzy by Xiaoming's beating. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Thank you. The Emperor is kind." The two chatted briefly. At this time, the nursing mother came out with a baby, and the queen mother saw Fiji and said, "My family, the queen is very upbeat. This time I added a dragon to the country." Fiji was more moved by the Empress Dowager's words from her family's family. He said, "Thanks to the Empress Dowager's grace, God must be moved and bestowed on the dragon son." The Empress Dowager smiled, and he said, "So you grandpa must help the emperor a lot and give him a flourishing state in the future." Xiaoming didn't speak. Sometimes the Empress Dowager and him seemed to have a clear mind. Just now, the Empress Dowager's words seemed ordinary, but they were very high-level words. This line of relatives is a folk saying, which obviously makes him and the royal family in Fiji share weal and woe, and the following words are to exhort him to assist him. Fiji nodded repeatedly. Xiaoming said it was one thing, and the queen mother said it was another. In the eyes of the old minister of Chien, The concubine Zen had a very high status. After all, the concubine Zen had some shadows of the emperor. Having said this, the Queen Mother motioned to the nurse to hug the little prince to Fiji. Fiji was flattered and immediately hugged the little prince carefully, stiffened for fear of hurting the baby. The Empress Dowager said at this time, "The Emperor, the little prince has no name yet, so how about giving the little prince a name? Wolf Pavilion is here." "I have this intention," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "It's better to be called Xiao Yi." Fiji heard this saying. The word Yi refers to otherworldly and extraordinary. The little prince is named Xiao Yi. It seems that the emperor has high hopes for the little prince. This word is wonderful. Xiao Ming nodded lightly. He would definitely teach his first son himself, at least let his thinking be consistent with his own. He didn't want Lozi to fight the country and his son to destroy the country. The prince's name was determined, and the three of them spoke for a while before Fiji left. From the way he walked violently, it was enough to see how happy Fiji was this time. When he got outside, Fiji finally couldn't help laughing. This time he was proud of the spring breeze, but he calmed down again when he thought of what Xiao Ming said. In this officialdom, he can't go down in this way. He has to show his attitude to Xiao Ming, and the best time to show his attitude is this reform. In any case, he cannot be vague on this matter, otherwise he will become a burden to Fu Er and his grandson. Thinking about this all the way, he went back to the mansion, and then he sent a housekeeper to invite some important officials, and he would understand his attitude at the banquet. All of what Fiji did not escape the eyes of the secret guards. Li San went to Xinyuan in the evening and told Xiao Ming about the incident. Xiao Ming was naturally satisfied with this. The court officials were basically obstructing the reform. Nothing exists. Wang Xuan was also with Li San, and they came together when they met halfway. After Li San reported the situation in Fiji, Wang Xuan said, "The emperor." The lower officials got the news, and Bishan gave the order to the king of Goryeo to send the navy to attack Deng Zhu as a counterfeit Japanese invader. Deng Zhu. Xiao Ming immediately looked at the map, and he said, "I was about to deal with Jioli, but he came to the door by himself." Wang Xuan wondered. The emperor is really going to occupy Korea. Occupy? I'm not so stupid. My purpose this time is to force Goryeo to open up trade ports. Now the Japanese kingdom has settled in Goryeo. I don't want to be a shield for the barbarians. It seems that the barbarians are really anxious this time. The navy was sent to pretend to be Japanese pirates. This is to lead the disaster to Deng Zhu. Yes, because as far as the lower officials know, the Japanese pirates have great ambitions. This barbarian withdrawal is even more encouraging to the Japanese country. Many Japanese great names and warriors clamored to occupy the whole of Korea. Frowning, Xiao Ming said, "A strong Goryeo is very unfavorable to Great-Yu. But Goryeo that is fully occupied by the Japanese nation is even worse for Great-Yu. Only the half-dead Goryeo is in the interests of Great-Yu." After a pause, he said, "On land, we cannot fight a protracted war with the Japanese nation. We cannot afford it and the treasury cannot support it. But at sea, we can hold the Japanese nation. As long as the Japanese nation's maritime transport lines are cut off, the Japanese nation is in Korea. The soldiers are over, so now we have the advantage anyway."